Chapter 1294. As Lin Xiao descended deeper and deeper, she could feel a gust of hot wind blowing up. But strangely, she did not see the appearance of magma, but gradually heard the sound of rippling water. When she really saw the water at the bottom of the ditch, Lin Xiao felt that she was at least 2 kilometers away from Long Qingying and the others. Lin Xiao used her ability to control the black mist under her feet to stop in the void, then looked at the bubbling river below. Yes, this was an underground river. The temperature of the river was at least 80 degrees Celsius, and it was still steaming hot. You could throw a raw egg into it and cook it. The river was not small, it was very wide. Lin Xiao looked left and right. The place where she had stopped was more than 10 meters wide. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes, looking at the river below. The energy contained was also very strong, the kind of energy that came out of the hole. She stared at the river for a while and saw that there was no movement under the water. Then she turned her head to look at the rock walls on both sides of the river and saw a lot of high and low irregular holes and channels. These holes were only 1 or 2 meters above the riverbank and seemed to be convenient for using water by the river. There were many different beastly auras coming from the holes. At this time, Wu Qingyue on the surface returned to Sea City with his people, and then heard from Xiao Yunlong that Dong Lijia's group had left Sea City. Not only did they leave Sea City, they also took away a bunch of people, including several high-level corpse hunting groups. They just left like that, without any hesitation? Wu Qingyue looked at Xiao Yunlong in surprise and asked. No. After Lin Wenwen went to see them, she sent someone to hand in the transfer application early in the morning on the 3rd day. Xiao Yunlong sighed and said. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment. It was about Lin Wenwen again. How could it be so coincidental? Thinking of the fresh catnip that Lin Wenwen brought back, Wu Qingyue felt that these people might have something to do with her disappearance. With this thought, it immediately made sense, because ever since he met Dong Lijia's group, he felt that they were very mysterious. At the beginning of the Doomsday, they already had the strength to form their own armed team. At that time, when he looked up their information, he felt that they were very strange. When others were panicking and uneasy, they were quite calm. They didn't hesitate to deal with the zombies' attacks, and it seemed like they were well prepared. At that time, he felt as if they knew the end of the world was coming, but at that time, he overturned this idea. After all, even if they knew at that time, no one would believe them. Normal people wouldn't believe it, unless they were abnormal people. Now they thought about it. The other party had indeed known in advance. Only then did he make sufficient preparations. Although they were very low-key in Haicheng, every time they went out to collect resources, they would bring back a lot of precious and useful things. Moreover, they were especially enthusiastic about killing zombies for their cores. It turned out that they were already prepared. However, he didn't expect that the person they were waiting for was Lin Wenwen. He didn't know what this girl did to them when she went back. So be it. Since they are waiting for someone, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Xiao Yunlong looked at him with some puzzlement. Huh? Are you willing? Wu Qingyue looked at him with a smile and said, What's there to be unwilling about? After all, I've already made my choice. Xiao Yunlong didn't quite understand his words. He only felt that the fat piece of meat that they had been eyeing for a long time had been eaten by that girl Lin Wenwen. But since Wu Qingyue had already said so, what else could he say? He could only turn to other things. By the way, do you know why those people that Sikong Chun sent 2 days ago suddenly turned to the Universal Life Base last night? At that time, Wu Qingyue only let people bring back the news that this group of people had appeared in an ambush near Haicheng, but did not tell him what the goal of this group of people was. Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes and continued to smile, because their goal was not in Haicheng, so they finally decided to change their target. As a result, they were all captured by the Universal Life Base in one fell swoop, not leaving a single survivor. Xiao Yunlong listened to his words and just stared blankly at him. Wu Qingyue glanced at him, then explained, Sikong Chun sent people to capture Lingling or Xiao Tong, and then used the 2 children to restrain me. This is just one of his plans. He has other plans. Other plans to deal with him. As soon as Xiao Yunlong heard his words, his fiery temper flared. What? Sikong Chun has the idea of taking the children? He dares. It's too shameless. He even wants to use this kind of rotten trick. He has never been a straightforward person. It is normal to use this kind of trick. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. As long as the opponent fails, it doesn't matter what method is used. It's just that he doesn't have so many principles, and this is also called outsmarting. Wu Qingwei calmly said with a smile on his face. The two children were handed over to Wu Changyue when Lin Xiao left, and she did not take the two children with her in the end. Although she had a space that could guarantee her own safety, but there would always be accidents, so she was prepared for the worst and would not take the children with her. And Xiao Tong also said that Lin Xiao's current situation was not so easy to act up. At least she still had 3 months to half a year of buffer time. So even if she went down to explore the cave, it would not take as long as 3 months to half a year. When do you think they will come out? Xiao Yunlong also happened to think of this question and asked him. Wu Changyue said, "This depends on the situation. In any case, we have agreed to let her send someone back to explain the situation 10 days later, no matter what the progress is. Then if she doesn't come back, she will send another person back to report in another 10 days. In this way, they could also grasp their situation from time to time and not be completely ignorant about it." Xiao Yunlong listened and nodded. "That's possible. I don't know what the situation is like down there. Do you think the outbreak of the virus is due to some changes in the underground flow layer?" Wu Chengwei said, "Who knows? Even the high temperature of the magma can't kill the virus. This is not a biological form, but a special kind of energy. Could it be from below the mantle layer? You should know that the density and pressure of the rocks below the mantle are very high. To be able to survive in such a hard environment, no wonder they are not afraid of anything. I'm afraid that the environment has long trained them to be invulnerable." Xiao Yunlong had probably heard about the structure of the underground, but had not confirmed it. The mantle layer is the middle layer between the core and the crust, and is the thickest and most massive part. Chapter 1295. After Lin Xiao confirmed that there should be a passage on both sides of the boiling river, he controlled the ability under his feet to go up. Just as she was about to go up, Long Qingying and the others sensed someone's aura coming from behind. Everyone turned around to take a closer look, only to find that the aura had disappeared. Long Qingying and Kong Qingming, who were standing next to each other, exchanged a glance, and a hint of confusion flashed across their eyes. Duan Wan said, "Some people are hiding behind us and purposely releasing their aura to let us find them. What do they want to do? If they're not hiding to ambush us, then they must have some kind of plan." Kong Qingming looked behind and guessed. Long Qingying snorted, "If that woman dares to do anything, she'll suffer." Because their leader already knew the other party's plan, she must have a way to deal with that woman. However, in order to not let the other party hear too much about them, Long Qingying didn't say it out loud. The people of Qingshan Base looked at one side and the other silently observing the development of the situation. After that, they didn't look behind them. Instead, they looked down because Lin Xiao's aura had begun to rise. Lin Xiao quickly appeared in front of them. She first looked up at the tunnel behind them. Then he retracted his gaze and floated in midair, saying to them, "About 1,600 meters down, there is a river of water. The temperature down there is very high, not to mention the water. If you don't want to be cooked, don't fall into the water. There are some caves and tunnels on both sides of the river where other creatures have been. We'll stop by the shore." "Understood." After Kong Qingming replied, he waved his hand at his men and jumped down first. The others jumped down one after another. At the same time, the people of Qingshan Base also jumped down. The people of Qingshan Base didn't hesitate and immediately jumped down. Everyone calculated the time and depth of their descent, and when they felt the heat rising from the bottom, they suddenly shot out the weapons in their hands in unison. Everyone shot out a metal arrowhead connected to a steel wire. The arrowhead pierced into the rock walls on both sides. Then they fastened the buttons in their hands to their waistbands, and with the strength of the rope, swung themselves to the side of the rock wall. Kong Qingming's waist was pulled by the steel wire and hung on the wall more than 10 meters above the river. His feet were on the wall, and one hand was holding the steel wire. He turned his head and looked down. Although he was already a level 6 arcana, his eyes had evolved a lot. But at this time, apart from the hot air rising up from below, there was also a gray fog, so he couldn't see very clearly. After looking at it for a while, he took out his flashlight and shone it downwards. Sure enough, he saw the surface of the water. Moreover, the surface of the water was still bubbling. None of them were wind type, and their abilities had yet to reach level 7, so they did not have the ability to float in the air. If Lin Xiao hadn't reminded them to be prepared, wouldn't they have fallen straight into the water and been scalded into pieces? At this time, the others had also fixed themselves to the wall. After seeing the situation in the river, they carefully slid down the wall. Fortunately, they were wearing custom-made combat boots with metal soles. The high temperature of the ground wouldn't burn their soles. Lin Xiao landed on a protruding rock on the shore. She couldn't help but take off her coat and throw it into her space. It was really hot. In fact, if it weren't for the fear of the fog entering their bodies through their skin, they would have taken off their clothes long ago. But they didn't have Lin Xiao's immortal body, so they could only watch as Lin Xiao took off her coat and wore a military vest. She then tied her hair up into a ponytail. She turned around and looked at the caves on the other side of the wall. There were several near and far, and there were also some on the other side of the river. Lin Xiao looked left and right. Then, she chose a cave with the heaviest smell and pointed. This way. Everyone jumped down directly, but the dog from Qingshan Base didn't. It used its claws to grab the wall and directly slide up. Moreover, its sharp claws were completely locked on the extremely hard rock wall. After falling down, it first stood up and shook its head a few times. It almost threw off the muzzle that was covering its nose. This muzzle was specially made to prevent it from inhaling harmful gas. Lin Xiao glanced at the quiet dog that didn't have a sense of existence. Then, she thought about her own restless zombie dog. She silently sighed in her heart. No matter how much they fought, she was the one who raised it. Fortunately, there was a very well-behaved and obedient Dahe keeping an eye on it. Otherwise, it would be strange if Lu Qianni didn't go crazy because of it every day. Her gaze immediately alerted the dog. It instantly turned its head to look in her direction, but it didn't stay serious for more than 3 seconds. In the next second, it couldn't help but sneeze again. After everyone put away their preparations, they used their abilities to adjust their body temperature while walking in the direction Lin Xiao pointed. After leaving the river, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped a lot. The ground and walls of the cave they walked through were all flattened. There were also many strange bee's paw prints on the ground. We are now more than 4 kilometers deep from the surface. There are indeed a lot of creatures living underground. Kong Qingming held a flashlight and shone it up and down in the cave. His eyes also carefully observed the surroundings as he said. Lin Xiao was walking forward. After hearing his words, she directly replied, "The smell here is very strong. There are at least 20 different kinds of large creatures that have passed through this tunnel. If it was before the end of the world, under normal circumstances, there were very few creatures that could survive thousands of meters underground, let alone large ones. 20? So many?" Hearing her say that there were at least 20 kinds of large creatures that had passed through this tunnel, Kong Qingming's beautiful face was stunned for a second. Then, he immediately thought of the damned things that had appeared on the surface. There were already more than 20 kinds. Everyone observed the environment in the cave and any suspicious traces while moving forward vigilantly. At this time, a group of people appeared at the top of the cave behind them. Xiaolong Yun, who was in the lead, looked around before stretching her head to look down. She could feel that there was a bad feeling in the darkness below. It was obvious that there was some hidden danger down there. She took a step back and then pointed to one of the level 6 wind ability users and said, "You go down and check the situation as soon as possible. Don't let that group of people go too far, and don't let them obviously discover us." "Yes." The subordinate nodded and jumped out after releasing his special ability. He was a wind ability user, and the wind blowing up from the chasm below was very strong. Therefore, it was the most convenient and easiest for a wind ability user to go down. Chapter 1296. Xia Longyun waited above with her people. After a while, the people she sent down flew back up. Sir, there's an underground river about 2,000 meters below us. The temperature of the river is very high, and the surface of the river is already bubbling slightly. There are many caves and passages on both sides of the river. The people from Sea City have already walked into one of the caves. The person came up and reported the situation below. Xia Longyun immediately waved to the people behind her. Go down when you're ready. Yes. She didn't notice that there was a huge red figure lurking in the dark behind her. Two big round eyes stared at them curiously. After they all went down, the red figure slowly approached them. Although the big red cat's body was big, its 6 legs didn't make any sound when it moved. When it reached the edge, it stretched its head and looked down. Then it glanced left and right, suddenly striding towards the left side of the river, and jumped out from there towards the upstream on the left side of the river. Lin Xiao led the people forward, and as they walked, a fork appeared. The hole split into two, and 2 paths led forward. She raised her hand to stop the people behind her and stopped herself. Then she stared back and forth at the path on both sides. The path on the left didn't change much, but the path on the right was narrower, and there was a strange fishy smell. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then led the people to the big hole on the left. We've already gone more than 4,000 meters down, but we still haven't found any traces of those things. Don't tell me we have to go down to the magma layer to find those things. Kong Qingming stuck to Long Qingying's side, then looked left and right. Lin Xiao looked back at Lei Cheng, then continued to walk forward. As she walked, she asked him, "What were those things you encountered when you went down?" Lei Cheng, who had been expressionless all this time, answered her. "When we went down about 3,600 meters, we saw a plant with metal-like leaves growing under some rocks. It was as if it had drilled out from under the rock. It was so tough that the rock was bent." Hearing this, Lin Xiao stopped and looked back at him. "Did you take the plants back for research?" Lei Cheng nodded. "I did, but I didn't have time to study the substance it contained." Lin Xiao turned around and continued walking forward. As he walked, he said, "You guys encountered danger when you were only 3,000 meters down. Why haven't we encountered anything yet?" Lei Cheng corrected her. "The terrain in the northwest is higher. If we convert it to the terrain here, it's actually less than 3,000 meters. It's only about 2,700 to 2,800 meters. That's why you guys encountered this problem after going down such a shallow area. We have to continue going down." As Lin Xiao walked, he noticed that the ground was tilting downward. "It's very easy for us to get lost like this, and we don't even know how deep that space is," Duan Wan said worriedly as she walked, leaving landmarks in the dark. But now that he thought about it, he could only spend time fumbling around and let it go. There was no other way. As soon as she finished speaking, she sighed again. "It would be good if there was a guide. It would save us so much effort to keep looking." "Guide? Where are you going to find an underground native to lead the way for you? I'm afraid they will eat you first." Kong Qingming laughed and retorted. Duan Wan glared at him angrily and said, "I'm just saying. Can't you tell?" Of course, Kong Qingming could tell that she was just saying it casually. But now he had to pretend that he didn't hear it. "Oh, really? I really didn't hear it. I thought you really wanted to find an underground creature to lead the way for us. Even if you want to lead, you have to find one that went out from here. If you find the gorillas outside your base, they will probably lead you around blindly." Duan Wan was speechless because what he said was true. Even if they really wanted to find one, they had to find an underground creature that went out from here. Since she couldn't argue with Kong Qingming, Duan Wan was immediately unhappy. She couldn't make this guy happy even if she was unhappy. So she reached out and pulled Long Qingying, who was walking quietly next to Kong Qingming, to her side. Then she said to Long Qingying, "Oh, Qingqing, look at this man. He can't even understand the real meaning of my words. Someone like you who doesn't like to talk. Won't it be even more difficult for him to guess? You two are really not suitable. Why don't you find someone who knows you better?" Kong Qingming. "What the fuck?" Li Zheng, who was next to him, walked over and patted Kong Qingming's shoulder. He said to him, "That's why I said don't mess around with women. This is a strong creature that loses blood 5 or 6 days a month and still doesn't die. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Don't mess with her." After saying that, he returned to his retirement camp, gloating over the misfortune of others. Long Qingying looked at him silently, then nodded and said to Duan Wan, "Well, I'll think about it." No. Think about what? Qingqing doesn't need to say anything to know what she wants to say, so I don't need to talk too much to communicate with her. I think you should find someone who understands you and marry him as soon as possible. Don't mess with other people's relationships here." Kong Qingming couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly grabbed Long Qingying's hand and pulled her back to his side. Then he said to Duan Wan in disgust, "I don't need to. I'm fine living alone. It's so good to be free. Why do you have to find a blind man to bother you? Qingqing, if you don't bother him now, he'll be annoyed to death in the future. I'm telling you." Duan Wan sneered. After saying that, she turned her head and ignored them. Kong Qingming said to her angrily, "I think you're blind and can't find a suitable man. Why don't we become brothers? It's not bad. Think about it. After all, you often work together, and the nature of your work is similar. He should be able to understand you a little more." As he said that, he dragged Xiao Liqing, who was on the surface, into the water. Xiao Liqing, who was preparing documents to hand over to Wu Chengyue in his office in High City, suddenly sneezed loudly. Chu, the guard outside his door, was startled by his voice. He poked his head in to take a look, then shrank back. Xiao Liqing rubbed his nose and said, "Who's talking about me behind my back? Anyway, it couldn't be a cold." He was already a level 6 paranormal. His body couldn't have such a cute little illness and pain. So the first thing he thought of was that someone was talking about him behind his back. Chapter 1297. Lin Xiao paused for a moment after hearing Duan Wan's words. Then, he continued to walk forward, because she felt that what Duan Wan said was not impossible. Thinking back to the underground gorilla that he had subdued before, it seemed that it could communicate with it through the zombie roar. But the prerequisite was that she could capture a native of this place. Duan Wan and the others didn't know what Lin Xiao was thinking. After a few jokes, they continued to follow Lin Xiao. The ground in front of her began to tilt downwards. Lin Xiao sensed the changes in the air around her and in front of her. If there was any abnormality in the smell and the direction of the wind, she would stop and observe for a while. After passing through the fork in the road, not only did the terrain in front of them tilt downwards, even the height of the cave began to drop. The hole, which was originally a few meters high, slowly became shorter and shorter. Moreover, the downhill slope gradually became steeper and steeper, and the temperature in front began to drop sharply. Duan Wan shone the flashlight on the rocks on the ground and found that they were all damp and full of moisture. "Why is the temperature here so low?" The ground became damp. "Those at the back, watch your step. Be careful not to slip." She followed behind Lin Xiao and occasionally turned around to remind the others to pay attention to their feet and heads. Lin Xiao was walking when he suddenly stopped. He raised his hand and gestured for the people behind him to pay attention. Everyone stopped and looked at her. When he saw her stop, he knew something was up ahead. Lin Xiao stared at them for a while before saying, "Let's go." Then she took a few steps forward and jumped down. Everyone followed her to the place where she jumped and looked down. Only then did they realize that they had reached a place that looked like a pool. There was a pool of water that was more than 10 meters deep. The pool was not big. It was like a well with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. The water was calm, without any ripples. It was unknown where the source of the water came from. If there was no water above, it should be at the bottom. Looking up, there was nothing strange. It was just a flat, rocky top. Under the illumination of their flashlights, the water reflected a ray of light onto the ceiling. It was like a huge mirror, but one could not see the situation at the bottom. There was a large, dry clearing around the pool, and on the other side of the clearing was a cave. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of the cave and looked around. Then he walked to the pool and looked around. As she approached the pool, she felt the temperature drop even lower. The water in this pool should be ice cold, but why was it ice cold? He couldn't figure it out. So cold. Earlier, it was the hot river. Now it was the cold pond. This underground world is really a little beyond imagination. Kong Qingming couldn't help but mutter after coming down. Of course, no one would touch the water in the pool. Who knew if the water could be touched? But after coming down, the cold feeling was too obvious. Lei Cheng, Duan Wan, and the others went to Lin Xiao's side and looked into the cave. They realized that it was another world inside the cave. This hole was an exit, and outside the exit was a vast space. Standing at the entrance of the cave and looking down, there was a huge river below. It was 10 times bigger than the boiling river they saw before. The water was steady and the surface was clear. The river was at least 200 meters wide, and there were many caves on the rock walls on both sides. Moreover, the top was very high. They couldn't even see the top when they shone their flashlights on it. There was a faint layer of light under the water, driving away some of the darkness in this space. Just as they squeezed to the edge of the cave and looked down, suddenly a huge shadow slowly floated up from the bottom of the river and then slowly sank down. But with the appearance of this shadow, ripples immediately appeared on the calm surface of the water. After the shadow sank, it slowly returned to normal. There's something. Everyone's expression immediately became vigilant. This shadow was huge, and the surface of the river was about 200 meters wide. And the area that this shadow reflected in the river was about 20 to 30 meters wide and dozens of meters long. It was like a huge fish swimming down from the bottom of the river and then diving into the depths. But based on their experience, this huge thing in the water was obviously not a good thing. Lin Xiao looked around. The width of the upstream and downstream of the river did not change, and the movement of the water did not change much either. It seemed that this huge river should not be too shallow, and looking at the shadow that appeared in the water, it seemed that there was another world at the bottom of the water. She stared at the surface of the river for a while, and confirmed the vague sense of foreboding in her heart. It wouldn't affect her much, but it would be very dangerous for the people behind her. Follow me. Don't get too close to the river. The water is very dangerous. She withdrew her gaze and turned to remind the people behind her. Then, she leaned out and gently jumped down. She did not jump very far, and instead used her claws to grab the protrusions on the rock wall below. Her feet also stepped on some places on the rock wall that could be used for footholds, and like a rock climber, she nimbly climbed down. Below, there was a huge cave that was less than 3 meters above the water. Lin Xiao could feel the breath of the wind passing through the cave. The others followed behind Lin Xiao and swiftly climbed down. Soon, they all fell into the concave cave. The underground environment had many caves and passageways corroded by wind and water. In addition, there were many underground materials that formed into various forms. Sometimes, the ingenious workmanship of nature could create very incredible things. After Lin Xiao descended into the cave, she saw a light green glow at the end of the cave in front of her. She had no idea what would appear there, but it would definitely not be an ordinary thing. A faint and unique energy came from there. Lin Xiao raised her hand with her back facing the people behind her. She stared at the glow in the depths of the cave, telling them not to act rashly. However, at this moment, the glow suddenly disappeared. The end of the cave became pitch black again. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes. She retreated to the edge of the cave and looked up. Then, she sensed the surrounding aura fluctuations on the river surface. She could still faintly sense the presence of the people from Huaxia, especially that woman's aura. She frowned slightly, then retracted her gaze, turned around, and walked back into the cave. Don't you think of a way to get rid of them? At this moment, Lei Cheng, who had been silent at Qingshan Base, suddenly asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao waved her hand at him and said softly, "Don't worry." After saying that, she continued walking into the cave. The passage inside the cave was very spacious. Although the entrance of the cave was only 2 to 3 meters high, it gradually became a lot higher after entering. Because the terrain here was also sinking, the top of the cave seemed to be higher. Chapter 1298. Just as Lin Xiao and the others entered another cave and continued to explore, Lin Wenwen finally led Dong Xinxin and more than 10,000 people back to the gate of the base. Lin Feng stood on the top of the gate and watched their convoy slowly drive to the gate. Then he came down from the top of the wall. Lin Wenwen led Dong Xinxin and the others to greet him. She pointed to Dong Xinxin and said, "This is Xinxin I mentioned in the letter." Then she turned to Dong Xinxin and the others and gestured to Lin Feng. "He is one of the deputy leaders of the base. You should know him, so I won't introduce him." Everyone smiled and nodded to Lin Feng. Lin Wenwen pointed to the others and introduced them to Lin Feng. "This is Dong Lijia, Deng Chenfei, and Luo Yuanjun. And these are the leaders and deputy leaders of the other corps hunting groups. Hello, welcome to the Universal Base." Lin Feng nodded at them and greeted them. Then he continued to say to them, "I have prepared the place for you to live. Your people can come with me to have a look. If you're not satisfied, you can tell me your opinion." Then he turned around and walked into the gate. He raised his hand, and an off-road vehicle drove over and stopped in front of him. Lin Wenwen followed Lin Feng to the off-road vehicle, while Dong Lijia and the others returned to their own cars and asked the driver to drive in. Then they followed Lin Feng's car. After their cars went in, the convoy behind them slowly drove in. No one needed to go into the testing room to be tested. They were led in directly. Is it because of us that they don't want to do the virus test? Isn't it too careless? Luo Yuanjun looked at the gate behind them and saw that it was open. There were rows of soldiers standing on both sides of the gate and on top of it. Strangely, these soldiers were all wearing sunglasses. Maybe it was because the sun was too strong. He looked up at the sky as he spoke, and then his eyes were immediately blinded by the sun. They didn't know that the base could skip this procedure. After all, it was very important to test whether people were infected with the virus in other bases. They couldn't let people who carried the virus into the base because it would cause panic if they infected others. This is because this zombie virus is a death virus. As long as you're infected, you will only end up as a zombie. Dong Xinxin said to him, "Maybe Wenwen's base has some special arrangements. After all, we brought so many people with us. If we do the elimination test one by one at the entrance, we won't be able to finish it until tomorrow morning." Well, that's true, but they can open a few gates. That's quite troublesome. Luo Yuanjun felt that Dong Xinxin was right, so he nodded after thinking about it. After all, in other bases, they would have to line up until dawn. For example, when Skyfire and Hidden Cloud City's people went to the Chinese base, they had to wait a day or two outside the gates before they could enter. Because they had to line up for testing, disinfection, and so on, it would take a few minutes for one person to enter, and there were only 5 testing rooms in each gate. Moreover, there were a lot of people going in and out of China. It was impossible not to queue up. However, they didn't expect that the other cars had already been scanned by the human shape detectors when they entered the gate. Everyone's base was large enough to begin with, and in order to provide more accommodations, they had to expand the perimeter. After the walls were built, the base began to repair the buildings. There weren't that many people, so there were a lot of empty buildings. However, Lin Wenwen had brought back more than 10,000 people. They had to allocate 1 or 2 small areas in the outer sector for them to live in. When they arrived, Lin Feng and Lin Wenwen got out of the car. When Dong Xinxin and the others were out of the car, Lin Feng pointed to the area behind them. "This is the outer sector 2 that belongs to our base. This and that side are all outer sector 2. I'll give you a map of the buildings so you can make your own arrangements. Since you came here in such a hurry, we'll have to trouble you to make your own arrangements. Once you've settled in, you can give us the information." "What? We're just going to live here? Aren't you going to test the people who come in for the virus?" Luo Yuanjun was the first to speak up. The others looked at Lin Feng in confusion, waiting for his answer. Before Lin Feng could speak, Lin Wenwen said with a smile, "We've already done the test." As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Xinxin and the others immediately turned their heads and looked at each other in confusion. Then they all looked at Lin Wenwen in confusion. "You've done the test?" Dong Xinxin opened his eyes wide and looked at her in confusion. The smile on Dong Lijia's face also cracked, and his squinted eyes opened, revealing his eyes. He looked at Lin Wenwen in confusion. When? Why don't we know? Lin Wenwen smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. He just looked at them secretly. Lin Feng then explained to them, "Don't worry about this. When you entered the city, someone scanned all of you. Well, because his superpower is very special. As long as you're close to him, he can sense the existence of the virus. He could only say that the zombie army was a person with a special superpower. There's such a superpower? It's so useful." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Dong Xin and the others showed a curious expression. Lin Feng said, "After all, there are too many of you. It would be a waste of time to enter the test room one by one to be scanned. So, I asked them to stand at the city gate and watch you guys enter." Lin Wenwen nodded at this time. "That's right. So, in order to save time, I didn't let you guys torment yourself too much. Let's go and see where you guys are staying." As she spoke, she walked into the district. This district was a garden district, and there were more than 20 buildings in it. It was very big. Each building was more than 10 stories high, and there were 4 suites on each floor. And each suite had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, so it could accommodate quite a number of people. Dong Lijia held the building and interior drawings, and as he walked, he sized up the surrounding environment. The others also looked at the drawings in his hands and calculated how many people could live in each suite. These rooms aren't small. There are 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and each room can accommodate 2 people. One suite can accommodate 6 people. There's no shortage of houses now, so it's fine if it's not too crowded, Lin Feng said as he walked with them. There were 4 suites on each floor, and if each suite could accommodate 6 people, then the floor could accommodate 24 people. Each building had 16 floors, and it could accommodate 300 to 400 people. This district had more than 20 buildings, and it could accommodate almost 10,000 people. Moreover, there was another district next to it for their people to live in. Chapter 1299. These are temporary accommodations for you, Lin Feng said to them. What he meant was that if they wanted to apply for a house of their own in the future, it would depend on their own efforts. Not bad. Although the buildings here are not as good as those in Haicheng, there is enough space. Luo Yuanjun looked around. After the second outbreak of the virus, all the plants were infected and mutated. That was why there were no plants in the human base, because normal plants could not be grown on the land. After cutting down most of the plants in the base, the whole city looked like a city of steel. There are metal buildings, cement, and steel bars everywhere. In the future, there will be more and more people in the base, and the empty space will gradually decrease. Dong Lijia said with a smile on his face, "It will be better if we can live until the place is full. It means that our base is about to mature." Lin Feng led them to the building. While they were looking at the building, cars drove in one by one from outside the community. However, no one got out of the car. They were waiting for the order. When Dong Xin and the others came out of the building, the road outside the community was full of cars. Dong Lijia asked Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun to discuss with the leaders of the corpse hunter groups at the base about the accommodation arrangements. For now, they could only arrange the accommodation according to the number of people. In the next 2 or 3 days, they would rearrange the accommodation according to the level of each person's ability and position in the group. While they were discussing at the entrance of the community, Dong Xin and Dong Lijia walked out of the community with Lin Feng and Luo Yuanjun. They got into a car and went to the government building of the base. Recently, there seems to be no sign of the underground creatures outside the base approaching the human base. Are you prepared to deal with them? Dong Lijia asked Lin Feng about the current situation outside. They were still very worried about this problem. We do have a temporary solution, but we'll have to wait until our leader's mission is over before we can come up with a final solution. Because you have seen the creatures outside, our ability attacks have no effect on them. And these creatures suddenly came out of nowhere, so they're not used to the environment on the ground. Moreover, for such a large area to surge out in such a large number, it was likely that the place where these creatures originally lived had undergone a huge change. It would be best if these things could be driven back underground. We can't kill all of them because our combat power isn't enough to deal much damage to them. Lin Feng analyzed the situation of the underworld creatures. The most dangerous thing about these creatures on the surface was that they were harmful to the environment, and their predatory nature was too terrifying. It was like a plague of locusts. Once it passed through, it would cause misery and suffering. Now, they had to develop a weapon that could deal great damage to them while not affecting the environment. Or he could think of a way to drive them back to the underground where they lived. However, if they were to use powerful weapons against them, it was impossible not to affect the environment. For example, nuclear weapons and missiles could destroy a large number of underground creatures. But what would happen after that? The terrible effects of nuclear pollution were not what humans wanted to see. The current environment was already terrible enough without human intervention. Humans were currently trying to find ways to save the environment. So how could they do anything that would endanger the environment? Therefore, the leaders had to think of other ways. I heard that the leaders' meeting this time was to discuss how to solve these things. Why did they send a group of people down to scout the situation? Dong Xinxin asked curiously. That's possible. We can expose the unknown underground creatures and let everyone know what's going on. Only when you have confidence in your heart can you deal with it more accurately. Dong Lijia nodded and said. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. That's right. This way, we can find a better way to deal with these things. After sitting down in Lin Feng's office, Lin Feng formally asked Dong Xinxin, Miss Dong, you have joined the Universal Base. Are there any conditions? Wenwen's letter didn't mention this. He knew that Dong Xinxin was actually the person in charge, so he asked her directly. Lin Wenwen's letter only said that these people were coming, but he didn't say what conditions they wanted. At that time, he and Xin Yuding were curious about what conditions Lin Wenwen used to invite them to join the Universal Base. Dong Xinxin looked at Lin Wenwen, then looked back at Lin Feng and said, This condition doesn't need to be special. As long as we can continue to live as the original residents of the base in the future, at least in the next 50 to 100 years, under the premise that we don't violate the custom rules of the base, we can't be kicked out for any reason. After hearing this, Lin Feng's originally serious expression immediately became stunned. He looked at Lin Wenwen suspiciously, wondering if he had heard wrong. However, Lin Wenwen didn't have any reaction, as if she already knew. It's that simple? Seeing that Lin Wenwen's expression didn't change, Lin Feng could only look back and continue to confirm with Dong Xinxin. Dong Xinxin nodded. Yes, that's the condition. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, speechlessly, what kind of condition is this? He thought that they would at least ask for some important position in the base, or some special treatment, etc. In the end, he didn't expect that they only mentioned a condition that wasn't really a condition. Oh, I didn't have this condition originally, but on the way here, I changed my mind. Dong Xinxin looked at Lin Wenwen with a smile. If Lin Wenwen hadn't said that if anything happened here in the future, even if they couldn't accept it and chose to leave, they shouldn't be enemies with them, etc. She wouldn't have to worry that her people might be kicked out when the time comes. Lin Wenwen, Lin Feng's eyes were stunned again, and he looked at her in confusion and asked, What? You changed your mind on the way here? But why did you change it to this? Well, it doesn't seem to be a condition for you. As long as you don't violate very serious rules, who will kick you out? He really couldn't understand why she would change to such a joking condition halfway through the journey. It didn't make sense. That's hard to say. After all, who knows what will happen in the future? It's just in case. Dong Xinxin continued to say with a smile. The two small dimples on her face made her look very cute. Chapter 1300. Ahem. Okay, this is the condition. Don't regret it. Looking at Lin Feng's inexplicable expression and Dong Xinxin's meaningful glance, Lin Wenwen quickly asked them to settle this matter. Lin Wenwen hurriedly asked them to settle this matter. If they kept asking, she felt that she would be dragged into this mess. We won't regret it, Wenwen. Since we chose to believe you, we will be responsible for our future position. Dong Lijia smiled and glanced at Lin Wenwen. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and nodded his head firmly. Lin Feng had a nod. Okay, I will ask someone to draft an agreement for you to sign. Is there really no other additional requirements? Lin Feng still felt that such a simple condition was a bit unreal. The Dong siblings shook their heads at the same time. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, 3 days later, we will hold an agreement meeting with the leaders of your zombie hunting group. During these 3 days, you can discuss and inspect the conditions of our base with your own team. If you decide to stay, come and sign the agreement. There was also a second base in this base. Although many people knew that there was a second base, they didn't allow humans to approach it. The people in the base all thought that it should be a military base, so it was so secretive. Therefore, in order to prevent new survivors from approaching out of curiosity or bad intentions, the agreement of the base would clearly state that without the consent of the person in charge of the base, no one could approach the second base. Okay, no problem. Dong Lijia and Dong Xinxi nodded and stood up. After shaking hands with Lin Feng, they left the office. Only the Lin siblings were left. Lin Feng stared at Lin Wenwen and asked, "Did you say something to them? When you mentioned the condition just now, they looked at you suspiciously." Even if he didn't carefully observe, he could see that the Dong siblings looked at Lin Wenwen with a strange look. Therefore, at that time, he could guess that the condition of the passers-by must have something to do with his sister. Lin Wenwen's expression also became serious and said to him, "Brother, I saw some scenes these 2 days. Not good." Lin Feng's expression immediately became heavy, and he didn't say anything. Lin Wenwen continued, "One is about sister-in-law and you. From now on, you have to send people to protect sister-in-law and Xiaolu." Lin Feng's aura immediately fluctuated. He frowned and stared at Lin Wenwen. "How is it related to your sister-in-law and Xiaolu? What did you see?" "I saw it. Sister-in-law was captured by a group of armed men. Because that was something that would only happen in the future, they still didn't know where the connection point was. That's why I asked you to send people to keep an eye on them. Maybe it's because I brought too many people this time," Lin Wenwen said with a frown. Because there were more than 13,000 people who came this time, she could not guarantee that there were no spies hidden among them. However, she couldn't reject Dong Lijia and the others just because of this. Therefore, Lin Wenwen was actually mentally prepared for any accidents to happen to this group of people. Therefore, her last sentence was a reminder to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes sank. He then sighed and said, "Indeed. After all, there are more than 13,000 people. Maybe even their leaders and managers don't know if there are any disloyal people in their team." Speaking of this, he looked up at Lin Wenwen and asked her, "So, did you see anything else?" Lin Wenwen just shook her head and said, "No, but I just have a vague feeling that something big will happen, and it should be related to our base." And I thought about it carefully. I think it might be related to Big Sister's identity, the zombie army, or even the planting of our land. All of them are possible, because these 3 secrets were the biggest secrets of all beings' base. If one of them was leaked, then their base would have to face the attention and controversy of all human beings. Hearing her words, Lin Feng also understood what she was thinking. Then he nodded, but his expression was not as worried as Lin Wenwen. He said, "These 3 secrets, no matter which one is leaked, we have already thought of a way to deal with it. Don't worry too much. At worst, we could just be independent. What can they do to us? Is that why you said something to them?" Lin Wenwen sat there and nodded. She leaned back on the chair and said, "Yes, that's the reason." He said, "Yes, that's the reason." Then I told them that even if they choose to leave in the future, I don't want them to treat us as enemies. Lin Feng looked at her and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he said to her with understanding, "Yes, that's true. From their point of view, without knowing the secret of our base, if one day they suddenly find out that there are so many zombies in our base, they probably can't accept it. From their point of view, without knowing the secret of our base, if one day they suddenly find out that there are so many zombies in our base, they probably won't be able to accept it. Originally, they thought that they just joined a human base from one human base to another. They didn't expect that they actually joined a zombie base instead of a human base. Unbeknownst to him, he lived with a bunch of middle and high-level zombies. As a human, they felt like they were cheated and betrayed. Yes, that's why I reminded them in advance. In the end, Dong Xinxin thought that I was going to drive them away. I don't know what she was thinking. Lin Wenwen said impatiently. Lin Feng thought for a moment and suddenly looked at her with a strange expression. But does she trust you that much? You already reminded her, but she still made such a condition. Does she want to tie all of them here? Isn't that too reckless? Why did she do that? Thinking of these questions, he felt that Dong Xinxin seemed to have trusted Lin Wenwen too much. Wasn't she afraid that she would regret it in the future? Even if she didn't regret it, what about the people in the zombie hunting group? He didn't know what method this girl used to make those people follow her wholeheartedly. Lin Wenwen shrugged helplessly. I think she did this in order to help me in the future. She was originally a simple girl with a character that valued friendship. After experiencing the post-apocalyptic environment, although her original naivety had worn away, it made her trust in the people she had set her sights on. The warning I gave her before may have made her realize that our base will encounter some trouble in the future. From the point that Dong Xinxin and her people waited for her for 7 years, Lin Wenwen felt that her character was still very stubborn. Once she decided on something, she wouldn't change it. Chapter 1301. She heard Lin Wenwen say that Dong Xinxin had waited for her for 7 years with so many people. It seemed that this little girl really trusted her sister. She probably wanted to thank Lin Wenwen for helping her and her family and friends 7 years ago. To be able to meet such a grateful girl in the post-apocalyptic era was quite rare. What a good girl. Right, this girl doesn't have anyone she likes yet. Why don't we let her spend some time with Lin Hao? Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and came up with this idea. Lin Wenwen was speechless. The topic changed too quickly. She wanted to complain to her brother. Are you afraid that Lin Hao can't find himself a wife? Why don't you ask Lin Hao if he has anyone he likes? You want to match someone up without saying a word? Isn't the topic changing too quickly? I don't know if she has someone she likes, but if you want to marry her, you have to get past Dong Lijia, the sister Khan. Secondly, you have to get past Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun, the two rivals in love. Thirdly, Xinxin might not even like Lin Hao. After Lin Wenwen complained in his heart, he couldn't help but stab Lin Feng with his words. Lin Feng said, "What? Sis Khan? Dong Lijia has this trait?" Although he was in his 40s, he knew that there was a type of person who had a deep obsession with something. It was so deep that people couldn't understand it. So from another perspective, a brother with a sis Khan would treat his sister like a treasure, and no one would be able to get close to her. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng thought of his brother who didn't have a good personality. His face immediately stiffened. It seemed a bit difficult to matchmake the two of them. When it came to the person she liked, Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of her sweetheart, Yuan Tianxing, who was still sleeping in her sister's space. She sighed dejectedly and said, "Sigh, I don't know when my sister will come back. How is brother Tianxing doing?" Hearing her mention Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng immediately said, I forgot to tell you. I have some good news for you about Tianxing. A few days ago, I sent a letter and some pure catnip you left behind to Lin Xiao. Later, Lin Xiao sent someone back with news that your catnip had a great effect on Tianxing's condition. His condition is rapidly improving. I reckon that when Lin Xiao completes this mission, you'll be able to see your brother Tianxing in the flesh when he returns. Really? That's great. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Wenwen's face immediately showed a surprised expression. His eyes shone brightly as he sat up straight and stared at Lin Feng with widened eyes. She didn't expect that the catnip she brought back could save Yuan Tianxing. This was great. What a pleasant surprise. This was because when she saw Yuan Tianxing's entire body was covered in purple, and she couldn't even see his face clearly, she was truly frightened. Ever since she found out that something had happened to Yuan Tianxing, there had been a stone in the corner of her heart. It was only after hearing Lin Feng's words that the stone in her heart disappeared, and her mood became relaxed again. Because he was too happy, Lin Wenwen seemed a little excited. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, so you don't have to worry so much about his condition. While the two of them were talking about Yuan Tianxing's condition, Lu Tianyi, who was in Lin Xiao's space, was in Yuan Tianxing's room feeding him medicine with a bowl. Lin Xiao had already started the mission, so the next few times of feeding Yuan Tianxing medicine were thrown to her cheap little brother who was idling in her space. Lu Tianyi didn't have Lin Xiao's and Tung Tong's powerful special sensing skills, so he couldn't see the condition of Yuan Tianqing's body. Right now, he was just a normal level 5 zombie, so the purple on Yuan Tianqing's body was actually grayish-black in his eyes. He could see that Yuan Tianqing's hands and feet had turned white. His legs, from the middle of his thighs to the bottom of his feet, and his arms were all white. Just a few days ago, his whole body was grayish-black, but now it had recovered a lot. With this bowl, I think the crucial part from his thighs to his stomach will be healed. Xiedong stared at Yuan Tianqing's crotch as he watched Lu Tianyi pour the medicine into Yuan Tianqing's mouth. He was deep in thought. Lu Tianyi turned to look at him and said, "I don't know yet, but it should be similar to what you said." After saying that, he saw Xiedong's gaze and also glanced at Yuan Tianqing's crotch. He silently added, "I hope some of his functions won't disappear because of this." Xiedong looked away and said, "He's quite lucky. In this situation, there's still someone who found medicine for him, and it was brought back from 7 years ago." Lu Tianyi turned around and placed the empty medicine bowl on the table. He then stood by the bed and stared at Yuan Tianqing silently for a while. He suddenly asked Xiedong, "Don't you feel that Yuan Tianqing's qi has weakened a lot? Although his condition is getting better, his breath is getting weaker and weaker." Xiedong leaned over and pressed his hand on Yuan Tianqing's heart to feel his heartbeat. Then he stood there and said to Lu Tianyi, "It's normal for him to become weaker. His body was destroyed by the invading energy before, and then the leader threw him into the lake to suppress it. But now, the two energies are devouring each other in his body. It's like a battlefield. After the two armies are done fighting, will the situation on the battlefield still be lively? Definitely not. If it weren't for the protection of his level 7 arcana, his body would have been completely crippled after the two external energies consumed each other." Hearing Xiedong say this, Lu Tianyi immediately understood what he meant. He nodded in understanding. "Oh, no wonder his breath became weaker. That means, even if the abnormal energy in his body is cleared, his body will probably be very weak, right?" Xiedong nodded. "Yes, his strength will be greatly reduced. He'll need some time to recover." Lu Tianyi looked at Yuan Tianqing and said, "It's good enough that he can recover. Lin Wenwen didn't waste the catnip that she brought back 7 years ago." After Xiedong retracted his hand, he casually crossed his arms in front of his chest and said expressionlessly, "Miss Wenwen has the ability to foresee things. She must have foreseen something when she was over there. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought back so much of this grass. Not only can it be used as a weapon, but it can also be used as medicine. Well, I wonder where the leader is now. Did he find anything new?" Lu Tianyi took the empty bowl and walked out. As he walked, he said, "He hasn't let you guys out yet. It's probably not time yet." Chapter 1302. At this time, Lin Xiao led her team down the underground caves. Above them, a few hundred meters away, Xie Longyun and the others were following Lin Xiao's group. Behind Xie Longyun's group, a red figure was gently flying above the boiling river and entering a larger cave. Then it quickly turned left and right, then jumped left and crawled right. From time to time, it would be stuck in a narrow opening and struggle to get through. Just like that, it walked for a long distance. Suddenly, there was an empty space in front of it, and a huge, wide river appeared before it. Meanwhile, Xie Longyun's group was still wandering around in some caves. Big Cat flew above the river and sniffed the air upstream and downstream. Then, it quickly flew towards Lin Xiao's group. As it flew, it abruptly ascended. Splash! A huge shadow suddenly rushed out of the river and pounced towards the six-legged Big Cat. It was a huge fish with 4 web claws. Its body was more than 20 meters wide and 80 to 90 meters long. There were also a few very long fish tails with thorns growing out of its tail. Its huge mouth was full of jagged teeth, and it wanted to bite the six-legged Big Cat. However, the six-legged Big Cat had already sensed it, so it suddenly flew up. This huge fish jumped more than 10 meters out of the water, causing a huge wave. Then, it fell back down and smashed into the water. Bang! Splash! The originally calm river surface was now turbulent because of this fish. The water on both sides slapped against the rock walls on both sides. Seeing that the big fish had fallen into the water, Big Cat calmly swung its tail in the air and quickly flew away. At the place where the big fish landed, several huge shadows quickly appeared and swam around. After sensing that the big cat's aura had disappeared, these shadows sank back down. On the other side, Lin Xiao's group had entered the barbecue mode again. They walked into a magma cave. Below the cave was the red and boiling magma. The temperature in the cave had already risen to a very high level because there was too little of it. The red light from the red cracks under the magma illuminated the cave with a faint red light. Fortunately, Lin Xiao and the others were at a higher position than the lava, so they were not directly roasted. "How deep are we from the surface now?" Lin Xiao asked Duan Wan without calculating. Duan Wan measured the slope and verticality of her footsteps and roughly calculated a range of 300 meters. She said, "About 6,300 meters to 6,800 meters. We've walked so deep, but we still haven't found anything. Do we go the wrong way?" Kong Qingming asked hesitantly. "We were walking blindly in the first place, and no one knew the way. How could he be wrong? It's because I'm walking around blindly that I need to find it," Duan Wan said to him in a bad mood as she marked the magma cave in front of her. "Yes, there are traces of those things' activities here. If we can't find them, it means that they're hiding deep, and most of them have escaped to the surface," Lei Cheng denied after looking around. Lin Xiao squatted at the edge of the cave, staring at the bubbling magma with a pungent smell as he carefully observed it. Long Qingying saw her expression and immediately raised her hand to stop the others from talking. Everyone understood what she meant. She wanted everyone to be quiet so as not to disturb Lin Xiao, who was observing something and affect her concentration. "There's something coming out of the magma. Be careful." Lin Xiao suddenly stood up and stared at the magma without blinking. Everyone immediately put away their tools and took out their own weapons. They concealed their presence and began to stare down vigilantly. Plop, plop. The magma below suddenly began to churn as if something was rising from the bottom. Soon, everyone saw the magma below begin to churn, and a few bumps the size of a small car bulged out. Everyone was very curious as to what was crawling out of the magma pool, but at the same time, they all knew that it was definitely a monster. Moreover, it wasn't just one, there were quite a few of them. They didn't know if more would appear later. Just as they were thinking about it, they noticed that 5 or 6 more bumps began to slowly roll out of the magma pool. Hua! Phew! The magma was very thick, and it seemed difficult for the thing below to drill out. Because it had been wrapped up for a long time, they couldn't see its true appearance. Then, the dozen or so big bumps suddenly stopped when they reached a height of 1 or 2 meters. After stopping for 2 or 3 seconds, they suddenly began to slowly descend again. Why did they descend? Could it be that they wanted to go down and rest before continuing? With this thought in mind, everyone silently watched as the bumps all rose to a height of about 2 meters. Then they all stopped and slowly sank like the previous one. Lin Xiao and the others curiously waited for the sunken bumps to rise again, but there was no reaction after waiting for a long time. After waiting silently for a long time, the bottom of the magma pool became calm again. Had those things sunk? That's why they sank. Sank 3 seconds later, 10 seconds later, 3 minutes later. Everyone was speechless. Huh? They sank just like that? So they weren't coming out? Was this for real? Why did they feel like they were being tricked? Was this a joke? They were still looking forward to seeing what kind of ghost it was. Then the things swelled and sank without regard to them. Did they go home? A strange atmosphere spread among everyone. Lin Xiao finally said quietly, "I guess they won't come up again, Duan Wan. Maybe Kong Qingming, maybe Lei Cheng, maybe." There was another period of silence. 10 seconds later, Lin Xiao suddenly turned to them and said, "Okay, we should go. No matter what came out just now, we have to be careful if these things suddenly rush out." After saying that, she flashed into the cave and appeared on a protruding platform on the opposite side. Then the others carefully jumped out and jumped to where Lin Xiao was. The width of this cave was not large, only about 20 meters. For these level 5 psychics and above, jumping over was no problem. Lin Xiao stood on the side and carefully observed the movements in the magma pool and around them, in case something suddenly appeared and attacked them when they jumped over. After everyone jumped over, she turned around and continued to walk into the cave on the platform. Chapter 1303. Just as Lin Xiao and the others were about to leave the magma cave, the magma in the underground magma pool began to move again. The same bubbling sound made everyone stop in their tracks and look down. The situation was the same as before. There were a few bulges below, and a large amount of flowing magma was pushed up. And it's here again. Kong Qingming looked down and said aloud, "Is it teasing us again this time?" Li Zheng said suspiciously as he sized up the situation below. The others were obviously not as nervous as before, but they still maintained the necessary vigilance. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and stared down. A large amount of red energy was rolling. It should be the fire energy of the magma. But among the flowing energy, there were a few dark red, round energy clusters that were slowly pushing up. The energy contained in these few energy clusters was very strong, but the aura they revealed was not strong. Just now, Lin Xiao thought that these things would come out directly, so she did not use her eyes to observe the energy below. In the end, these things did not know what happened. They only came out halfway and then went back. This time, she did not know if it would be the same as before, coming out halfway and then going back. Or would it directly reveal itself? But this time, regardless of whether these things would come out on their own, Lin Xiao was not going to let them go back, because the energy contained in those few energy clusters was enough for her to upgrade a few level 4 fire zombies to level 5. All of you don't move. When these things rose to about 2 meters high, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted at them. Then she took action herself, waving her hand, and a few black flames were suddenly thrown out. And just as Lin Xiao shouted, the bulges below suddenly rushed out of the magma and pounced towards their position. At this time, Lin Xiao also waved her black flames, directly blocking these things that rushed up with magma to attack them. Then, Lin Xiao controlled her black flames to suddenly expand, directly wrapping the top of these things that rushed over in the black flames. The things that were wrapped in Lin Xiao's black flames immediately became agitated, suddenly swaying left and right, and began to struggle. Only then did everyone realize that these bulging things were still connected to the ground. Just as Lin Xiao was about to engulf the flowers with her black flames, she felt the energy on the flowers suddenly explode, and in an instant, her black flames' devouring speed slowed down by dozens of times. These things began to sway left and right due to Lin Xiao's attack, but their roots were firmly stuck to the bottom of the magma pool. Even the leader's fire can't burn them. That's amazing, Li Jing couldn't help but say as he observed the situation below. Duan Wan disagreed and said, "No, it's not that it can't be burned. It's because its speed has slowed down and this damn thing can finally move." Because of Lin Xiao's special ability attack, the raised bags finally reacted. One had to know that Lin Xiao's black fire ability could engulf everything in an instant, but now the effect of her ability attack had been reduced by more than half. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The black flames that were wrapped around the bulges immediately flourished. As the object in the fire shook violently, the black fire she controlled still stubbornly stuck to the object. After a while, the swaying object slowly stopped moving. Lin Xiao waved her hand and dispersed the black fire that was wrapped around the unknown object. After the black fire that was wrapped around the object began to disperse, it finally revealed the object inside. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes were actually a few huge dark red flowers. Huh? Are they flowers? Are they mutated plants? Kong Qingming immediately said after seeing the dark red flowers. These flowers were very large. Just the diameter of the largest flower alone was 2 meters wide. The stamen of the flower was a black hole. It wasn't like the other mutated plants on the ground, where their teeth grew on the stamen. Their teeth grew on the petals. The shape of the flower was more like a lotus, with a circle of triangular petals. The edges of the petals had white thorns as thick as a finger, and the petals were still opening and closing like a man-eating flower, biting and biting. What was even more peculiar was that there was a small red flame at the tip of the flower's petals. Mutated man-eating flower? Li Zheng stretched his neck and looked at the dark red flower that had revealed its original form. Duan Wan said, "This is a real spark. Getting rid of these teeth is also quite beautiful." After seeing the true appearance of these sparks, everyone didn't feel any threat. They began to leisurely watch Lin Xiao clean up the magma sparks. Plants that could grow under magma, and mutated at that, were already not simple. It was unknown what these flowers looked like before they mutated, but this appearance was definitely due to the mutation of the virus. Of course, under the flower was not a normal stem, but a huge stone chain that looked like stones connected together. At the top of the stone chain was a flower. Then, the huge stone chain formed by the stones would swing on its own. It was unknown whether the flower at the top was controlling the stone, or the stone was controlling the flower at the top. It was also because this special stone contained a very strong energy that it wasn't quickly melted by the energy of Lin Xiao's black fire. The stone sparks that had revealed their true form stood crookedly below. The flames on the petals seemed to be inextinguishable, and the original opening and closing movements were a lot slower. Lin Xiao squinted her eyes to look at the situation of these flowers. She found that their energy had been swallowed by her black flames, and they were not as vigorous as before. Moreover, the energy was concentrated at the bottom of these flower discs where they were connected to the stones. Just as Lin Xiao was about to go down and pick these strange flowers, the whole magma cave suddenly shook. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's feet shook, and then it began to shake. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The first thing that came to everyone's mind was an earthquake or a collapse, and they immediately looked around nervously. Look down! At this time, Long Qingying suddenly pointed to the bottom of the magma pool and said. At this time, Lin Xiao's gaze was also silently staring at the magma pool that had begun to violently undulate. There were no bulges like before, but directly in the middle of the magma pool was a large, unknown object. Hoo-hoo-hoo, bang, bang, bang. The few dark red sparks that had originally calmed down suddenly rushed up frantically. Its stone-like roots grew out from the bottom of the magma. Not only these few, but many more of these flowers emerged from the bottom of the magma. Then, these flowers were violently swung and directly hit the surrounding rock walls. They even used the flowers to bite the rocks on the rock walls. Gotcha! A few pieces of rock were bitten off from the originally very hard stone wall and fell into the magma pool. Chapter 1304. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The unknown object that was rising from the middle of the magma pool was quickly revealed. An object that looked like a large stone emerged from the magma pool. The magma pool at the bottom of the cave was originally 20 to 30 meters wide, but after this large, stone-like object emerged, it occupied 1/3 of the magma pool and continued to rise. It didn't reveal its entire body. At this moment, the red flowers that were connected by the stone seemed to have come to life again. They swayed and rushed towards Lin Xiao and the others. They opened all the petals, revealing those finger-thick and sharp thorns that quickly bit towards them. Bang! Everyone quickly retreated into the cave, and then saw the entrance of the cave being smashed by more than a dozen large flowers. They didn't bite anyone, but they smashed a lot of rocks at the edge of the cave. Lin Xiao leaped into the air above the cave and controlled the black mist to support her feet. She looked at the giant rock monster below and found that the flowers were connected to the giant rock monster. The flames on the flowers swelled again, like bright red sparks. They were like lanterns, illuminating the light in the cave. Compared to before, these flowers were now very aggressive, and their attack range was much wider, and they could attack everywhere in the cave. Looking at it now, These flowers were like suction cups, sucking on the wall and directly smashing it. If they were to bite humans, they would be bitten into a ball of rotten meat. These flowers can't be the tentacles or feelers of the thing below, right? Seeing that half of the cave entrance had collapsed, everyone who retreated into the depths of the cave guessed curiously. Lei Cheng turned his head to look at his early eye, then turned his head to look at the flowers waving around outside. He said, "Although we can't feel the aura of this thing, it's definitely very dangerous." After all, his early eye was now hiding behind everyone with his tail between his legs. It seemed like the thing below was more dangerous than he thought, because he was already a level 7 ability, but he couldn't feel the aura of the thing below. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was too strong and had completely restrained its strength, they still wouldn't feel anything even when it started to attack. It seemed like they were confused. He couldn't sense any danger, so he lowered his vigilance. This was very dangerous. It was no wonder that even the 8th rank leader of the Universal Base was unable to use his ability to instantly devour the flowers. Lin Xiao frowned and narrowed his eyes as he stared at the thing below. Sure enough, he saw a huge mass of purplish-red energy in the center of its body. This energy was similar to the energy that had invaded Yuan Tianxing's body, but it was more overbearing and dangerous. And if she hadn't wrapped those flowers with her ability just now, she wouldn't have let the energy overflow from the explosion. Otherwise, the energy from the explosions would have filled the entire cave with this kind of energy gas. Even if no one breathed it in, they would be poisoned if they came into contact with their skin. Retreat, retreat. Step back. Lin Xiao dashed to the entrance of the cave and ordered the people in the cave with his back facing them. Without waiting for anyone to make a move, the mutated dog from Qingshan Base was the first to jump up and run away. Yes, Duan Wan and the rest of the people of Universal Base responded, and immediately followed the people of Ocean City and Green Mountain Base into the tunnel. Perhaps sensing that the people in the cave had run far away, the monster in the magma pool immediately concentrated the flowers to attack Lin Xiao, who was in the air. Lin Xiao waved her hands, and 2 intense black flames gushed out from her hands and then burned fiercely behind her. Seeing that the monster below was controlling the flowers to attack her, she immediately moved her hands, and the flames behind her split into more than a dozen streams, hitting the flowers that were biting at her in time. This time, she increased the output of her energy and ferociously devoured the flames on the flowers. More than a dozen huge red flowers were stuck to Lin Xiao's black flames, and their energy was sucked away. They immediately trembled. They even used all their strength to shake off the black flames that Lin Xiao was controlling. However, the effect wasn't that good, because Lin Xiao's control was also very strong. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from below, and the sound waves of the roar directly shook the cave. Lin Xiao looked down, and only then did she realize that the big lump of rock monster below had finally stuck its head out. The 2 huge red eyes on its head were like 2 huge red light bulbs, and they were much clearer than the red magma below. Moreover, there were a lot of stone water chestnuts growing on its head, and its big open mouth was empty like a deep hole. However, after falling in, it would probably directly enter its stomach, and then be digested and absorbed. Lin Xiao used her black flames to stick to its attacking flowers, which obviously made it very angry. It began to violently shake the stone chains connected to the flowers, and a purplish-red energy came out of its body, as if it was teleporting from the stone chains to the flowers. Lin Xiao felt that the energy it transmitted might explode out of the hole in the middle of the flowers like before. This magma monster's strength was at least level 8, and it wasn't afraid of her black flames. This made Lin Xiao feel that this monster was a bit tricky to deal with. Moreover, even if she killed it, the energy contained in its energy core didn't seem to be suitable for zombies to use. Not to mention humans, if they absorbed its energy, they would only end up like Yuan Tianxing. The violent twisting of the stone chains blew a gust of wind in the cave. Roar! At this time, the monster suddenly raised its head and roared in Lin Xiao's direction, and the sound didn't stop. And this sound reached Lin Xiao's ears, and she immediately frowned. The spiritual power that controlled the flames shook violently, causing the black flames behind her to shake as well. Puff, puff, puff! At this moment, the flowers all broke free from her black flames. Moreover, once these flowers left Lin Xiao's black flames, the energy in the center of the flowers lit up. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, these flowers all shot out energy flames towards Lin Xiao's direction from the holes on their stamens. The strange energy in these flames was very deep, and it actually swallowed Lin Xiao's energy. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly took out a gun, and then her body flashed to the bottom of the magma cave, and then directly fired a shot at the monster's open mouth from close range. Bang! Chapter 1305. This gun was the experimental product of the latest catnip bullets sent by Sea City. Lin Xiao originally wanted to test the effectiveness of the bullets against these underground creatures. Bang! The bullet entered the mouth of the stone monster under the magma pool and exploded inside its body. The explosive power of the bullet wasn't small, and the stone monster's entire body shook. Lin Xiao squinted her eyes and found that there was a burst of green energy in the monster's body. Roar, roar. At this time, the monster began to erupt. It roared and crawled out of the magma pool. Obviously, Lin Xiao's shot had made it very uncomfortable and angry. It raised its head and opened its mouth to make the strange sound wave roar just now. Roar, plop, plop. The thick magma in the magma pool was stirred by it, and the sound of flowing could be heard. Roar, hua. The monster in the pool crawled to the shore with its body covered in magma. Its flowers wildly and irregularly waved in the cave. Seeing that it was completely exposed, Lin Xiao finally saw its entire body. It was like a hermit crab with a huge stone on its head. Its limbs and claws, as well as the flower tentacles, extended from both sides of its head. It dragged the huge stone behind it, but it was still able to climb out of the magma pool. The catnip energy began to wreak havoc in its body, and the stone monster was very angry. More than a dozen red stone flower tentacles attacked all the space in the cave. It was a direct group attack, trying to knock Lin Xiao down from the top of the cave. Lin Xiao dodged the flowers that were thrown at her or biting her. She squinted her eyes to observe the situation in the monster's body below. She found that the purplish-red energy was expanding and began to surround the green energy. Then, the green energy slowly consumed each other. Just like when she poured the catnip into Yuan Tianxing's body, both sides regarded each other as mortal enemies and used a method of mutual destruction to destroy each other. But here, the catnip energy in Lin Xiao's bullet was obviously much weaker than the energy in the monster's body. So, at this time, it was slowly suppressed by the monster's energy. Then, it depended on who had more. Lin Xiao flashed into the space and instantly turned invisible. Then, she landed on the rock wall and kicked the wall to avoid the flying stone flower vines. Her body somersaulted in midair and directly jumped toward the stone on the monster's back. The stone monster didn't notice that Lin Xiao had landed on its back. It roared crazily and continued to attack the rock wall with red sparks. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Lin Xiao landed on its back. Fortunately, the monster's back wasn't as hot as the magma. It wouldn't burn her feet. She stealthily touched the stone monster's head. Because the stone monster was huge, its movements were not too big. He just kept waving those giant flowers. Perhaps it suddenly sensed that Lin Xiao's aura had disappeared. The monster's movements suddenly paused, and all the flowers suddenly stopped. At this moment, Lin Xiao jumped onto its head, grabbed its horn with one hand, and pulled the trigger a few more times with the gun in his hand. Bang! Bang, bang. After firing 3 bullets in the monster's mouth, Lin Xiao quickly jumped up. Roar! The monster let out a painful roar. Then it suddenly stood upright and flipped over. Roar! The monster let out a painful roar. then suddenly stood up and flipped itself over. Roar! It didn't sink directly but began to roll in the pool. Roar! It didn't sink directly but began to roll in the pool. The hot magma splashed everywhere, fell on the surrounding rocks, and flowed into the magma pool. Roar! The catnip energy in the 3 consecutive bullets didn't directly kill the big stone monster. Instead, it continued to go berserk, rolling around in the magma pool in a frenzy. Lin Xiao landed in a sunken hole on a rock wall. She rubbed her chin and looked at the big stone monster rolling around in the magma pool. The catnip energy of the 3 bullets quickly spread in the monster's body, causing it to roll around. Looking at the monster that was still full of energy after being hit by 3 catnip bullets, Lin Xiao sighed, speechlessly. So difficult. Sure enough, the strength of the level 8 mutant underground was different from the level 8 mutant beasts on the surface. Moreover, the self-protection ability of the underground mutant beasts was stronger. If it was a level 8 mutant beast on the surface, she wouldn't need to spend so much time attacking it. Moreover, the energy on this thing was polluting. Lin Xiao really didn't want to pull this thing into the space to clean it up. Moreover, it turned out that this thing's energy core couldn't be used, so why did she bother it for so long? Although she thought that the energy in the flower could be used by the zombies, now she realized that it was obviously fake. This monster knew how to lure its prey to take the bait. Since she couldn't use the energy core, she could only use this guy to test the power of the weapons in Wu Qingyue's base. However, seeing that Sea City's new bullets were effective against this level 8 monster, it meant that it was pretty good. Although she couldn't kill this level 8 monster, she could change the target to a level 6 or 5 monster. Then, a bullet would be very effective. Since this gun wasn't powerful enough, she would use another one. Lin Xiao put away the gun in her hand and took out another one. This one was heavier and more domineering than the previous one. It was also bigger. If a normal person used this gun, it would be dangerous to use it with one hand. After the increase in power, the recoil would also increase. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Xiao. She took out the gun and loaded it before aiming at the monster again. Just as Lin Xiao was about to take out the second test product, the stone monster suddenly quieted down. Then it started to sink into the magma pool, looking like it was going to hide. However, because of its huge size, its sinking speed was very slow. Moreover, there was probably a large space at the bottom of the magma pool. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hide such a huge stone monster. Lin Xiao squinted her eyes to size up the situation inside its body. She discovered that the energy of the 3 bullets was able to withstand the energy devouring of the monster. The confrontation between the two suddenly stabilized at a slightly stable point, with a feeling of neither going up nor down. However, this situation wasn't good for the monster. Chapter 1306. Seeing that the stone monster was about to slip away, Lin Xiao decisively aimed the gun in his hand at the stone monster's head. Bang! A bullet 3 times bigger than the previous gun flew out and instantly hit the monster's eye. Then, before the monster closed its eyes, the bullet pierced through its eyeball. Puff! Roar! Roar! The monster's eye was immediately blasted open, causing it to once again enter a berserk state. The stone monster let out a mournful scream and rolled around in the magma pool. The injury to its eye caused extreme pain. The energy in its energy core instinctively rushed to the eye to suppress the injury and the pain. Thus, the balance between the 2 energies in its body was immediately broken. After the catnip's energy weakened due to the monster's own energy loss, it immediately broke through the shackles and wreaked havoc in the monster's body. Bang! Bang! The pain in its eye caused the monster to unknowingly roll out of the pool and hit the wall. After hitting it once, it continued to rush up and hit the wall a second time. Then, it continued to hit its head against the wall. The surrounding rock walls shook from the impact, and the commotion was very big. Lin Xiao guessed that the commotion should have been sensed by the people from Huaxia. He didn't know where they were following them. Then, they disappeared. Could it be that they got lost? The stone golems let out loud roars as they slammed their bodies against the rock walls. But at that moment, a red beast suddenly descended from the sky with its teeth bared. In the blink of an eye, it pounced on the stone monster that was hitting the wall. Roar! As if it suddenly felt the threat of the attack, the stone monster suddenly turned around. But in the next second, its head was bitten by the big red cat. Then, the big cat began to swing its tail and flipped over the wall, biting the monster's head and pulling it up. The stone monster's body was huge, so its weight was naturally not light. If its neck could not bear its own weight, it would definitely be pulled out by the big cat. Lin Xiao was squatting in a cave that the stone golem had bitten out with its flower. He was speechless as he looked at the familiar six-legged giant cat crawling up the vertical wall like a six-legged gecko. Its mouth was still biting on the monster's head, refusing to let go. The monster's head was so big that the cat could only bite down on half of it. However, the cat's teeth were not bad either. It was able to bite through the rock-hard skin of the stone monster's head. Speaking of which, where did this guy come from? Why hadn't she sensed its aura before? Lin Xiao looked up curiously and found that a hole had been dug out on the top of the cave. There was clearly no hole there before. If they were to dig through the top, there would definitely be rocks falling down. However, when the stone golem waved those flowers to attack the surrounding stone walls, a lot of rocks fell down. Perhaps the big strange cat had already dug through at that time, and it had hidden its aura very well. Roar! The stone monster whose head was being bitten by Big Cat let out a loud roar, and a dozen or so flowers swung towards Big Cat with all their might. But every time, it was accurately swatted away by the Big Cat's two front paws. Moreover, it continued to climb up while blocking the stone golem's attack. Slowly, it dragged the stone golem's huge body up. Who knew where it wanted to drag the stone golem to? This big cat's body was 3 times smaller than the stone golem, but its strength was not weak at all. After biting the stone golem tightly, it could still climb up the 90-degree vertical wall and pull its prey up. This was already very powerful, not to mention that the prey was bigger than itself. After seeing Big Cat's sudden attack, Lin Xiao stopped and prepared to watch from aside. Big Cat's appearance surprised her. Not only did it follow her on the surface, but it also followed her underground. Lin Xiao was not angry that it suddenly came out to steal her opponent. She just felt that this guy was becoming more and more surprising. She did not know if it was because of the energy left behind by Lin Xiao's catnip bullet that was wreaking havoc in her body, or the sharp pain in her eyes, or the big cat's bite through her skull. Anyway, the stone golem's flowers had already begun to fall down weakly, and its 4-limb struggles had also slowed down. Big Cat was still biting it tightly. Its claws clung tightly to the wall as it climbed up. From time to time, it would use its tail to hook onto the protruding parts of the wall to prevent itself from falling down. Thus, Lin Xiao watched as the big cat began to bite the stone golem and pull it higher and higher. She looked at the stone golem's long neck and the huge body that was hanging down from it. Its neck was also thick, but it did not look like a stone. Instead, it looked like rough tree bark. She did not know if it was because Lin Xiao's bullets had exploded in its throat, but there seemed to be some wounds on its neck. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and could see a large amount of catnip's green energy on its neck. Seeing that the stone monster was being dragged higher and higher by Big Cat suddenly stopped. Then it stared at Lin Xiao, who was right above it, and let out a woo-woo sound from its throat. Lin Xiao? Question mark. Huh? Why are you looking at me? Woo-woo. Big Cat continued to look at her and growled in a low voice. Then it clapped its front paw. Lin Xiao looked at it blankly. Sorry, I don't understand cat language. Thank you. This big strange cat was looking at her and letting out a low growl. It must be trying to convey something to her. However, she was just a zombie, not the same species as the big cat. How could she understand its language? Pa-pa, woo-woo. Although the big cat did not understand what Lin Xiao was saying, it seemed to understand Lin Xiao's eyes. So it used its paw to slap the stone wall twice, then suddenly stretched out its paw and pointed at the stone golem's neck. It really pointed because it only stretched out one of its claws. Lin Xiao. This action was a bit obvious, but what was its intention? So you want me to help you attack its neck? But before she could figure out the cat's intentions, the rock golem under the cat's mouth suddenly roared and struggled violently. Oh, well, it seemed that it was just resting, but now that it had rested, it began to struggle again. More than a dozen giant flowers raised their heads and began to attack the big cat in a frenzy. Big Cat immediately became vigilant. Its 4 hind paws grabbed the stone wall tightly, and it used its 2 front paws and its tail to block the incoming flowers. However, it only had 2 paws and 1 tail, so it would be difficult for it to block the stone golem's flowers. Also, its attention was divided between its mouth and the other 4 paws that were on the wall. Chapter 1307. Seeing that the strange cat seemed to be having a hard time, Lin Xiao didn't care anymore. She took out her gun and fired at the stone golem's neck. Bang, bang, bang dash, a few bullets hit the stone golem's neck, penetrating it and exploding. The explosive force of these bullets suddenly broke the stone golem's thick neck. Boom dash, the stone golem's huge body suddenly fell and smashed into the side of the magma pool. Lin Xiao was a little confused. She felt that she was just guessing what the strange cat wanted. However, guessing had no truth, so it wasn't very likely. Now that she saw that she had broken the stone golem's thick neck with a few shots, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that the strange cat actually pointed at the stone golem's neck with its claws and told her to shoot. This meant that the cat's intelligence was a bit out of this world. Although she knew that level 7 and 8 mutant beasts had high intelligence, compared to Zhuang, this big cat seemed a little stupid. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Hugh dash. There was a very large rock wall next to the magma pool. The strange cat jumped down from the rock wall with the head in its mouth. Then it stood there and swung its tail to put the head on the ground. Then it lowered its head and opened its mouth to chew. Looking at the stone golem's corpse that had smashed into the magma pool, Lin Xiao suddenly squinted her eyes and looked at the flowers. She found that each of the flowers had a ball of fire energy, just like what she saw at the beginning. When a strange cat pressed down on the monster's head and chewed, Lin Xiao landed on the monster's corpse and stared at the flowers. Because of the monster's death, the flame on the flower petals had disappeared without a trace of energy. The originally beautiful dark red color had now turned black, and the sharp white teeth had also become dry and wrinkled hairs. The whole flower looked like it had withered and wrinkled, and it had become a bit like a stone. Only the stamen hole in the middle still had a ball of energy. Lin Xiao raised her claws and waved at the flower closest to her. The flower was immediately cut down by her claws. Dong! The dried flower fell and rolled on the ground, making a muffled sound. Lin Xiao jumped in. Although the rocks on the edge of the magma pool were so hot that they were about to burn, Lin Xiao's boots were made of special materials. Not afraid of the heat, she walked to the stone flower that she had cut off and stepped on it. Gotcha! The stone flower was crushed under her foot. It was broken. Lin Xiao's raised leg froze for a moment before he put it down. I didn't expect this flower to be so fragile. It would shatter with a single stomp. Looking at the powder of the flower, there was a red crystal in the middle. This irregular round crystal did not contain the purplish-red mutated energy in the body of the monster, but the fire energy in the magma. There's a harvest. Lin Xiao picked up the crystal and looked at it. He was a little surprised. Lin Xiao held the crystal in his hand and felt it for a while. Only then did he feel at ease and put the crystal into the space. After that, he continued to pick up other crystals. It was a pity that a few of them had fallen into the lava and couldn't be retrieved. In total, Lin Xiao picked up 9 fire crystals and threw them into the space. Puff, puff, puff. At this time, the big cat finally bit off the head, but it spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva with a disgusted expression. He even stuck out his tongue with his mouth open and shook his head a few times. Lin Xiao watched as it shook its head and stuck out its tongue. It even used its claws to scratch at the remains of the monster's head that it had bitten off. A purplish-red, diamond-shaped crystal rolled out from it. This crystal was bigger than the ones that Lin Xiao had picked up earlier. It was the size of an adult's fist. It flashed a dazzling purplish-red light. It looked very beautiful, but it was also very dangerous. But the next second, this beautiful light was rolled up by the big cat's tongue and swallowed. Gulp! After the big cat swallowed the crystal, it used its tongue to lick the outside of its mouth. Then it swung its tail and sat on the hot ground. Its 2 front paws and 2 middle paws were placed side by side in front of its neck. He just sat there and looked in Lin Xiao's direction, blinking his 2 big round eyes. Lin Xiao, are you trying to act cute in front of me? Ow! The big cat opened its mouth and softly called out to her. Lin Xiao looked at it speechlessly. After 2 seconds of silence, she also roared at it. Roar dash! As soon as she finished, the big cat immediately replied to her. Oh, not only was the voice light, but it was also soft. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Huh? No way. Do you want to listen to my roar? Oh, the big cat meowed at her again, not understanding what was going on. Lin Xiao sighed. Okay, although I already guessed that you like to hear me talk to you in zombie language, now is not the time to talk. Let's go. Someone is coming. After saying that, she jumped into the cave that Duan Wan and Kong Qingming left from. Her body flashed in and quickly disappeared into the magma cave. Lin Xiao didn't care about the big cat anymore. Since this guy wanted to follow her, then it would definitely find another way to quietly follow her. Because now that the people from China were here, she couldn't let them find out that this guy was a bit close to her. Awu! After seeing Lin Xiao quickly flash away, the big cat immediately stood up and looked at the cave that she left from with a puzzled look. Then it suddenly turned its head to look at the cave that Lin Xiao and the others came from. There were some other auras and smells coming from there. The big cat immediately jumped up to the top of the cave and soon disappeared into the cave. All that was left was the corpse of the monster at the bottom of the magma cave. And now, it had completely turned into stone. No one could tell that it used to be a very aggressive monster. 10 minutes later, another group of people came out from the cave that Lin Xiao and the others came from. Xia Longyun stood at the edge of the cave and slowly looked at the situation in the cave. At this time, she had already taken off all the extra clothes on her body. Her long wavy hair was tied up at the back of her head, and she only wore an army green tank top that was just enough to cover her chest. Her delicate and tight waist was exposed. She also wore short black hot pants that covered her buttocks, revealing a pair of seductive thighs. Below her thighs was a pair of knee-high boots. However, her waist, arms, thighs, and even calves were all tied with various gun holsters. After looking around the magma cave, she slowly said, "There are traces of fighting here." Chapter 1308. Looking at the situation at the bottom of the magma cave, the splashing magma had yet to extinguish, and there were clearly fallen rocks around the edges. Moreover, there were many holes on the walls, and the traces looked very fresh. The opposite cave also looked very rough and messy, as if it had been made not long ago. A man standing behind Xia Longyun observed the situation below and said, "That's good. They'll clear the obstacles for us." Xia Longyun glanced at him and said indifferently, "But if there's anything good, they'll be the first to take it." The man looked at her and asked, "Then what do we do? Are we still going to follow them like this?" "Of course, why not?" Xia Longyun's plump red lips curled up, and she continued, "The underground space is so big, it's impossible for them to find everything good. Anyway, our main goal is to investigate the situation underground and to make sure that the people from Ocean City and Universal Base can never leave." After saying that, a cold glint flashed in her beautiful and enchanting eyes, and the smile on her lips deepened. In front, Lin Xiao quickly ran into the cave and quickly caught up to where Duan Wan and the others were. The group stopped at a fork in the road, waiting for her to appear. As soon as they saw her, they immediately stood up straight. "Let's go. Those people are already following us." Lin Xiao walked over and looked left and right at the situation in the caves on both sides. Then, she flashed in the direction of the energy aura that was similar to the stone monster's body. The others immediately followed behind her and quickly walked into the cave. Lin Xiao walked in front, and after walking for a few meters, she suddenly saw that there was no path ahead but a hole in the ground. This hole was about 5 or 6 meters wide, and when she looked down from the edge of the hole, she couldn't see the bottom. It was very deep down. There were many scratches on the edge of the hole, and many rocks had been shaved off. Moreover, the edge of the hole was irregular, as if it had been dug from the bottom and not from above. More importantly, there was a very thick and strange aura coming from below. This was the reason why Lin Xiao had to take this path. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly crouch at the end, everyone shone their flashlights on the hole in the ground in front of her. Seeing that they had come over, Lin Xiao stood up and said, "There's no time for me to go down and help you guys scout out the situation. I'll go down first, and then you guys will follow me. However, you guys have to be more vigilant." Because the Huaxia people behind them were already very close, in order not to be caught by them, they had to keep a distance from them first. Moreover, even if they wanted to fight here, the environment here was not suitable. In that case, it would be better to go down and see what was going on down there first. In any case, no matter how deep it was down there, no one would die from a fall. Moreover, these people had the ability to stop him if he wanted to, so there was no need to worry about their safety. However, it was still necessary to be vigilant in order to prevent unexpected situations. After saying that, Lin Xiao jumped into the hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Duan Wanlong, Clear Shadow, Li Zheng, and the other members of Universal Life Base also jumped down without hesitation. Next was Kong Qingming and the others, followed by Lei Cheng and the others. After jumping down, Lin Xiao noticed the difference in the cave. This was because after she jumped down, the deeper she fell, the more she felt that the area of the cave below was getting wider and wider, and the space was getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, she still couldn't see the bottom. It was dark, and she couldn't see anything. After the others fell down, they tried their best to maintain their body posture in the air. They didn't want to be too weird, so that they could react to various situations in time. This place wasn't like the hole in the ground. After falling down, there was a slope that allowed them to slide down quickly. Not to mention a slope, there wasn't even a vertical rock wall. This was because the rock wall was concave. 1 minute, 3 minutes, how much longer do we have to descend before we reach the bottom? Kong Qingming finally couldn't help but ask. He maintained a reclining posture with his back facing downwards. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the rapidly ascending rock wall, speechlessly. They had been falling vertically for more than 10 minutes, but they still couldn't see the bottom. Were they going to experience the feeling of parachuting in the underground? I'm more worried. Do we have to return the way we came? How do we get up? Duan Wan looked up. They were going to rock climb, and this was a little too high. She didn't know how those underground creatures climbed up. Could it be that all the monsters that came out from the underground had the function of a gecko? After a while, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, "Get ready to land." As soon as she said that, everyone immediately took out their bows and quickly turned around to shoot at the rock wall next to them. Ding poo. The arrow shot out by the crossbow quickly penetrated the rock wall with a rope attached. However, because the rock below was too special and too hard, the arrow that could have penetrated all the way only managed to penetrate 1/3 of its length. But they were still firmly nailed to the rock wall, giving them a foothold to grab onto. On the other hand, Lin Xiao waved her special ability under her feet and supported herself for a while before she jumped down directly. Because she saw the ground below, it was a strange yellow ground. Pooh! She was the first to land. There was a layer of soft yellow soil on the ground. It was like sand, but it was much finer than sand. It was also soft and scattered under her feet. The others used the rope to lift their falling momentum. After removing some of the gravity, they let go of the rope and jumped down directly. They landed on the ground one after another. Looking at the yellow soil under their feet, they didn't move at all. They were afraid that there was something strange in the yellow soil. "Let's go. There's no danger here." Lin Xiao looked around and said. Then, she reminded them, "I think we should have reached the place. Be careful." Her last sentence immediately made everyone perk up 120%. The place where Lin Xiao and the others landed was very wide, and there was only one exit, and that exit was also very big and wide like a gap. What made Lin Xiao feel strange was that there was a light blue light shining from the exit, telling her that there was a faint light source outside. Why is there light? Before Lin Xiao could finish her curiosity, someone behind asked doubtfully. Because the light was not a single spot or a single place. Instead, the exit was full of this kind of light. It was like the faint light outside on a crescent night. They couldn't see too clearly, but they could still see large-scale things. For example, some buildings, plants, roads, etc. Chapter 1309. Of course, there weren't any buildings or civilization underneath. Instead, there were patches of strange-looking plants. Under that kind of dim light, these plants presented a kind of gray and dark style. Everyone leaned to the edge of the cave and looked curiously at the strange plants with huge leaves. They looked like trees, but not like trees, like shrubs, but not like shrubs. Although the leaves of these things were very big, they did not grow in a straight line like a big tree. Instead, they twisted and grew horizontally. And above these plants, there was a thick layer of fog. It was like the top of Lin Xiao's space, but the fog here wasn't white. It was a layer of dark purple gas, and these gases were clearly tumbling. There were many cyclones above, like tornadoes, and these cyclones were connected to some plants on the ground from top to bottom. At a glance, there were more than a dozen, standing dozens of meters away, and they couldn't see clearly in the distance. Lin Xiao led the others out. They were still more than 10 meters below the entrance of the cave before they reached the ground. She could feel that the dark purple fog at the top was actually a strong energy. It was the kind of energy that invaded Yuan Tianxing's body. Looks like we have to split up here. Remember this exit first. If we can't find anything else, we'll think of a way to go up from here. Lin Xiao looked left and right, then turned around and said to everyone, "Understood." Kong Qingming nodded. He knew that Lin Xiao was going to let the people in the space out. Lin Xiao glanced at Lei Cheng, then disappeared into the space in front of everyone. She stood in front of the small building and shouted, "Gather!" In an instant, a group of zombies appeared from the 3 buildings or nearby. Some came out from the back of the building, and some jumped down from the roof. The rest were waiting in a hall on the first floor of the 3 buildings. They were ready and walked out when she called. Lu Qianni waved his hand at the dozens of level 3 and 4 zombies in the vegetable field and said, "I didn't call you. Don't come over." The dozens of zombies who were about to come over heard him and looked at Lin Xiao. They saw that she didn't look over. They all stopped in their tracks and hesitantly looked in Lin Xiao's direction. Because of Lu Tianni's voice, Lin Xiao glanced at the vegetable field and nodded. "Don't come over. It's none of your business." When Duan Wan and the others saw that Lin Xiao had disappeared, they instinctively took a few steps back and vacated the spot where she had disappeared. After a while, she came out with a group of people. Actually, not all of the zombies were Lin Xiao's subordinates. Half of them were from Qingshan base. After coming out, the zombies immediately divided into 2 groups. One group went to Lin Xiao's side, and the other moved to Lei Cheng's side. Then we'll head to the left to scout first. I'll leave the rest to you. Lei Cheng said to Lin Xiao as he looked at the zombies that Lan Lu had secretly brought into Lin Xiao's space. Okay. Lin Xiao gave him a simple nod. Lei Cheng and the others didn't waste any time. After she nodded, they turned around and disappeared in a flash from this strange environment. Lin Xiao glanced at the cave, then at the remaining people on his side. She said, "Let's get out of here first." After saying that, she turned around and jumped to the right. She stepped on a 2 to 3 meter long leaf that was more than 10 centimeters thick. She jumped to another leaf and quickly flew forward. The dozens of people behind her followed and quickly disappeared in front of the cave with her. The plants here were generally very large. There were leaves that were a few meters long and wide. There were also some with curved branches. They were like vines, but they were as thick as giant snakes. They extended from the ground and were covered by huge leaves. There were all kinds of plants. Some were thick, some were strong, some were long, some were thin, some were tall, and some were short. However, The tallest one didn't seem to be more than 10 meters high. There were also those strange cyclones that spun down from above. There were also many strange grasses growing on the ground. The other people's landing point was actually the same plant leaves as Lin Xiao. They didn't dare to step on anything else. This was because they knew all the plants here. It was an era where mutations were everywhere, so they felt more at ease with Lin Xiao leading them. Lin Xiao led them around the cyclones that came down from above. After moving forward for a distance, she stopped at an empty space under a plant. She looked at her feet, then at the top of her head. After looking left and right and confirming that there was no danger, she waved at everyone and said, "Pause for a moment." The others immediately landed in a safe position around her. They secretly observed their surroundings while waiting for Lin Xiao's orders. Xiaodong, you take 5 level 5 people and move with Kong Qingming and the others. Lu Feng, you and Su Fangfang will also take 5 level 5 people and move with Qingqing. Li Zheng, you and Qingqing will be in this team. The others will follow me. Remember, safety first. Be more vigilant so that you have a better chance of survival. After Lin Xiao distributed the people in her hands, she gave everyone a final reminder. After all, there was such a huge active space in this place that was at least more than 10 kilometers away from the ground. Anything that grew here without knowing it was dangerous. So they had to be more vigilant and not make any careless moves. It would be troublesome if they attracted some death traps. Yes, everyone understood what she meant and responded in unison. Then they formed their own teams and left, leaving Lin Xiao and the people who hadn't been separated and the zombies standing in the same place. Lu Qianni, He Jiayun, and 7 or 8 level 5 and 6 zombies stayed with Lin Xiao. The humans, Duan Wan, and her team members Li Hongsheng and Ding Datong were also there. Lin Xiao looked up and thought for a moment before reminding Duan Wan and the others, "Don't take off your masks. The air here is poisonous." Looking at the dense rolling purple gas above their heads and the cyclones that came down, Lin Xiao could feel that the energy emitted by the cyclones had spread throughout the space. If Duan Wan and the others took off their masks, they would probably be in trouble if they breathed in the air. Yes, Duan Wan and the others who were still wearing masks nodded. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked at his surroundings, then at the gas above him. Her intuition told her that the gas might be one of the reasons why the underground creatures rushed out of the ground. Chapter 13:10. When Lin Xiao and the others left the exit, a red beast shadow flew out from the hole and flew towards Lin Xiao's aura in the blink of an eye. After another hour, the group of people from Huaxia also came down. Xia Longyan stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the image outside with a curious expression. After looking at it for a while, she raised her hand and made a gesture to her subordinates behind her. Team 9, stay here and guard the exit. Don't let them come back out from here. Team 1 and 2, follow me. Everyone else, split up and explore the 2 sides. Be careful, don't let the masks leave your faces. After saying that, she raised her hand and pointed to the purplish-black fog in the sky, reminding them that if they breathed in the air, they would not end up well. Yes, the 40 to 50 people behind her neatly regrouped, and a few groups of people quickly left in 2 directions. The remaining Meng people looked at Xia Longyun and asked her, "Then we?" Xia Longyun looked back at them and shrugged. "Of course you will act according to your own will. I'm not your boss. Why are you asking me?" "Oh." The people heard her say this and nodded. Then they left with their own teams. Xia Longyun felt that although these people could be used as shields in times of danger, she wanted to deal with the woman from Universal Base. It would not be good for these people to know too much. After watching the people from Universal Base leave, Xia Longyun left 1 or 2 teams to guard the area. Then she left with a team and chased after Lin Xiao and the others. When Lin Xiao and the others passed by a cyclone that was connected to the sky, they could feel the accumulated pressure of the cyclone and the direction of the energy flow. And because they got closer, they could see that the plants below the cyclone were much taller than the plants around them. They were also twisting. Since she suspected that the energy was formed by the mist, she had to figure out where the energy came from. What was the reason? As the cyclone rotated, the plants within a radius of at least 100 meters swayed. They twisted and turned like a group of patients who did not take medicine. Lin Xiao didn't want to get too close to them because the purplish-red energy on them was the densest in the area. These plants were probably still alive and full of aggression. However, she stopped nearby with her people, landing on the undulating roots of a giant plant on the ground. Lin Xiao couldn't see the main trunk of the plant. He could only see its abnormally thick roots poking out of the ground like an earthworm, and the other end poking into the ground. The tree root that Lin Xiao was standing on had a diameter of about 3 meters. Therefore, she stood very steadily on top of it, which made her seem very small. She had already walked a few kilometers from the entrance of the cave to now. She released her perception to the furthest range, but she couldn't sense the presence of any wild beasts in this area at all. There were only plants. However, these plants were not to be trifled with. Pai. Not long after Lin Xiao and his men stopped, a soft and strange sound suddenly came from all around them. Suddenly, a long shadow leaped out from behind them and attacked them. Alert! Before anyone could react, Lin Xiao immediately shouted and waved his hand to release a black flame towards the black shadow to entangle it. When Lin Xiao's flame wrapped around the shadow suddenly retreated. Although the shadow's movement was extremely fast, Lin Xiao could still clearly see its original form. Yes, it was clearly a tree root. Moreover, it was a very thick tree root. When Lin Xiao shouted, the others immediately scattered and observed their surroundings with vigilance. There are mutated plants, be careful. After Lin Xiao saw clearly what the shadow was, she reminded them. After the tree root retreated, the surroundings immediately fell into silence. This kind of silence clearly made people feel a kind of oppressive atmosphere. Lin Xiao also looked around the environment. The plant that they were standing on had the weakest energy, so Lin Xiao and the others stopped here. Therefore, the thing that was attacking them was definitely not the plant that they were standing on. Just when everyone was vigilant of the movement around them, the strange sound from before sounded again. Pai, shio. Then in the next second, countless black shadows rushed out from all directions and attacked Lin Xiao and the others. These black shadows were so fast that the naked eye couldn't see them clearly, and they attacked like snakes ambushing in the grass. It was impossible to defend against. Fortunately, the people that Lin Xiao brought were on high alert in advance, so before these things appeared, they had already been on guard. When the black shadows jumped out, they all reacted in time. However, the abilities that they subconsciously released did not have any effect on these black shadows. Duan Wan was an earth elemental. She suddenly jumped to the ground, squatted down, and pressed her hands on the ground. Then suddenly, a half-meter thick wall suddenly rose in front of her to block the black shadow that was attacking her. Bang! But soon, when the black shadow hit her wall, it instantly broke through it. It directly pierced through it and stabbed towards her. Duan Wan could only dodge in time. Poof! The black shadow fiercely stabbed into the ground where she was just squatting, directly piercing a depth of 1 or 2 meters. This was a mutated plant that originally grew in the ground. Therefore, Duan Wan subconsciously used an earth elemental ability, which was not an obstacle to it at all. However, the soil on the ground here was not like the hard rock they had encountered before. Although the soil here was also very special, the density was a lot lower. Although it was still a lot harder than the soil on the surface, it was also relatively soft. Otherwise, Duan Wan might not even be able to release her ability, let alone raise a half-meter thick wall. However, even if she could control the wall to rise, the energy consumption of her ability was 3 times higher than usual. She was a level 5 ability user, but her ability could not stop the attack of these black shadows. Her subordinates, Li Hongsheng and the other level 4 paranormals, could only react by dodging the attack. At this moment, a red shadow suddenly swooped down from above. Oh, The big red cat suddenly swooped down and accurately pressed down on a black shadow that was attacking, then opened its mouth to bite. Chapter 13:11. Oh, the big red cat, that was a few meters long, suddenly pressed down on a moving shadow and bit down on it. The tree root that was pressed down by the big cat's paws was like a snake. It was as thick as an adult's thigh and struggled violently to break free from the big cat's shackles. Oh, whoa. However, the big cat's two front paws held it down tightly. Its 10 sharp curved claws pierced deep into the giant tree root. Its teeth bit down hard on the tree root, and a low whimper came from its throat. Perhaps it was because the big cat had bitten onto a tree root. The black shadows that were attacking the others suddenly stopped, then instantly turned around and sprinted towards the big cat. They seemed to be very afraid of the big cat. They were so afraid that they gave up on other prey and focused their attacks on the big cat. However, the big cat didn't seem to be afraid of the shadow's attacks. It suddenly exerted force in its jaws and bit down with its teeth. Then it quickly let go of its two front paws, twisted its neck, and swung its head. Gotcha! A section of the tree root was torn off. Then it bent its 6 legs and bounced off, propelling its body upward rapidly. The tree root that was bitten off shrunk into the surrounding plants in the blink of an eye and disappeared. The other roots also disappeared. When Lin Xiao and the others reacted, these things had already retreated without a trace. The big cat held a few meters long tree root in its mouth and landed on Lin Xiao's side. Then it lowered its head and placed the tree root in its mouth on the ground, pressing it down with one paw. It lowered its head and began to chew on the tree root. A faint purple fluorescent liquid flowed out of its mouth. The liquid seeped out from the broken tree root. Is anyone hurt? Lin Xiao turned to look at the people around her and carefully observed their situation. However, she didn't smell any blood and was relieved. No, no, everyone responded to her and looked curiously at the big cat beside Lin Xiao. It actually followed us here. This guy is really powerful. Duan Wan looked at the big cat and saw that it was completely focused on the food in its mouth. It didn't even raise its head and didn't look at the others. There's such a thing? Ah, so ugly. It eats tree roots? Lu Qianni looked at the big cat doubtfully. This was the first time it had seen this guy. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at it out of curiosity, and was once again blinded by its strange appearance. Lin Xiao silently looked at him and said, "You think it's ugly, but in its eyes, you're ugly too." Lu Qianni, that's true. Duan Wan nodded in agreement. At the same time, Big Cat also looked up at Lu Qianni, then showed a disgusted expression, flicked its tail, turned around, and continued to gnaw on the tree root in its mouth. Lu Qianni, who had obviously seen its disdainful expression, felt a little stifled. When Lin Xiao saw the strange red cat, he suddenly thought of the pets in his space. So he immediately flashed into the forest of the space. "Come out. Big Black and Two Wolf, come out. You guys come out. I'm letting you guys out to play." Lin Xiao stood on a branch of the space iron tree and shouted at his surroundings. Woof! Soon a dog barked, and a gust of wind came from afar. A black shadow rushed out, ran to the foot of the tree root where Lin Xiao was, raised its head, and wagged its tail at her. On a tree behind Two Wolf, a huge black snake head slid down quietly. It flicked its long and thin tongue, and a pair of diamond-shaped eyes stared at her coldly. Lin Xiao jumped down from the tree, stood on the ground, and waved at the two of them. Come here, come here. Where's the big mushroom?" She looked left and right, and didn't see the appearance of the mushroom spirit, so she asked doubtfully. Then she saw Two Wolf and Big Black looking in the same direction at the same time. Lin Xiao looked in the direction they were looking in, and was speechless to find that the big mushroom spirit was squatting under a tree with a sleeping orange cat on its head. It seemed that it didn't want to wake up the sleeping tiger cub, so it didn't listen to her call to appear. Knowing that the mushroom spirit would rather be a nanny than appear, Lin Xiao didn't care about it anymore. She took the two in front of her out of the space. She didn't need to remind them, because they were at the 6th level anyway and had their own ability to distinguish. They could know what was useful to them and what was harmful to them. As soon as they were out of the space, Lin Xiao paid attention to their reactions. Because she didn't know what effect the air here had on them, but she was not worried about Two Wolf's reaction. She was mainly worried about Big Black's situation. Big Black was a mutant beast, and Two Wolf was a zombie beast. The former still needed to breathe, and the latter didn't need to, so she didn't worry about it. She stared at Big Black and saw that after 3 seconds after it came out, there was a reaction. What's it doing? Seeing that Big Black suddenly shook its head vigorously from top to bottom, everyone was a little confused and looked at it with a confused face. Lin Xiao said quietly, "It's just sneezing." Big Black rolled up a big lump and kept sneezing. Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze. Its sneeze sounded like snorting, and they found some snorting sounds. Everyone, it seems that there's something wrong with the air here. Look at the dogs on Green Mountain. All of them wear masks. Aren't you going to put one on it? Duan glanced at Big Black, who was sneezing nonstop, and felt a little sorry for it. Lin Xiao shook her head. "No, I'm just seeing if it can adapt. If it can't, I'll take it back." At this moment, Big Black's whole body suddenly shook, and then its coiled body suddenly scattered. It just rolled around on the ground, as if it was very uncomfortable. Seeing that, Lin Xiao immediately flashed to its side and brought it into the space. Then she threw it into the big pool next to the lake of space that Lu Tianyi had dug earlier. Big Black's huge body was thrown into the pool, and it immediately filled up the water. It curled up into a black ball at the bottom of the pool. "It seems that you really can't go out, because you're not a native here," Lin Xiao said to Big Black, and then she turned around and went out. When she went out, she saw her big black dog chasing after the big red cat that was a few times bigger than it. The big red cat happened to raise a paw and slap it back with a look of disgust. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Lin Xiao's companion, it would have directly bitten it to death. I think this big cat's expression seems to be saying one word: stupid dog. Lin Xiao heard Duan say this when she just stood beside her. Chapter 13:12. Looking at Wang, who had been teasing the big cat, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement after hearing Duan's words. "It doesn't seem like it. That's exactly what it meant." Woof, 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 woof. Wang's attention was attracted by the big red cat as soon as it came out. It had no idea what its partner had just experienced. At this moment, it was looking up at the big red cat and barking nonstop. The big cat coldly stood on the thick leaves of a plant and licked its teeth. It looked down at Wang's stupid look. This guy wanted to rush up, but didn't dare to because it wasn't strong enough. As long as he ignored it, it would rush up and bite its tail. When he turned around and scratched it, it would slip away in an instant. Then, it would keep a distance from him and call out with all its might. "All right, Wang, stop barking. If you keep barking, something else will come over and eat you. I won't save you then." Lin Xiao saw that Wang really wanted to cause trouble, but didn't have the guts to do so. She found it both funny and annoying to scare it. "Woof, woof." Wang heard what she said and immediately turned to look at her and barked. "This is their territory. Plus, your level isn't as high as theirs. Don't be so reckless, okay? Be careful." Lin Xiao said to it speechlessly. Wang looked at the big cat unwillingly, and then turned to walk towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked around and saw that there was no more movement. She then said to Duan, "Looks like those things are quite afraid of this red cat. Ever since it appeared, they didn't dare to come out." Duan nodded. "Yes, they seem to have retreated very far." Lin Xiao turned to look in the direction they came from, and then chuckled. Although these things have calmed down, some people are starting to get restless. Duan immediately understood what she meant. She glanced at her and asked, "The people from Huaxia are here? Is that woman finally going to make a move?" Si Kongchen really doesn't want to give up. Why does he think that this woman is enough to deal with you? Doesn't he already know your level and strength? Lin Xiao turned his head to glance at her and said, "You're wrong. He doesn't want to defeat me with strength. He has always relied on schemes. Perhaps he has developed some kind of weapon or medicine." Duan frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Her gaze suddenly froze, and then she raised her head to look at her. Are you saying that Sikong-chan prepared some medicine for this woman to deal with you? Or a weapon? Seeing her turn around, Lin Xiao said to her, "What else do you think? When you're not strong enough, you'll use other methods." Although this was a conspiracy, to put it nicely, it could also be called outsmarting. All is fair in war. If it's difficult to destroy the enemy, any method will do. After that, she looked around and ordered the others, "Prepare to ambush. Since she's going to make a move, let's see what she's prepared to deal with me. Ding Datong and Li Hongsheng, come here." Yes. The others immediately hid in the surroundings after receiving the order. Li Hongsheng and the other humans stood in a row in front of Lin Xiao. "You guys go into my space. Don't stay outside and get in the way." Lin Xiao threw a rope to them and then disappeared with them in the next second. Although she said that the ones she brought were all level 5 and above, she was actually referring to zombies and not humans. She was already prepared to put the lower-leveled ones into her space when the battle started. After throwing the lower-leveled ones into her space, Lin Xiao looked at Air Wong, who was squatting on the side, and said to it, "Air Wong, there's an enemy. Be on guard." Air Wong immediately stood up on all fours and closed its mouth that was sticking out its tongue. Its 2 ears stood up like a radar, and its tail was retracted, hanging down behind its butt. Lin Xiao raised her hand and pointed to the forest on the side and shouted to it, "Go! Hide!" Xiao dash! Air Wong immediately turned into a gust of black wind and disappeared in the direction Lin Xiao pointed. At this time, the big red cat also stood up and slightly lowered its head. Its tail behind it kept swinging left and right rhythmically. Lin Xiao glanced at it. It looked like it didn't need him to remind it to be on guard. So he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Huaxiao woman's aura, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others had already found a place to hide, and the place instantly became silent. Xiaolong Yun, who was at the back, suddenly stopped on a crooked branch of a plant. She raised her hand to her ear and stopped walking. Her eyes focused on the front, and then looked to the left and right. Her actions caused the people behind her to silently stop, standing still as they waited for her next order. Xiaolong Yun stopped for 2 seconds, and then her eyes flashed. She said, "She's hiding. Could it be that she already knows about our actions? That's impossible. We've been keeping this matter secret. How could she know?" The vice captain behind Xiaolong Yun said doubtfully. Xiaolong Yun stared ahead and silently sensed the aura of Lin Xiao and the others. Then she pointed her hand forward. She continued to sneak forward with her people. Soon, she brought her people to the place where Lin Xiao and the others had fought with the tree roots. She looked at the leaves that had been knocked off and some traces on the ground. Xiaolong Yun looked around, and her expression became slightly cold. Because the aura left in the surroundings were from before, the subordinates of the universal base obviously left in all directions, but the woman's aura disappeared in the same place. It was as if she didn't leave, but just disappeared in a thin air. Or did she hide in the space? Xiaolong Yun observed for a while and found that her guess was very likely, and the expression on her beautiful face became colder and colder. If the other party really sensed something and hid in the space, then it proved that her operation this time had failed. Then she could only wait for the next time, or think of other ways to lure the other party out. "Let's go." Thinking of this, Xiaolong Yun decisively left the place with her people. At this time, Lin Xiao was actually standing on the leaf of a tall plant next to her, looking down at them silently. After Xiaolong Yun left with her people, Lin Xiao did not immediately appear. However, before she appeared, a red figure appeared before her. Moreover, this big cat was biting a strange black fruit in its mouth. It stood at the side and looked around, but did not see Lin Xiao. It did not make a sound. Instead, it found a flat leaf and gently released the black fruit in its mouth. Then it squatted at the side, as if waiting for Lin Xiao to appear. Chapter 13:13. Lin Xiao looked at the fruit brought by the big cat in confusion. The fruit was only the size of a baby's fist. It had a black skin and was round. She could sense that there was another kind of strange energy flowing in the fruit. What surprised her even more was that the surroundings of the fruit seemed to be different. She squinted her eyes and found that the layer of faint purple energy floating in the air was automatically bounced off when it approached the fruit. That was why there was no purple energy around the fruit at all. It was as if it was separated from the air. Could it be that this fruit was the antidote? After seeing the situation of the fruit, Lin Xiao couldn't help but make this guess. She quietly leapt out and landed lightly on another giant leaf in front of the big cat. She didn't show herself. Instead, she walked directly in front of the big cat and patted its paw that was propped up in front of it. The big cat was originally 7 or 8 meters long. After sitting up, it was a little taller. Lin Xiao looked like a child standing in front of it. After feeling Lin Xiao slap its paw, the big cat was startled and jumped back. Then it stared at the place where it was squatting just now. However, after looking for a long time, it didn't see anything. It cocked its tail and tilted its head. Its 2 big eyes stared at that position without blinking. Lin Xiao looked at its reaction with amusement. Then she said, "Come here." Although she spoke, she didn't show herself. Hearing her voice, the big cat's ears immediately trembled. It looked left and right with a bewildered expression. Then it suddenly turned its head to stare at where Lin Xiao was. If it didn't hear wrongly, that was where her voice came from. But after looking for a while, it still didn't see anything. The big cat stomped its paw impatiently and swung its tail. Woo! Lin Xiao was amused by the confused expression on its strange cat face, especially when she saw its big red eyes filled with question marks. She wanted to laugh for some reason. Apart from being a vegetarian, this fellow's other reactions and habits were no different from normal cats. Woo! The big cat made a soft sound from its throat again. Even its voice was full of doubt. This was because it didn't understand what Lin Xiao had said just now. Lin Xiao roared at it softly. Roar! Come over! After hearing Lin Xiao's roar, Big Cat's ears twitched. However, even though it was confused, it curiously moved toward Lin Xiao's position. Clearly, it understood Lin Xiao's roar and recognized her voice again. It seemed like it was the same as the Zhuang, able to understand what she was trying to convey through the roar of a zombie. But she really did not expect that even this guy could understand her zombie roar. She thought that only the Zhuang could understand it. Lin Xiao walked to the side of the fruit and squatted down to pick it up. Then he turned around and asked in a zombie's voice, "Roar dash, is this for me?" She wanted to ask if this was the antidote, but she was afraid that the child wouldn't understand what an antidote was. He could only ask it this first. Oh, Big Cat immediately nodded. Lin Xiao looked at it again and asked, "Is it for me or for others?" She definitely didn't need to eat it, because the energy in the air here wouldn't have any negative effects on her. So it should be for humans or Dahei just now, because Dahei's reaction just now was very violent. Big Cat shook its head. It swung its tail and tilted its neck to think. Then it scratched and drew on the giant root under its feet with its claws. But then it looked at the mark it made and seemed to be unsatisfied, so it circled in place twice. Lin Xiao saw that it looked at the claw mark it made and circled again. She couldn't help but flash in front of it with the fruit. Then she looked down at the place where it scratched just now and found that there was only a series of curved claw marks. She couldn't tell what it was drawing at all. "What the hell are you drawing?" Lin Xiao was speechless. Roar, roar, the big red cat circled twice and thought for a while. Then it suddenly stopped. It faced the place where Lin Xiao made the sound and suddenly made a few big movements from top to bottom. Lin Xiao saw that. Wasn't this how Dahei sneezed just now? She roared and asked it, "Roar? For the big black snake?" Roar! Big Cat immediately stopped and then squatted in front of her. It patted the ground in front of it with one of its claws and nodded. Lin Xiao looked at it curiously, then glanced at the fruit in her hand and said to herself, "Hey, it's true, but it's normal that there are antidotes or creatures that can restrain them near the place where there are poisonous snakes and plants." But this big cat actually thought of bringing this to her. What was more amazing was that it knew that this thing was useful to her. What a smart guy. She roared at the big cat. Roar, let me try. Big cat quietly looked at the empty place in front of it and swung its tail. Lin Xiao took the fruit directly into the space and then appeared by the pool. She squatted down and stirred the water with her hand. Dahe moved reluctantly in the water, indicating that it didn't want to come out of the water now. Come up. Lin Xiao patted the water again. Dahe rolled its huge body out of the water and looked at Lin Xiao unhappily. Of course, it was impossible to see whether the snake was happy or not. It was just that Lin Xiao could clearly see through its gaze. Lin Xiao said to it, "Well, don't be unhappy. Here, eat this. Open your mouth, ah." Then she threw the fruit in her hand toward its mouth. Seeing that she directly threw a small black fruit to it, Dahe knew that she wouldn't give it anything bad to eat, so it opened its mouth subconsciously and swallowed it directly. The black fruit entered its stomach and was quickly dissolved by gastric juice. The strange energy in the fruit immediately rushed out and was directly absorbed into its body's blood. This kind of energy was actually quite exciting for Dahe. Lin Xiao stood on the shore of the pool and watched it eat the fruit. In less than 3 seconds, her whole body suddenly quivered and then trembled as if she had been electrocuted. It looked quite funny because after a while it suddenly straightened its head and neck and fixed itself in the middle of the pool. It was like a pillar, inexplicably a little dazed. But Dahe was stunned for only 3 seconds and then immediately softened. Then it slowly twisted its body left and right, and then slowly climbed up to Lin Xiao. Obviously, the effect of this fruit was very good. It had already dissolved the little bit of energy left in its body that made it very uncomfortable. Chapter 13-14. I'll take you out to have a look. Take the antidote and see what effect it has. Lin Xiao patted its head that was hanging beside her and said. However, when she said that she would take it out, the big snake immediately moved a few meters to the side and kept a distance from her. What? Are you afraid? It's okay. If you still feel uncomfortable, I'll bring you in immediately. Come here. Lin Xiao saw that it instantly kept a safe distance from her and waved at it, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This, Dahe stuck out its tongue at her motionlessly. Lin Xiao looked at it speechlessly. Did she have to coax it out now? Was it throwing a tantrum? Come here. I'm not lying to you. You've taken the antidote. It's okay. Seeing that the big black snake was like a child, it was so scared after suffering a loss once. Lin Xiao could only coax it like a child. Dahe stared at her hesitantly, but its head was already slightly lowered. Seeing that it was wavering, Lin Xiao immediately nodded to it. She continued to coax it. Come here, it's fun here. We've never been here before. Don't you want to go out and see what it's like outside? As long as your nose is not uncomfortable, it's okay. Come here. Erwang is so fun outside. Don't you want to go out? Sure enough, when she mentioned Erwang, Dahe moved its body. It really wanted to go out and play, but the energy in the air outside made it feel very uncomfortable. So it was normal for it to be a little scared now. Just when Lin Xiao was still coaxing Dahe out by the pool, a shadow suddenly rushed out of the woods. It flashed to Lin Xiao's side and stood still. Then it swung its tentacles and hooked Lin Xiao's clothes. Ow! Then a few dissatisfied cries of the little tiger came from behind. After Lin Xiao saw the mushroom spirit that suddenly appeared beside her, she turned her head to look at the little tiger running behind her. It was only a few meters away from Lin Xiao. You can't go out. You're too weak. It's very dangerous there. Lin Xiao looked at the little tiger running to her feet and hugging her feet. She looked at it, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head at it. It actually hugged her legs with its 2 furry claws. Did it have to be so cute? Seeing that Lin Xiao shook his head, the little tiger immediately objected. He hugged her tightly with his paws and rubbed his face against her knees. Howling sounds came from his mouth. Lin Xiao could clearly feel its desire to go out, because it wanted to go out and play with the mushroom spirit and Dahe. Moreover, Lin Xiao, that 2-legged monster, only released the other 3 and left it here. He felt a little unhappy and indignant. No, you can't go out. Lin Xiao looked down at it and shook his head. Phew! Seeing that Lin Xiao still refused to let her go, the little tiger immediately let go of her calf. Then he turned around and ran towards the woods, quickly disappearing from Lin Xiao's sight. Hey, it's angry. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, turned his head, and said to the mushroom spirit who was standing quietly beside him. The mushroom spirit lightly shook its tentacles under the mushroom umbrella. Okay, so Dahe, do you want to go out? Lin Xiao could only put the baby tiger aside, and then turned to look at the mushroom spirit. This guy was a mutant plant, which was a different form of creature from Dahe. She didn't know if it was not used to the energy in the underground space, but even if it was not used to it, she could ask the big cat outside to get another one. She believed that there must be more than one such fruit. Anyway, this big mushroom spirit ran very fast, and it could run to the danger outside. Seeing the appearance of the mushroom spirit, Dahe's line of defense immediately collapsed, and it finally slipped over. Then, Lin Xiao brought the two of them out. When they appeared in the underground space, there was no one around except for the big red cat. Seeing that she came out with two more, the big cat immediately stood up, in case the two wanted to make trouble when they saw it like the mad dog just now. However, Lin Xiao carefully observed the reaction of the two she just brought out. As a result, as soon as the mushroom spirit came out, it waved its soft tentacles and walked around excitedly. Lin Xiao was speechless. This reaction was different from what she had expected. Where were the adverse reactions? Now it was obvious that there were no adverse reactions. She silently complained about the mushroom spirit, and then turned to look at Dahe. She saw that Dahe was somewhat vigilant and coiled up in a circle. It was straightening its neck, and the two fake eyes on the back of its neck were bulging. Don't be nervous. Looking at Dahe's alert look, Lin Xiao looked up at it and comforted it. Dahe stayed like that for a full 5 or 6 seconds before it slightly relaxed. It put away the fake eyes on its neck and slowly shook its head from side to side. After feeling for a while, Dahe found that it really didn't have the feeling of difficulty in breathing just now, and there was no discomfort all over its body. Only then did he completely relax his body and began to sneak around the surroundings again. Your fruit was found by that cat for you. You have to thank it. Lin Xiao suddenly pointed to the big red cat and said to Dahe. Dahe could understand her words, and Lin Xiao was obviously pointing at the big red cat. Of course it could understand what Lin Xiao meant. And when the big red cat saw Lin Xiao pointing at it, it also turned its head to look at the big black snake. Thus, the face painting suddenly turned into two large beasts, looking at each other. Lin Xiao looked left and right at the big black snake, and right at the big red cat. She stared silently for 3 seconds, wondering if these two were going to be fixed like this. She saw Dahe's lower body move, and then its head nodded at the big red cat. And the big red cat's reaction was to casually raise its paw and wipe its face, which was considered as accepting Dahe's cold thanks. These two are so cold. Lu Qianni didn't know when he flashed to Lin Xiao's side and silently said. Lin Xiao looked back at him, shrugged, and nodded. Yes. Lu Qianni looked at her, then suddenly looked in the direction where Xie Longyun and the others left and said, What are you going to do with those people? Are you going to let them continue to follow and cause trouble? Lu Qianni was very annoyed with people who played tricks behind his back. Lin Xiao glanced over there and said, We don't have time to deal with them now, and exploring the situation here is the most important thing. But if she dares to come next time, I will find a way to deal with her. Lu Qianni looked at her and nodded. He turned his head and saw a black shadow quietly touching the back of the big red cat. The big red cat's expression didn't change, but the swing of its tail showed that it had long noticed the guy that was quietly touching it. Chapter 13:15. All right, stop messing around. Lin Xiao also turned her head and looked behind the big red cat. Wang, who was stealthily creeping over, immediately stopped. He then wagged his tail in boredom, and with a leap of his 4 legs, he landed near Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stared at the big red cat, thought for a moment, and suddenly roared at it. Roar, are there more? Fruits. If they could find the fruits picked by the big cat, they might be useful later. The big red cat stood up, raised a paw, and waved at her. Then he turned around and looked back at Lin Xiao before leaping out. Follow! Lin Xiao immediately shouted and then jumped out. As soon as she left, some figures immediately flashed out from the surrounding bushes, quietly following behind her and the big cat. Dahe and the other two quickly followed. On the other side, Xiaolong Yun, who was 2 kilometers away, turned her head to look at the direction where Lin Xiao and the others were moving and then didn't pay much attention. Is it those people? The vice captain next to her saw her turn her head to look and asked her. Xiaolong Yun shook her head. No, it's just a few mutant beasts. The vice captain said with some disappointment. The mutant beasts in this space should be the same as the monsters on the ground. By the way, do we really not need to continue looking for those people in the base in Sea City? Xiaolong Yun said, the other party is already on guard. Even if we want to find them now, we definitely won't be able to find them. And it's a waste of time. It's better to look at the situation in this underground space first. Maybe we'll be lucky and meet them. That's true. The vice captain nodded. So they also took out various measuring instruments to collect all kinds of information in this space. At this time, in the leader's office in the Huaxiao base, Sikong Chun sat alone in his seat with a blank expression. He leaned against the back of the chair, his elbows on the armrest, and his hands were raised up, rubbing his fingers. His eyes were slightly lowered as he looked at the table. After a while, someone appeared at the door of his office. Wei Haichao gently knocked on the door and then walked in. Did you find anything? Sikong Chun asked when he saw him. Wei Haichao shook his head and said with a disappointed expression, No, we didn't even find their bodies. Logically speaking, the base only had Lin Feng, who had just reached rank 7 not long ago. He didn't have the strength to resist the group of people we sent over. That night, Team 2 and Team 3 gave up on the mission in Sea City and went to the base to assist their captain. There were already 3 level 7 Arcanists, not to mention the hundreds of level 5 and level 6 Arcanists behind them. The Universal Base was only a small base that had been established for a year. Even when their leader wasn't around, they were still able to devour our entire group. I think this base is getting weirder and weirder. Sikong Chun said with a gloomy face. The strongest in their base is that woman. Although Lin Feng is rank 7, he just advanced. He might be able to hold on for a while against one, but he's up against the captain. It's impossible for him to kill the captain. Therefore, he just couldn't figure out how this group of people was killed. Of course, he didn't think that the group of people he sent would still be alive after losing contact or going missing. Generally, this kind of situation would only occur when the enemy completely wiped them out. But the group of people he sent had the combined strength to completely wipe out that small base. How could they be wiped out by the enemy instead? There must be something strange going on, but they just haven't found it yet. In particular, the base's intelligence had always been very difficult to obtain. It seemed that they were hiding some big secret or killer weapon. Go investigate again. Since they're so difficult to deal with, we'll just find another way to deal with them. We don't have to bite them with our teeth. Sikong Chun ordered Wei Haichao coldly. Wei Haichao hesitated for a moment and asked, But we've used all the methods we can. How are we going to continue investigating? We can't even get close to their base. If we can't sneak in, we won't be able to get any effective clues. What about Sea City? Can't you find anything? Sikong Chun asked with a frown. Wei Haichao spread his hands. We've also investigated Sea City. Other than the Universal Base, secretly sending some things into Sea City every few days, we can't find anything else. Oh, that's right. 2 days ago, Lin Feng's sister, Lin Wenwen, brought a group of over 10,000 people from Sea City to join the Universal Base. In fact, I've been trying to see if I can find an opportunity to open up a gap and insert some wires into it. Hearing this, Sikong Chen's eyes lit up. How's the result? Wei Haichao shook his head. It's not that fast. I haven't found an effective gap. I need time. Sikong Chun furrowed his brows again. But we don't have much time left. If we don't get rid of this suspicious base, we won't be able to escape. If we don't get rid of this suspicious universal base, our plan to deal with Sea City might be disrupted. We have to figure out the secret of this universal base as soon as possible. We can't let anything go wrong in our plan to invade Sea City. Wei Haichao's expression darkened. Si Kongqin's order was obviously pressuring. He could only try his best to complete this task. I understand. I'll try my best to think of a way. Wait a minute. Since we can't get Wu Qingyue's child, we can find an opportunity to deal with Lin Feng's sister, wife, and child. Si Kongqin's eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of an idea. Dealing with women and children would be much easier than dealing with Lin Feng. Wei Haichao said with some difficulty, but his wife and child won't leave the base. How can we deal with them? Si Kongqin glanced at him and said, if they won't come out, can't you think of a way to lure them out? But it's best not to start with the people who came out of Sea City. With so many people suddenly joining the base, Lin Feng will definitely be on guard. You can start with their daily activities of sending things to Sea City every few days. That might increase your chances. You can also start with Sea City. Keep an eye on them. There will always be a chance. Wei Haichao thought for a moment. I understand. Si Kongqin waved at him and was about to let him go out. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, right, haven't you found out anything about Yuan Tianqing? Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, why would that woman leave Lin Feng in charge of the base's affairs when she left? That was because Lin Feng had been handling the activities inside and outside the base recently. Moreover, Yuan Tianqing had suddenly disappeared during this period of time. Something abnormal must have happened. Chapter 13:16. Hearing Si Kongqin ask about the whereabouts of the other deputy leader of the Universal Base, Yuan Tianqing, Wei Haichao said with a thoughtful expression, I didn't find him. There's no clue at all. You also know that it is not easy to investigate things in the Universal Base. Maybe he was sent by Lu Tianyu to perform some secret mission. Si Kongqin nodded. It's possible. Well, if there's nothing else, you can go back first. Wei Haichao nodded, turned, and walked out of Si Kongqin's office. At this time, in Wu Qingyue's house in Sea City Base, Wu Yueling and Xiao Tingting were sitting on the sofa in the hall playing. Wu Qingyue was sitting on the single sofa next to him looking at documents, while Xiao Yunlong's tall body was sitting on the other single sofa opposite the coffee table. Xiao Tingting, come here to Uncle. Xiao Yunlong looked at Xiao Tingting, who was crawling around on the sofa, and called out to him. Xiao Tingting glanced at him and asked in a childish voice, Uncle Long, are you very free? Xiao Yunlong looked at him and shook his head, replying doubtfully, No. Why do you think so? Xiao Tingting took the fat rabbit from Wu Yueling's arms, sat down cross-legged, put the fat rabbit on his short legs, and looked up at Xiao Yunlong. He said, Then why are you sitting here teasing me if you are not free? Xiao Yunlong shrugged his shoulders at him, raised his eyebrows, and said, I'm not here to tease you. I must have something to say to your father. Xiao Tingting continued to look at him. Then you have been sitting here for a long time, but I don't see you and my papa talking about anything serious. Xiao Yunlong had been sitting here for half an hour. I saw that your father was busy reading documents, so I waited for him to finish reading. Besides, it was clearly your father who asked me to come. Xiao Yunlong spread out his hands. At this time, Wu Qingyue, who was reading a document, raised his eyes, looked left and right at the two of them, and then continued to look down at the document. Xiao Tingting curled his lips, bowed his head, and put the rabbit on Wu Yueling's leg. After another 10 minutes, Wu Qingyue put away the document in his hand and put it on the coffee table. He looked at Xiao Yunlong and said, Is there any problem with the group of people taken away by Lin Wenwen? Xiao Yunlong shook his head. Not yet. There is no suspicious movement of those people. I think Si Kongqin will take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters, or take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the base. Wu Qingyue said, Lin Feng won't relax in this aspect, even if his sister brought him back. Those that should be investigated, and those that should be reviewed as well. That's right. Lin Feng has really done a lot of work these 2 days. Xiao Yunlong nodded in agreement. He continued, speaking of which, Sikong Chen's face must be as black as the bottom of a pot after losing this batch of people. A faint smile appeared on Wu Qingyue's face. He reached out to pick up the cup on the side of the coffee table and said with a smile, "Who said it wasn't? When I went down yesterday, he received the news immediately." His face was even darker than Bao Qingtian's, but he had to hold it in and not flare up. He probably hates the Universal Life Base and Liu Tianyu to death. Serve him right. Who told him to reap what he sowed? Since they couldn't find a chance to do anything on our side, they turned their attention to the Universal Base. He thinks that the Universal Life Base is just a small base with not many people. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Yunlong sneered, feeling that Sikong Chen's scheme behind the scenes was very good. So good that everyone already knew about it. According to a normal person's psychology, he may think so at the beginning. However, after so many failed explorations and bumping into a wall so many times, Sikong Chen was no fool. He has probably begun to be interested in the secrets of a Universal Life Base. But his measurement of the strength of a Universal Life Base is still not enough. Wu Qingyue waved his hand at him, analyzing Sikong Chen's current thoughts. Xiao Yunlong frowned slightly when he heard his words. Suddenly thinking of something else, he immediately asked, "You mean, the more he raises the mysterious status of the Universal Life Base, the more he will try to crack the secrets of the Universal Life Base?" "Yes, I think you should have some action next." Wu Qingyue nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Yunlong looked at him and asked, "Then should we inform Lin Feng? Let it be on guard?" Wu Qingyue said, "I don't think the Universal Life Base is so easy to break through now, but Lin Feng will probably think of this himself. Let's see what other arrangements he has." "Oh, that means we don't need to remind him?" Xiao Yunlong looked at him hesitantly. Wu Qingyue nodded slightly and said, "We don't need to worry about that side. The most important thing for us now is to figure out Sikong Chen's plan. Let's see what he is going to do. Since he has already contacted the foreign base, I don't know what else he will come up with. And Sikong Chen will certainly use those secret research things to deal with their sea city." Xiao Yunlong frowned and said with a heavy sigh, "The problem is that their defense is also very tight. It is difficult to collect clues on our side." He only said that it was difficult. Obviously, even if it was difficult, they still had to continue to inquire. They must first figure out what medicine Sikong Chen was selling in the gourd. Just as Sikong Chen was trying every possible way to get the secret of a Universal Life Base, and Wu Qingyue and Xiao Yunlong were also trying every means to get the secret of Sikong Chen. After Wei Haichao left, Sikong Chen got up and left his office. Then he quietly took a car out of the Huaxia base and drove towards a distant place. An hour later, Sikong Chen's car stopped at a place 80 or 90 kilometers away from the Huaxia base. This was a remote and barren mountain, surrounded by towering forests. And in this mountain forest was hidden a secret construction base. The entrance to the base was surrounded by secret defense lines. As long as one was within a kilometer from the entrance, although there was nothing unusual around, the secret was filled with high-power machine guns. As long as a person, mutant beast, or zombie entered here by mistake, they would be shot into pieces by these powerful machine guns. If it was only one of these weapons, it wouldn't have much effect against a mutant beast or zombie below level 6. But if there were hundreds of such weapons here, then if they were to concentrate on shooting at a prey, then even a level 6 mutant beast would find it difficult to escape. And if they were lucky enough to avoid these high-power machine guns and enter this range, then when they were within 300 meters, they would be sensed by the base's security system. What followed was the same high-pressure machine gun fire, and it was the kind with navigation and automatic aiming. No matter how fast the prey was, it couldn't escape this concentrated attack. Chapter 13-17. Sikong Chen's car had an identification mark, so it went straight to the entrance of the base without any problems. On both sides of the gate was a 10-meter-tall sentry post with sentries standing on it. After seeing Sikong Chen appear, the sentries and soldiers at the gate all quietly saluted him. Sikong Chen walked straight in. There was a steel building that was 200 to 300 square meters inside. Inside was an entrance that led underground. He walked in without stopping and walked down the stairs at the entrance. When he was about 10 meters down, a door appeared. After the door opened, there was actually an elevator. The elevator went down for another 3 minutes before stopping. After opening the door, he saw an experimental base. The things being researched here were different from the secret experimental base under Sikong Chen's base in Huaxia. The experimental space here was made up of laboratories. Unlike the high and spacious space underground in Huaxia, this place was separated by translucent tempered glass. Seeing him appear, the people working in this base turned their heads to look at him. Then, they turned back and continued with their work. Soon, a man in a white research uniform walked over. He bowed his head slightly and greeted Sikong Chen. "You're here." Sikong Chen looked at him and asked, "Where's your professor?" The man in the research uniform took a step back and replied, "The professor is in Research Area C." Sikong Chen looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Bring me there." The man in the research uniform nodded at him, then turned around and led the way in another direction. After turning left and right, they walked around for a few minutes before they reached a door marked Area C. After walking in, they realized that it was another type of research room. This place was not just a single research room. The entire Area C was a large research room. There were rows of cylindrical glass boxes that were more than 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. The glass boxes were filled with green liquid. The liquid was a bit murky. Moreover, they could vaguely see a dark shadow floating in the liquid. They couldn't see what the object inside was clearly. As soon as they entered this large laboratory, they could see rows of large glass pillars filled with unknown liquid. There were at least 100 of them that could be seen from the entrance, and that didn't include those that were blocked at the back. Several thick and thin wires were inserted into the top and bottom of these glass pillars, and between the rows of glass pillars were rows of tables, on which various experimental utensils and instruments were placed. After the man in the lab coat led Sikong Chen past rows of glass boxes, they finally saw a group of people in white coats working at one of the experiment tables. Sikong Chen walked over and saw that the group of people were busy dealing with a glass box behind them. They didn't even look at him. He didn't say anything to disturb them. Instead, he just stood there quietly and waited. 2 minutes later, when a white-haired old man among the group turned around to look at the glass box, he casually glanced at him. The old man paused and looked at him in surprise. He opened his mouth and asked with a weathered voice, Chief C, what did you get here?" Sikong Chen nodded at him. "Professor Bai, it's been 2 minutes." Only then did the old man turn around and continue his own business. He said, "Well, why didn't you say anything when you came? What's the matter?" Sikong Chen took 2 steps closer and watched them work outside of their range of activity. He replied, "I saw that you were busy, so I didn't dare to say anything. How would I dare to disturb you for no reason?" The white-haired old man had a test tube in his left hand and a container in his right. He carefully dripped the liquid from the test tube into the container and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Sikong Chen crossed his arms and slowly moved left and right. Then he said, "I just wanted to ask how the progress is on your side. Can we start?" Right now, they have already begun to investigate the underground space. After all, there are so many strange underground creatures appearing, and it has brought about such a serious impact. Now that everyone is panicking, it's a good opportunity for us. If we wait for this wave of things to pass before we start, even though they might be weaker at that time, I'm afraid there will be an accident. The old man turned to look at him and said calmly, "What's the hurry?" This time, the energy explosion in the underground space drove those monsters out. But the real monsters haven't come up yet. Let's wait for them to come up first. They still went down. Originally, those things shouldn't have come out so soon. Perhaps they would have released those monsters earlier. "Oh, you also sent people down?" After saying that, the white-haired old man turned to look at him again. Sikong Chen's footsteps stopped, and he nodded at him, "And I want some people down there to never come up again." The white-haired old man nodded in understanding and continued with the work at hand. But he didn't stop talking. He continued, Actually, you don't have to send people down because the people that go down probably won't be able to come up. Whether it's the people that go down or the people you send down, it won't be easy for them to come up alive. Do you think those monsters down there are that easy to deal with? Hearing this, Sikong Chin's expression changed slightly. Why didn't you say so earlier? The person I sent down is your daughter. The old man suddenly raised his head and turned to glare at him. He asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" Sikong Chin's expression had already calmed down. He said, "She applied to go down there on her own. I didn't send her down there." Seeing some anger appear on the old man's face, Sikong Chun immediately said that Xia Longyun applied to go down there on her own. That damn girl. Why didn't she tell me if she wanted to go down? TSK. Does she know how dangerous it is down there? Does she think she can go down there just because she's a rank 7 arcanist? She really doesn't let me rest easy. Hearing this, the old man sighed and wrinkled his wrinkled face with a look of annoyance. Is it as scary down there as you say? Didn't she bring the medicine you gave her? Plus, I got it from abroad. Her life shouldn't be in danger, right? Sikong Chun asked hesitantly. The old man handed the things in his hand to the silent assistant next to him and walked out. He took off his gloves as he walked and said, "The medicine I gave her can only be used twice in 24 hours and 3 times in 7 days. If she uses it more than 3 times, her body won't be able to take it and will collapse. But the danger down there is much greater than you think." Chapter 13:18. When Sikong Chun saw Professor Bai walking out, he also followed him out. As he walked, he asked, "Do you mean the medicine you developed has side effects?" Professor Bai said, "Definitely. This medicine stimulates all the potential energy in your body, but you still need some time to recover after the stimulation. Because this not only stimulates the energy in your body, but it also consumes the energy in your body. You can withstand it once or twice in a short period of time, but the third time will be too much for your body. And the first 2 stimulations have already squeezed out all the energy in your body. Before you have time to recover, you have to squeeze out the energy for the third time. What do you think will happen?" After that, the old man looked at him. Although Professor Bai had white hair and a face full of wrinkles, his body was very strong. However, his body was very sturdy, and his 9 meters tall figure still looked very tall and straight. Her footsteps were light and steady, carrying the wind with them. Xia Longyun was his daughter, but she didn't follow his surname. When his daughter was young, he divorced his wife. His daughter followed her mother and later changed her surname to her mother. In fact, his daughter wasn't close to him, but he only had 1 daughter now. Even if his daughter wasn't close to him, he still had to take care of her. When Sikong Chun heard Professor Bai's explanation, he nodded. So that's how it is. However, being able to have 3 chances to break through to the next level is already a great help. As the 2 of them talked, they walked out of the gate of Experimental Area C. The old man led him to his office. "I'm now doing an improvement and upgrade experiment, but it still needs time." Professor Bai entered his office and said. Then, she picked up the glass of water on her desk and poured a glass of water for Sikong Chun. Then, she turned around and handed it to him. Sikong Chun took the water and sat down. He looked at him and asked, "So you've been holding back the plan and not taking action. Is it because of this?" Professor Bai sat in his seat and put the glass on the table. He leaned against the back of the chair and waved his hand. "No, even if it can only be used 2 or 3 times. This medicine is also very useful for us. If it is only used to deal with other survivor bases, there is no problem at all. Even if all the bases were combined, there would only be 3 or 4 level 8 arcanists. As long as we send a few level 7 arcanists to use the potions, we can deal with them. After that, we use our weapons to blow up their bases. Isn't that simple? I'm still worried about those things in the underground space. If we don't solve this problem, they'll be a bigger threat than the human base." Sikong Chun looked at him and thought for a moment before asking doubtfully, "Are those things really that powerful? Don't tell me we can't kill them with missiles?" Professor Bai glanced at him lightly and said, "I guess before your missile hits them, they will rush up to grab your missile and throw it back to you." His words immediately caused Sikong Chin's expression to freeze for a moment. He looked at him blankly. No way. They can even receive missiles? What exactly did you encounter down there? In the third year after the Doomsday, Professor Bai actually began to explore the underground with his team. This exploration lasted for nearly 2 years. During this period, he would send people up to replenish supplies and so on, until the end of the second year. All of a sudden, he brought a small group of people with him and escaped in a sorry state. As for the rest of the people he brought with him, they would never come out again. Therefore, Professor Bai already had a good understanding of the underground world. It was just that recently, those underground creatures suddenly emerged from the ground, which made him feel very surprised. He also guessed that something must have happened down there, and since he came out from the underground, he didn't send anyone down to investigate. After another 2 years of changes, it was hard to imagine what kind of changes had occurred down there. However, from the recent large number of unknown creatures emerging from the underground, he could roughly guess that the changes underground must be very big. At this time, the degree of danger was obvious. No, it might be even more dangerous than he thought. While Professor Bai and Sikong Chun were talking, Xiaolong Yun, who was underground, encountered a situation. Originally, she wanted to ambush Lin Xiao, but the other party noticed her in advance. She temporarily gave up on the plan to deal with the female leader of the Universal Base. She prepared to first lead her people to explore the underground space for a period of time, waiting for the female leader to slowly relax her vigilance before carrying out the next operation. However, before she could go far, she was entangled by a magic tree. The tree looked very strange. It wasn't very tall, about 8 or 9 meters, but its branches and leaves were very exuberant. There was a trunk in the middle, and the branches on it grew horizontally in all directions. These branches were very long, extending horizontally for 20 to 30 meters. The whole tree looked like a child holding a very big umbrella. The leaves were not considered big, only a dozen centimeters long. They were biangular, but the tail of the leaf was divided into 2 sides. There was also a hardtail thorn on both sides. This thorn was as thick as a baby's pinky finger and 10 centimeters long. It was very sharp. When Xiaolong Yun and the others were more than 100 meters away from it, there was no movement from the tree. It was quiet, but when they were only 20 to 30 meters away from it, the tree suddenly moved. The originally extended branches suddenly swung in the direction of Xiaolong Yun and the others. At the same time, thousands of sharp thorns shot out from the leaves towards them. Xiaolong Yun and the others were shocked when they suddenly saw a large wave of dense thorns shooting towards them. They quickly released their abilities to protect themselves. For them, they were basically level 5 or 6 ability users, so the abilities they released were also level 5 or 6. It stood to reason that under normal circumstances, it was completely possible to block these flying thorns. However, the reality was not as they imagined. Pu-pu-pu, ah! Waves of screams followed the sound of flesh being pierced. Everyone was pierced like a hedgehog. Only Xiaolong Yun did not end up like them, because her skin had turned into metal. But even so, Xiaolong Yun deeply knitted her delicate eyebrows, because although these thorns did not penetrate her body, they were able to pierce her skin into small holes when she turned into metal. Chapter 13:19. Xiaolong Yun turned around to look at his subordinates and saw that they were all covered in spikes. One by one, they shrunk to the ground in pain and cried for their parents. Regardless of whether they were level 5 or level 6, they couldn't escape the attack of these flying spikes. Moreover, the spikes were very deep. Just thinking about it was painful. Ah, it hurts! Help! Help! It hurts! These people fell to the ground. Their bodies were twitching in pain, but they didn't dare to move, because if they turned over, they might press on the spikes on their bodies. It would only be more painful. Don't move! Don't move! Xiaolong Yun immediately shouted at them. Then, she turned her head and raised her hand to pull out the tang knife that was tied behind her. She threw it up, and at the same time, she raised her hand and used her ability to control the knife to enlarge it. Then, it turned into a huge metal knife that was 10 meters long. She quickly swung it at the strange, mutated tree's trunk. Bang! Her knife successfully cut the trunk of the tree, but it didn't cut the trunk that required 5 adults to encircle. Instead, it was directly stuck in the trunk. Xiaolongyun pulled her hand back and found that the huge knife she was controlling couldn't be pulled out of the trunk. Walala! At this moment, the tree retracted its branches and threw another batch of branches. At the same time, it threw a large wave of spikes that flew over like raindrops. When Xiaolongyun saw that she couldn't control her weapon, another batch of large-scale attacks came. She suddenly swung her hand and threw out a few fist-sized metal balls. The moment she threw the metal balls, they suddenly swelled up and became bigger. Then, they began to change shape. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge shield. Then, under Xiaolongyun's control, the shield quickly covered the area diagonally above her and her subordinates, blocking the flying spikes. The movement on her side quickly attracted the attention of Lin Xiao, who was less than 3 kilometers away. Lin Xiao stopped moving forward and landed on the ground. She turned her head to look at Xiaolongyun's direction. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. The woman had been concealing her aura, but now her aura had suddenly burst out. It seemed that she must have encountered some changes in the situation, so she subconsciously released her ability. With her special ability floating in the air, Lin Xiao could even sense her from 10 kilometers away, let alone less than 3 kilometers away. She lowered her fist that was raised to signal the others to stop and turned to look in Xiaolongyun's direction. Oh! Erwang landed beside her with a leap. He looked at her while wagging his tail slightly, then looked at the direction she was staring at. He raised his nose and sniffed, then immediately swung his head down. What's wrong? Lu Qianni stopped beside her and asked. Due to the suppression of his strength, he did not sense Xiaolongyun's aura fluctuations from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Lin Qiao thought for a moment and suddenly said, Change of plan. I'll deal with that woman first. Don't wait for me. I'll catch up with you. Be careful and stay alert. Since she had discovered that woman's aura, and it seemed that the other party was not used to the environment here, she didn't want to deal with the other party so quickly because she thought that the woman would temporarily hide herself and wait for the right opportunity to track her. However, she didn't expect that the woman was not too far away from her. Moreover, it was such a close distance. Since they had bumped into each other, of course, she wouldn't be polite to the other party. After sensing Xiaolongyun's appearance, Lin Xiao suddenly changed her mind. Instead of constantly being on guard against the mischief behind her back, it was better for her to deal with the woman and her subordinates by herself. Then, Lu Qianni, Duan Wan, and the others would continue with their mission. This way, both sides would not be delayed. Yes, yes, the others answered in unison. Lin Xiao looked at Erwang and raised her hand to shout at Dahe and the mushroom spirit, Erwang, Dahe, Big Mushroom. The 3 of you, follow me. With that said, she waved at the 3 of them. She turned around and leaped in the direction of Xiaolongyun's aura, quickly disappearing in front of the others. The big red cat didn't need her to say anything and followed her. Lin Xiao raised her head and roared at it. Roar! Are you going to help me attack the prey later? Roar! The big cat flew above her head and lowered its head to roar at her. Lin Xiao quickly sneaked in the direction of Xiaolongyun with the 4 non-humans. 2 kilometers was just a few seconds for her. She pointed at the big mushroom and said to the other 3, You guys follow it and don't get lost. With that said, she hid her aura and figure. In this state, only the big mushroom could sense her. When Lin Xiao said this, Erwang and Dahe didn't react, but when they saw her disappear, they immediately understood what she meant. The big mushroom swung a few tentacles and a few roots as it ran on the ground. Looking at the way it swung its tentacles, it was obvious that it was very happy. But fortunately, it received Lin Qiao's meaning and continued to follow behind her. Xiaolongyun had just blocked a wave of attacks from the magic tree when she suddenly felt the aura of a few beasts approaching from afar. They were quickly approaching her. Her heart immediately felt stifled. She thought to herself, This tree is troublesome enough. How can there be more trouble? At this moment, a familiar energy suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped her entire metal shield. Feeling the energy of the devouring attribute, Xiaolongyun's heart immediately burst out with ruthlessness. She shouted angrily, "Sneak attack while people are in danger! Is this what the leader of a base should do?" As she said that, she suddenly pulled out a gun. With one hand, she controlled the giant shield and turned it into a cover, covering herself. She suddenly raised her hand and shot in one direction. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xiao appeared with a sneer. After dodging the bullets as if nothing had happened, she stood on another tree and looked down at her. What a joke. Why can you and Sikong Chin sneak attack me, but I can't? We have already come to this point. Is there any need to talk about etiquette? With that said, she waved her hand, and the black flame attached to Xiaolongyun's metal cover immediately burned more vigorously. However, she didn't know what material the metal shield used by Xiaolongyun was made of, but the speed of her devouring ability had actually decreased a little. It seemed to be a lot slower, so it didn't burn through the shield for a few seconds. If it were ordinary metal, it would have melted the moment it touched her black fire. Chapter 1320. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the relationship between her universal base and Huaxia base had long reached the point where they couldn't tolerate each other. When the leaders of the major bases gathered, she could calmly argue with Sikong Chun in order to maintain her demeanor. But now that they were in this situation, there was no need for her to be too kind to someone who was about to die. Boom! Under Lin Xiao's control, the black flames on the metal cover suddenly erupted. Then it transformed into a black dragon that suddenly soared into the sky. It quickly turned a circle in mid-air before rushing down again. It opened its mouth and bit down on Xiaolongyun's metal cover. Xiaolongyun could feel the explosive and threatening pressure from her energy. If this fire dragon were to successfully bite him, he would definitely die. She had a premonition that the dragon's teeth could directly bite through her special metal cover. If the cover was instantly broken, then the subordinates she was protecting below would be directly swallowed by the black dragon. She immediately threw out a few more metal balls. Before Lin Xiao's black dragon bit down, the metal balls became bigger and formed another layer of protective cover, covering the original one. The moment the black dragon bit down, Lin Xiao suddenly raised her hand and clenched her 5 fingers. When the black dragon's teeth bit down on the metal cover, it immediately issued a violent collision sound. Bang! Kacha! Then, the sound of metal shattering could be heard. Ugh! Puff! At this time, Xiaolongyun, who was controlling the metal cover with both hands, suddenly trembled. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the 2 layers of the metal cover were about to break, she suddenly withdrew her hand after spitting out the blood, turned around, and disappeared in place. Lin Xiao's hand, that was still tightly clenched, fiercely hammered down. Bang! Hoo! After the black dragon bit through the metal cover, she hammered down again, causing the black dragon's entire body to crash into the ground. The members of the Huaxia Secret Service who were still covered in thorns on the ground were smashed 10 centimeters deep into the ground. And these ability users who were 10 centimeters deep didn't even have the time to scream before they were instantly swallowed by the black flames of the black dragon. However, Lin Xiao didn't even look at the fate of these people. She withdrew her hand and turned to look at the direction where Xiaolongyun left. Then, with a cold laugh, her light purple lips parted slightly, and she said, "You want to run? Too naive. This time, I won't let you off so easily like I did in the Northwest." With that, she disappeared in an instant. The moment Xiaolongyun disappeared, she also lost her aura. This was her second ability. In fact, it was similar to Lin Xiao. Although her special ability was spatial, it was not a storage space. It was spatial movement. That was why when she was in the Northwest, she would appear and disappear, just like when Lin Xiao was invisible. However, although her special ability was very heaven-defying, it had its limits. Even with the level 7 dimensional shift arcana, the furthest distance she could teleport was no more than 3 kilometers. Moreover, when she moved in space, she could only sense the direction and distance, but could not sense the situation outside. Another condition was that she could only move in a place with oxygen, and could not move herself into water or a wall. The oxygen underground was thin to begin with, which limited the distance she could travel through space. Therefore, the moment she appeared, Lin Xiao immediately sensed the location of her aura. With her speed, she would arrive in less than 2 seconds. Xia Longyun had just appeared, and before she could even catch her breath, she suddenly felt a chill behind her back. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back. She turned her head abruptly, only to see a huge black fireball falling from the sky, smashing towards her. Boom dash, Xia Longyun hurriedly dodged, and the 2-meter-wide black fireball smashed into the place where she was just a moment ago. In an instant, a black wave swept out in all directions. The surrounding underground mutant plants were all devoured in an instant. Xia Longyun's charming eyes widened in shock, and she looked at Lin Xiao with some disbelief. She did not expect this woman to be able to lock onto her position so quickly. Could it be that she could see through her teleportation? Impossible. Even if she was a level 8 arcanist, it was impossible for her to see through her special ability. How could someone see through her trajectory into another space? Of course, what she thought was not wrong. Lin Xiao really could not see through her trajectory into another space. However, her perception could perceive a range of 10 kilometers. As long as she appeared, Lin Xiao would be able to sense her aura. Lin Xiao was only superior in that she was extremely fast, and the distance between her and this woman was not too far. Lin Xiao did not talk nonsense with her, and while she was still in shock, she casually waved her hand. The black flames that she had thrown to the ground and exploded gathered again, and then turned into a few 2-meter-tall black firewolves. 5 strong black firewolves bent their limbs in midair, and their ears perked up. They lowered their necks and lowered their heads, baring their fangs at Xia Longyun. Then, with a flick of Lin Xiao's finger, they suddenly pounced towards Xia Longyun. Roar dash! The fire wolves with their bodies covered in black flames howled, and the sound of them pouncing down was like their roars. Xia Longyun reflexively took a step back, and at the same time, her figure disappeared in a flash just as the claws of the black fire wolves pounced on her. Whoosh! The fire wolves pounced on nothing and stopped abruptly on the ground. They seemed to shake their tails in annoyance before dissipating into wisps of black hellfire, and once again retracted into Lin Xiao's palm. After Lin Xiao collected the black fire, he also disappeared in a flash. When Xia Longyun appeared again, she looked around in bewilderment. She was moving in another layer of space and could not sense the situation outside, so she was not sure if this woman could lock onto her again this time. However, this time, she looked around and did not find the presence of Lu Tianyu's aura. Her expression was slightly relieved, and she thought with some suspicion that she was wrong just now. The woman just now might have just coincidentally sensed her location. However, Xia Longyun herself was also skeptical. She did not believe that Lin Xiao could so coincidentally catch up to her instant target location. However, she did not know that Lin Xiao was actually standing on the vine of a strange underground plant behind her, quietly watching her observe from left to right. Hee, did she think it was a coincidence? How could she be so coincidental? Lin Xiao was only 7 or 8 meters away from Xia Longyun, so she could completely sense Xia Longyun's thoughts. Chapter 1321. It turned out that Xia Longyun had a second ability, and it was spatial teleportation. This was a good skill for escape or sneak attack. It was no wonder that Sikong-chan would let her carry out the assassination mission. She was suitable to be an assassin. Spatial teleportation, coupled with a high attack of the metal element, was indeed an expert in the assassination. If she hadn't met the current her. Lin Xiao silently looked at Xia Longyun. Seeing that she didn't find her after looking around for a few times, she showed a relieved expression. She relaxed now? How naive. The moment Xiao Longyun relaxed, Lin Xiao lightly tapped her feet and landed 2 meters behind Xiao Longyun. Then, she quickly approached Xiao Longyun's back and stretched out her claws. Xiao Longyun looked around. After confirming that the woman in the base was not here, she was slightly relieved. However, in the next second, a hand suddenly pressed down on the back of her neck. Xiao Longyun was shocked. Her whole body shook, and she turned her hand to cut behind her. Because her hand had immediately turned into metal, and her fingertips were very sharp. Just as she was about to swing her hand back, the other party's hand on her neck pushed her forward forcefully and dodged her attack. When she turned around and stared at the other party, she found that the environment in front of her had changed into another unfamiliar place. She looked at the tall trees around her, and then looked at the woman in a vest standing a few meters in front of her. She immediately understood where she was. This is your space. Your space can even put living people in. Not bad. It seems that you think you can kill me by bringing me into the space. Xiao Longyun looked at Lin Xiao coldly, and the corner of her mouth curled up in disdain. Saying that, she put one hand behind her back, and a small bottle of red medicine appeared in her palm. She opened the bottle with her thumb, and then quickly poured the medicine in the bottle into her mouth. After swallowing the medicine, Xiao Longyun crushed the small bottle in her hand into pieces and scattered them on the ground. She glanced at Lin Xiao. Since the few times they met, she had always been unhappy with this woman's chest. It was very annoying. Lin Xiao was still only wearing a close-fitting singlet and loose camouflage combat trousers, which made her waist look slender and flexible. Because she was only wearing a singlet, the pair of perky breasts in front of her chest was very eye-catching. Xiao Longyun's own chest wasn't small, but compared to Lin Xiao's, she realized that hers wasn't as firm as hers. This made her look a little bloated and droopy. It was no wonder that she found Lin Xiao's chest piercing. Xiao Longyun did not know that her current thoughts were completely exposed to Lin Xiao's perception. Lin Xiao lowered her head and looked at her chest. Then, she put her hands behind her back and puffed out her chest. He looked at Xiao Longyun with a smile. Are you so confident that you can survive in my space? Don't forget that you and I are still one level apart. What? Are you interested in my chest? It's a pity that I can't lend it to you. But since you're about to die, I'll let you enjoy it for a while longer. Although she was joking, the sarcasm in her words was too obvious. Sure enough, when Xiao Longyun heard her words and saw her puff out her chest, her expression darkened. She looked at Lin Xiao with a gloomy expression, and a murderous intent shot out from her eyes. She glared fiercely at Lin Xiao and said through gritted teeth, "Then let's see what kind of ability this space of yours has. Do you think I'm one level lower than you?" Hee. After saying that, she suddenly revealed a strange smile. Then, she suddenly raised her chin and spread out her hands. Lin Xiao could clearly feel that the aura on Xiao Longyun's body was rapidly increasing. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the energy in Xiao Longyun's body. She found that there was a strange energy erupting from her heart. This energy was rapidly increasing, and the energy erupting from her heart was rapidly rushing into the energy core above her brain. Very quickly, the energy in her energy core had increased to the peak of her level. It looked like she was preparing to quickly break through her original level and rise to another level. She opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Longyun's appearance again. She saw that there was a layer of blue veins on her neck, face, forehead, and even on her limbs. Her entire body suddenly became ferocious, completely losing the image of a beautiful woman. No way. Are you going to evolve into a monster? Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that Ocean City's leader, Yang Chao, had secretly conducted some kind of experiment and turned himself into a monster. Why did this woman's situation seem a bit similar to Yang Chao's from back then? Moreover, Xiao Longyun's energy aura was still rapidly increasing and showed no signs of stopping. Just as the energy in her brain's energy core was about to break through to another level, Lin Xiao slightly narrowed her eyes and suddenly reached out a hand towards Xia Longyun and grasped the air. Bang! Xia Longyun's entire body suddenly shrunk and then suddenly expanded. A muffled sound came from her body. A wave of energy instantly exploded from her body and rushed out in all directions. Buffed. However, Xia Longyun's entire body suddenly trembled, and then she spat out a second mouthful of blood. Her legs suddenly went soft, and she suddenly knelt down. Then, she used her hands to support her body and looked up at Lin Xiao in disbelief. How? How is this possible? What did you do? Cough. Her eyes revealed some fear and panic. She opened her mouth, and a large amount of blood flowed out of it as she questioned Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao retracted her hand and crossed her arms in front of her chest. It seems that your Chinese scientific research technology is really amazing. It seems that the thing that Yang Chao couldn't develop back then has been developed by you guys. This medicine of yours can improve the energy and level of your ability in a short period of time, right? Xia Longyun's face once again revealed a shocked expression as she looked at Lin Xiao, but now she couldn't speak. This was because blood was still flowing out of her mouth. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, but her delicate face was covered in blood. Woo. However, even if she didn't speak, Lin Xiao could still see what she wanted to express from her thoughts and eyes. Lin Xiao faintly smiled and said, "When using this medicine of yours, when the energy is not blocked, it can indeed allow you to successfully break through to the 8th level or even the middle of the 8th level. But you also said before that this is my space. This is my space. I can bring you here, so of course I can completely control you here. This is because all the restrictions of this space are my spiritual will. Do you understand?" When Lin Xiao said spiritual will, she raised her hand and pointed at her brain. Chapter 1322. So, as long as you enter my space, even if you have broken through to the 8th level, you may not be able to defeat me. What's more, you're just a rank 7 ability user who's trying to use drugs to strengthen yourself. Don't you think you're underestimating a rank 8 ability user? Lin Xiao said with a smile as he looked at Xia Longyun, who was still vomiting blood. Not to mention that she was not only a rank 8 metahuman, she was also a rank 8 zombie emperor. Sikong Chun actually wanted to send a rank 7 metahuman to deal with her. So what if she used medicine to raise her strength to rank 8? Even if Sikong Chun, a true level 8 ability user, were to fight her, he might not be able to defeat her, let alone kill her. Blurg. The energy of the drug was unable to successfully break through the energy core in her brain. Because of Lin Xiao's suppression, her energy was directly intercepted and blocked in the area of her heart, causing it to explode. So now, Xia Longyun's heart was damaged. Not only her heart, but her heart, liver, and lungs were also shattered by the impact of the energy explosion. She kept vomiting blood and couldn't even speak. Xia Longyun's mind went blank. She never expected Lin Xiao to have such an ability. Furthermore, it was 2 or 3 times stronger than she had imagined. Not only were her internal organs severely injured, but the energy that was drawn out from her heart by the drug could not enter the energy core in her brain, so it could only run amok in her body. This energy was extremely powerful, causing her muscles, bones, meridians, and blood vessels to expand. Woo! Cough! Ah. After a few seconds, Xia Longyun began to hug her body and fell to the ground, rolling around with a painful expression. Her body also began to swell, and her body shape began to change. Like Popeye, his 2 arms became thicker and stronger, and his originally slender thighs also bulged with rock-like muscles. The clothes on her body were soon torn and hung on her body. Although it was still hanging on her body, it didn't cover her important parts. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiao's eyes twitched. Oh my God, this was a little painful to the eyes. After rolling twice on the ground, Xia Longyun crawled on the ground and propped himself up with his deformed limbs. If it wasn't for the fact that her face was still intact, one would probably think that she was a mutated beast. However, her face was also a little frightening. Her face was covered in blood and covered with veins. It was extremely hideous. Phew, phew. She propped herself up on the ground and slowly arched her back to stand up. Hee. Even if I use medicine, I still become stronger. The method wasn't important as long as I could become stronger. Since you say that you're the master of this space, then come. Xiaolongyun grinned, revealing a mouthful of neat but bloody teeth. His smile was a little frightening as he stared at Lin Xiao. After saying that, she suddenly reached out her hand and waved at her waist bag that had fallen on the ground. The bag immediately flew into her hand. She grabbed the pouch and shook it hard. A bunch of small metal objects fell out of the pouch. After that, Xiaolongyun's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed the small metal objects. These round and square objects immediately flew towards her palm. In an instant, she held them in her hands, but in the next second, she threw them at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and a black flame was thrown out, rolling towards the small metal objects that flew over. She quickly disappeared from where she stood and disappeared without a trace. Puff, puff, puff. The small metal objects weren't blocked by Lin Xiao's flames. Instead, they directly passed through the black flames and pierced towards where Lin Xiao was originally standing. Come out. What are you hiding for? Weren't you very proud just now? Come out. Come out. After seeing Lin Xiao's figure disappear, Xiaolongyun's face turned ferocious. Both of her eyes, the whites of her eyes, were filled with blood red. Her body turned in a circle, and her eyes swept in all directions. She wanted to find Lin Xiao's figure, but she couldn't see anything. No, I don't want to see your unsightly appearance right now. Do you want me to give you a mirror? I think those underground mutated beasts outside are cuter than you. Lin Xiao's voice came from the void. Without waiting for Xiaolongyun to speak, she continued, Moreover, I don't need to appear to deal with you. After hearing her words, Xiaolongyun suddenly looked down at his own body, and his pair of red eyes immediately widened. She screamed and immediately shrunk her hands and legs to cover her chest and thighs. However, just as she was panicking, the black flame in front of her that hadn't disappeared suddenly expanded and attacked her. Xiaolongyun was startled. Then, she frantically retreated while covering her chest and thighs. For a moment, she forgot to defend herself and only knew how to dodge. However, the speed at which she retreated was not as fast as the black fire pouncing on her. In the next second, she was surrounded by the black flames, and then her whole body was wrapped inside. Lin Xiao immediately appeared and stood on a tree to the side. She stretched out her hands and pressed against the black flame in the void. Ah! At this time, Xiaolongyun's scream came from inside the ball of flame. Then, she began to rush around with the ball of flame. Because of Lin Xiao's control, the black flame immediately adhered to her body. As for Xiaolongyun, because Lin Xiao had used space restriction to suppress the energy in her heart, it caused her own energy to be blocked above her head. Therefore, she couldn't turn her body into metal. Therefore, Lin Xiao's flame devoured the energy in her body that was stimulated by the drug. At the same time, it also devoured her skin and flesh. The pain in her body was like her whole body was being burned. Xiaolongyun couldn't help but scream. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly flashed and flew towards Xiaolongyun. She stretched out her hand and stabbed it into Xiaolongyun's heart that was still writhing. She casually nailed her whole body to a tree trunk and stopped. Humph. Xiaolongyun looked at Lin Xiao in front of her in a daze. Then, her eyes slowly moved from Lin Xiao's face to Lin Xiao's hand, which was the position of her chest. Seeing that her entire chest was pierced, she looked up at Lin Xiao with a blank expression. Lin Xiao coldly withdrew her hand, which was still holding a beating heart. In this space that was not very bright, blood could still be seen dripping from her hand. Although I said that I don't need to personally deal with you, your heart seems to be of some use to me. Lin Xiao glanced at the slowly weakening heart in her hand and glanced at Xiaolongyun. At this time, Xia Longyun suddenly stared at Lin Xiao's hand. The sharp black nails on her fingers made her reveal a look of disbelief. Chapter 1323. Although her heart had been dug out, Xia Longyun was not dead yet. She saw the black nails on Lin Xiao's hand, and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Lin Xiao looked at her eyes and then at her own hand. She smiled knowingly and said, "Oh, you can see that? But that's good. This way you can die in peace." As she spoke, she allowed her eyes to quickly turn completely black. She raised her other hand and stretched out 2 fingers to form a sword. The nails on the 2 fingers also turned into sharp zombie claws, and then suddenly stabbed towards her forehead. Xia Longyun's entire brain was stunned by the fact that the woman in front of her was a zombie. So, when Lin Xiao suddenly attacked, she did not react. When Lin Xiao's fingers pierced through her skull and all the way into her forehead, she still maintained a shocked and confused expression. "Hua Hua, come here!" Lin Xiao stirred the 2 fingers that had pierced into Xia Longyun's brain, and then turned his head to the side and shouted, "Come here, there's meat to eat." "Oh, woo!" A tiger's roar sounded out, and a half-grown orange and black striped tiger ran out. Lin Xiao waved his hand and threw the fresh heart in his hand towards the tiger. "Here, this is your reward. This is a level 7 paranormal's heart that has been processed with energy. You can tell that it tastes good just by smelling it." "Oh, the tiger nimbly jumped up and caught the heart that Lin Xiao had thrown over and began to chew on it. At this time, Lin Xiao pulled out his fingers from Xia Longyun's skull, and 2 of his fingers were still holding a level 7 energy core. It's rare to see someone with a grade 7 spatial energy core. Just nice. I can give it to one. Lin Xiao looked at the shining energy core in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Thump! Xia Longyun's huge body fell to the ground, and because it had lost its source of energy, its body began to slowly shrink. Lin Xiao raised his hand and hooked the black flames that were still floating in the air and covered Xia Longyun's corpse. Just as Xia Longyun breathed his last, a siren suddenly sounded in the secret underground research institute where his superior, Kong Chun, was located. Professor Bai, who was talking to Sikong Chun, suddenly stood up from his chair. His expression changed, and he quickly moved away from his desk. He turned around and rushed out of the office. Sikong Chun was stunned by his sudden action. He stood up with a puzzled expression and curiously followed him out. "What's wrong?" He turned a corner and saw another door next to Professor Bai's office open. When he walked in, he saw Professor Bai's tall figure standing straight inside. He raised his eyes and stared in alarm on the wall. The sound of the siren came from there, and there were several data displays on the siren that were beating violently. Xiaoyan's vital signs have disappeared. Professor Bai murmured as he looked at the monitors with a blank face. What? What did you implant in her? What do you mean disappeared? Sikong Chin's expression also changed as he asked him in surprise. I implanted a sensor in her body that can detect her vital signs. As long as she doesn't leave this earth, even if she is on the other side of the earth, I can still see her vital data here. But now, all her vital data has disappeared. This means that she is dead. Professor Bai looked at the data on the instruments in confusion as they all jumped to 0, and the data lines were also flattened into a straight line. He understood in his heart that Xia Longyun must have met with a mishap. Although he had a bad premonition when he heard Sikong Chan say that she went in the underground space, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. How could this be? Not to mention that she has the ability to teleport to escape. She also has the potion that you gave her to increase her strength. Even if she encountered any danger, she should have the energy to escape. How could this be? Sikong Chin's expression of surprise was a little unreasonable. He was clear about Xia Longyun's ability. 7th level dual abilities, assault, attack type, and teleportation. She was completely a powerhouse in the assassination unit. How could she die in less than 3 days? I told you, there is danger everywhere down there. Even a level 8 ability user is in danger down there. So when you said that she went down, I was already mentally prepared for this. Professor Bai suddenly lowered his head and raised a hand to cover his forehead. His voice became hoarse. In his opinion, Xia Longyun must have died in the claws of the creatures in the underground space or in some mutant plant trap. He didn't count Lin Xiao, whom Sikong Chan had sent down to deal with. Sikong Chen looked at Professor Bai and didn't say anything. At this time, even if he comforted him, it would be better to let him quietly accept the fact. He just didn't know if Xia Longyun killed the woman in the base before she died. Lin Xiao's black flames burned Xia Longyun's body clean. She turned her head to look at the little tiger that was already licking its mouth. Lin Xiao casually asked it, "Delicious, right?" Roar! The little tiger opened its mouth, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth as it roared at her. Lin Xiao put away the energy core, clapped her hands, and said, "Okay, as long as it's delicious. Think of it as a small compensation for not being able to go out. Stay here obediently. When I go up, I can let you out to get some fresh air." After saying that, Lin Xiao flashed out of the space and saw that the other 4 were already surrounding her, waiting for her. "Okay, it's done here. Big Red, take us to find a fruit." Lin Xiao glanced at the non-humans and suddenly called out to the big red cat. However, the big red cat didn't understand her human language. Seeing that she was looking at it, it didn't know what she was saying. It swung its tail and called out to her, indicating that it didn't understand. So Lin Xiao had to use a zombie's roar to speak to it. As a result, when the big cat heard Lin Xiao call it Big Red, it showed a subtle expression. It stretched its neck and looked at Lin Xiao with its eyes shining. Its 2 ears stood up and the tip of its tail raised. Lin Xiao looked at it in surprise. "Huh, is this a sign of happiness?" Woof! At this time, the second woof suddenly barked. It was obvious that it was already impatient. It wanted to surf, it wanted to run, it wanted to squeak. Lin Xiao looked at it speechlessly, then continued to roar at Big Red. The big red cat raised its head high, turned around with its tail raised, pointed its butt at Lin Xiao, and flew in a direction. "Let's go." Lin Xiao immediately waved her hand and chased after it with the other 3. She went to pick the fruit. Chapter 1324. After following the big red cat for a few minutes, they quickly arrived at a place. The plant forest here suddenly became spacious and bright. It had an area of about 3 to 4 acres, and this spacious area was scattered with small black plants. There didn't seem to be a lot of them, and they grew very scattered, with one plant on the left and one on the right. These black plants that were less than a meter tall had red chrysanthemum-like leaves growing on them. Among these short plants, only a small portion of them had a round black fruit like the one that the big red cat had brought back earlier. There was only one fruit on each tree, and some of them weren't even black, but gray. Some of the plants that did not bear fruit still had a small flower growing on them, and the bright light here came from these flowers. It was a bright yellow radiance, and it was very beautiful. But because there weren't many of them, they didn't illuminate a large area. But in this dimly lit underground space, it was very pleasing to the eye. The leaves were red, the flowers were yellow, and the fruits were gray and black. It seemed like they would only turn black when they were ripe. Lin Xiao looked around and found that the geographical location was a bit strange. Because this location was very far from the energy cyclones, but it looked like the cyclones above deliberately avoided this area. She squinted her eyes and sniffed with her nose. Indeed, the air here was cleaner and fresher than the other places she had just passed. These blooming flowers that emitted a bright yellow light also overflowed with a pleasant smell. Moreover, the energy of these unplucked fruits was even greater than the one she had seen earlier. It seemed that it was because the one that Dahe had eaten before had been picked off. This place is very beautiful. It's not bad to be able to see this kind of scenery underground. Lin Xiao looked at the scenery in front of her. Fortunately, her eyes recovered the ability to distinguish colors. Otherwise, with her zombie-like eyes, the scene in front of her wouldn't be so beautiful. Puff, puff, dash. Big Red stopped at the edge of this area and squatted on a plant that was a few meters tall. It seemed like it didn't want to enter here. After all, it was an underground creature. The energy of this fruit was actually in conflict with its body's energy, so it didn't like the smell here at all. If it didn't know that this fruit was useful to Lin Xiao, it wouldn't have come here to pluck the fruit. One had to know that it had come and gone as quickly as it came. It didn't even stay for a second. Lin Xiao looked at it and suddenly understood this point. She also realized that this place gave her a very comfortable feeling. There was no danger, and there was no danger. This was like a forbidden area for underground creatures. Woof! Suddenly, there was a dog's bark. Erwang didn't care how beautiful or quiet this place was. He saw that the flowers here could glow, and he thought it was very magical. Although it couldn't see the color of these lights, the smell of these flowers made it very excited, and it liked them very much. Thus, when Lin Xiao turned around, he saw that Erwang had already pounced onto a dwarf flower. He was sticking out his big butt and wagging his tail, using his nose to sniff the flower with all his might. Lin Xiao was speechless. He really didn't want to take another look at this stupid look. He turned his head to look at Big Black next to him and found that Big Black was just quietly swimming in this area. However, it was very careful not to let its thick body crush the plants of these small flowers. Fortunately, the plants were quite scattered, so there was a place for it to crawl. When Lin Xiao saw these plants, he suddenly thought that these plants had the same effect as the fresh catnip that Lin Wenwen brought back. He just didn't know which one was better. Based on Yuan Tianxing's condition, using catnip here was obviously not very reliable, because these two types of energy would obviously attack each other, and the energy here was so strong that it was so thick that it gathered in a thick layer above. If humans took catnip and came to this place, they might be attacked by the energy from above. However, it was probably this kind of fruit that grew locally and was immune to the energy in the sky, producing a relatively mild energy. Compared with the behavior of Erwang and Dahe, the reaction of the mushroom spirit was the most direct. It directly stretched out its tentacles to pluck one from the left and one from the right, and then absorbed it. It ate it. Lin Xiao turned her head and saw that it kept plucking and sucking. In less than a second, the originally round and shiny black fruits immediately shriveled in its tentacles. She was speechless and shouted at it, "Big mushroom, don't eat them all. Leave some for me." Saying that, she immediately started plucking the fruits. Fortunately, she and the mushroom spirit picked the ripe black fruits and didn't pick the gray fruits, because in those gray fruits, they could clearly feel that there was very little energy in them. Wherever the mushroom spirit passed, it destroyed all the black fruits. Dahe immediately raised its head vigilantly, and then circled a small piece of black fruit trees with its body, encircling less than 10. Then it looked up at Lin Xiao and the mushroom spirit's performance. Its meaning was very obvious. Seeing that Lin Xiao also started to pluck, the mushroom spirit's action immediately sped up. And this thing had several tentacles, while Lin Xiao only had 2. Lin Xiao was so angry that she pointed at it and scolded, "Stop it! If you fight with me again, I'll beat you to death later." The mushroom spirit was stunned by her scolding, but in the next second, it immediately threw Lin Xiao's thread out of the sky. As a result, the zombie and mushroom duo fought back and forth. In less than a minute, other than the dozen or so black fruits surrounded by the big black circle, the rest of the black fruits had already been harvested by Lin Xiao and the mushroom spirit. Dahe, who was watching Lin Xiao and the mushroom fight over the fruits with great interest, saw that the two suddenly ran to its side and stood still, staring at the 10 black fruits in its circle, and immediately became vigilant. It opened the 2 fake eyes on its neck and stared at them. "Don't touch me," Lin Xiao said. "You're not eating it now, just keep it. It will rot by itself anyway. You can either eat them now, or you can pluck them for me." The mushroom spirit quietly put itself and its tentacles into the snake's circle, but it was whipped out by Big Black with a flick of its tail. Big Black felt that these fruits would not have so much energy after being picked. It was reluctant to pick them. It wondered if it could move these plants into its master space and plant them there. Thinking of this, Big Black suddenly used the tip of its tail to insert a circle around the root of a fruit plant, and then used the tip of its tail to pick up the plant that it had cut open and handed it to Lin Xiao. Chapter 1325. Seeing that Dahe had dug out a black fruit tree and handed it to her, Lin Xiao immediately understood what it meant. Oh, should she plant this in the space? It was a good idea, but seeing that the plant had withered before she could reach out to take it, Lin Xiao looked at Dahe with regret. In less than 3 seconds after Dahe dug out the plant and handed it to her, it had withered instantly. That was embarrassing. Dahe turned its head and looked at the black fruit on its tail that had withered to the size of a baby's fist. The 2 eyes on the snake's face blinked with a blank look. Lin Xiao reached out to take the withered plant on Dahe's tail and looked at it carefully. As she took it, all the soil under the roots of the small tree fell down. She turned her head to look at the other small trees on the ground, showing a thoughtful expression. Dahe blankly looked at the withered tree in her hand, and then looked at the other plants on the ground. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then turned around and gently waved her fingers at another small tree a few times. Several claws made a puff-puff sound on the ground around the roots of the small tree, cutting out the plant again. She didn't immediately pick up the plant, but stood still and stared at it for a few seconds. Sure enough, even if she didn't pick up the plant that had been cut off from the ground here, after less than 3 seconds, the plant followed in the footsteps of the one that Dahe had just handed to Lin Xiao. It withered in an instant. It seems that they can't leave this land unless I also dig up this land and put it into the space. But that won't work. The soil still has this kind of energy, so it can't be put into the space. Although these plants don't contain this kind of energy, they also rely on the energy in the soil to grow. Lin Xiao looked at Dahe and helplessly explained while pointing at the land under his feet and the energy cyclone above. Dahe was very smart. Although it didn't quite understand Lin Xiao's words, seeing all the changes in front of it, it somewhat understood what Lin Xiao meant. So these plants couldn't survive if they left here, and it was the same in Lin Xiao's space. Therefore, he could only pick the fruits here and store them in the space. These were very special mutated plants. Dahe bent down its neck in low spirits and looked at the last few fruits hanging on the small tree that it had protected. Woof! Erwang also came over and barked at Dahe, wagging his tail. She seemed to be comforting it. Lin Xiao tried to move a small tree into his space as fast as he could. He wanted to see if the tree's reaction was different for what he expected. As a result, as soon as the plant entered her space, she immediately felt a sense of rejection from her space. Although it didn't have much of an effect on it, it still couldn't stop its life force from flowing away. Therefore, this plant that Lin Xiao moved into the space at an extremely fast speed along with the soil also withered within 3 seconds. Only the ripe fruit was left to retain its own energy. In fact, Lin Xiao had also discovered that the energy of the ripened fruits was different from the energy of the unripened fruits and the energy of the plants. It seemed like it had changed during the process of maturing. Lin Xiao shook her head at Dahe. No, I can't put it in. Dahe looked at her and then at the remaining fruits. Then it suddenly turned its head, opened its mouth, and swallowed all the other fruits. Lin Xiao glanced at it and saw that after swallowing the fruits, there was no longer any reluctance in its eyes. So she turned around and waved her hand in the direction of Duan Wan and the others. Let's go. It's time to return to the team. In the depths of this space, about a dozen kilometers away, a behemoth suddenly raised its head. With a covetous look in its eyes, it turned its head in the direction of Lin Xiao and the others. At the same time, Lin Xiao and Big Red both stopped at the same time. Lin Xiao stopped on a huge vine, frowned, and turned her head to look in that direction. Her intuition was very accurate, especially when it came to the sense of danger that something was staring at her. It was a feeling of a sudden chill from her back to the back of her head. Woo-woo! Big Red immediately showed a vigilant look. It bent its 6 limbs and showed all its claws. Its neck and head were lowered at the same time. It bared its teeth and let out a low roar in that direction. Lin Xiao stood there without moving. She smacked her lips. TSK. Has the second wave of trouble appeared so soon? Looks like it's not a strange plant this time. As she spoke, she suddenly hid her figure and all her aura disappeared. Roar! Sure enough, the behemoth's aura immediately stopped for a moment. Then it began to scan left and right. Seeing that Lin Xiao suddenly disappeared, Dahe and the others all withdrew their auras. In fact, they were fine because their levels were low. The energy aura on their bodies would not spread very far, so they were not discovered. And even if they were discovered, they would not attract the attention of the other party. However, because the energy aura on Lin Xiao's body was strong enough, and Big Red's level 7 strength was a little weak. But it could be considered that they had met the hunting requirements of those things. Feeling this aura, Lin Xiao finally realized that Big Red and the others were really driven out. Because if she did not feel wrong, this aura was already at the peak of level 8 strength. This kind of existence was generally very fond of energy-type food. In other words, they liked to kill creatures of other levels, and they liked to target creatures of the same level as themselves. This was because the weaker ones did not have enough energy, and the stronger ones could not defeat them. Therefore, it was just right for those of the same level. The same level was also divided into 3 stages. The latter stage was the peak of a level and was about to enter the next level. This kind of creature liked to hunt creatures that had just entered the same level. This kind of energy core was not only easy to obtain, but also just enough to meet their needs. Therefore, the energy aura of Lin Xiao, the level 8 zombie emperor, immediately attracted the covetous attention of the level 8 creature underground. However, this unknown creature did not expect Lin Xiao to have this kind of invisibility skill, so it quickly lost its target. Roar! However, this unknown creature did not give up just like that. After it looked around a few times and did not find Lin Xiao's energy aura, it immediately roared angrily and rushed in Lin Xiao's direction. Bang, bang, bang. A series of earthquake sounds began to come from afar. Chapter 1326. Hey, what's going on? What's that sound? What's wrong? Why does it feel like the ground is shaking? Something big has appeared. It wasn't just Duan Wan, Xiaolongyun, and the groups of people that Lin Xiao had split up. All of them felt the violent aura and the shaking sound. Lin Xiao quickly appeared beside Duan Wan and the others with a few pets. She did not dare to show herself. She didn't dare to show herself. So she gave orders to Duan Wan and the others while she was invisible. Hide yourselves. Something has appeared. Try not to face it and take a detour if you see it from afar. Lin Xiao made a rough estimate of the commotion coming from that thing. It was about 10 kilometers away. It was probably an underworld creature of the same level as the Zhuang, but much stronger. Lin Xiao felt that if she were to face it alone, she wouldn't be in danger. Her life wouldn't be in danger, but her subordinates and pets might not be so. Perhaps the creature would act up and treat them like snacks. That would be troublesome. They didn't see Lin Xiao, but they heard her voice. The others responded in unison, yes. Even if Lin Xiao didn't say anything, they could vaguely feel the pressure of the threat from afar. Listen to my command and move forward. The movement is in the direction of 9 o'clock. Let's go. Lin Xiao continued to remain invisible as she gave the command to set off. Since the creature was charging in her direction, they had to avoid it and take a detour. The direction of 9 o'clock was actually the direction where Lin Xiao had gone to pick the fruit. That should be a place that the unknown creature wasn't willing to approach. As soon as she gave the order, the others immediately rushed in the direction she pointed out. Lin Xiao followed behind them silently. She paid attention to the movements nearby and the sound of the unknown creature in the distance. The shaking of the ground was getting stronger, and the shaking sound was getting louder and louder. Lin Xiao leaped and stepped on plants that weren't dangerous from time to time. She stared left and right. Her eyes had already turned pitch black, because as the unknown creature moved closer and closer to her, she clearly felt a sense of crisis slowly rising in her heart. Her sense of danger told her that she couldn't go head-on against the level 8 creature that was charging at her. This was an underground creature that was about to enter level 9. Its strength was definitely more unpredictable than Zhuang's. Fortunately, this thing didn't know how to hide itself at all. It just charged over with such a strong aura. It didn't seem to have a very high IQ. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. A 10-meter-tall, pitch-black furry beast was running with all 4 limbs. Its body was at least 30 meters long. Its body was huge and strong, and its forelegs were also very thick. His body completely ignored the mutant plants along the way, directly knocking them over. Its head was ferocious. Although its body was covered in black fur, its head was hairless. There were scales on its head, and there were tentacles hanging down from its chin. Its mouth was wide open, revealing 2 rows of glistening teeth and a purplish-red tongue. The saliva in its mouth spilled out as it ran, splashing onto the plants it passed by. Its saliva immediately pierced through the leaves of the plants and landed on the roots of the plants, slowly corroding them. The beast's eyes were not big, but its mouth was very big. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged forward, causing a lot of noise. It didn't even avoid the energy cyclones and directly crashed into them. The cyclones would immediately erupt with a large amount of energy when they were broken, but this didn't affect the big monster at all. However, its movements immediately frightened some of the weaker creatures within a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers, causing them to flee back to their nests. All of them huddled together and trembled in fear, hugging their heads and curling their tails. On the other hand, there were also a few other giant beasts that were a few dozen kilometers away that had their attention slightly drawn to them. They were very concerned about the movements of their old enemies. However, the other party didn't cause a commotion by charging into their territory, so they didn't pay much attention to it. At most, they were curiously sizing up the charging beast, not knowing what it was up to. Lin Xiao quickly led everyone away from the direction of the unknown creature's attack. Only when she felt that it wasn't moving in their direction did she let out a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what it was, she knew that it wasn't easy to mess with it. Fortunately, she was already psychologically prepared for the danger underground, so she quickly calmed down. At this time, they had already passed by the blackfruit field and continued to explore in another direction. Lin Xiao didn't think that this big monster would drive thousands of underground creatures out of this underground space. Moreover, she found the highest point to look around, and she couldn't see the end of this space. She didn't know how big it was, but it definitely couldn't be too small. What is that thing? After Lin Xiao ordered them to slow down, Duan asked in confusion. She knew that Lin Xiao could hear her, so Duan didn't deliberately speak in that direction. I don't know, but it's a species that's stronger than Zhuang. I don't know if I have a chance of winning against it, but I can still protect myself. Lin Xiao's voice sounded. No way. You don't even have a chance of winning now. Duan looked around in surprise and said, You've also sensed its formation. It's not that easy to deal with. Moreover, they're immune to abilities. I'm afraid that I won't be able to cut its fur directly with my claws. Lin Xiao guessed. According to the similarities in the body structure of those underground creatures, this made her very speechless. Moreover, her black fire had to be thrown into these monsters' mouths or necks to be effective. If it was hit on their skin, it probably wouldn't have much effect. Maybe if Wu Changyue came down and used a few lightning bolts to blast them, it would be more interesting. After hearing this, Duan sighed and said, That's true. Then we really can only avoid it. I hope we won't encounter the next one. After feeling that they were getting farther and farther away from the monster, Lin Xiao asked everyone to stop. She appeared, turned her head to look in the direction of the unknown creature's aura, and frowned slightly. They had just entered the edge of the underground world, and they already encountered a pinnacle level 8 creature. What would happen if they went further in? She leaped onto the top leaf of the tallest plant and looked around in all directions. She looked at the direction of the cave that she appeared in, and looked back at the direction of the space. At a glance, there were still countless energy cyclones connecting the sky to the ground. Chapter 13:27. After entering the underground space, Lin Xiao began to observe. Until now, she still hadn't found out what made the underground creatures rush to the surface. Could it be that the food chain below was broken? Or was there something else that could threaten them? It was difficult to threaten the low-level creatures, but not the high-level creatures. Why was that? Lin Xiao looked left and right, and suddenly saw the big red cat sitting leisurely on the side. Her eyes suddenly flashed, and then she clapped her hands. Ah, that's right. Why didn't she ask this creature that was originally from the underground? Thinking of this, she turned around and jumped in front of the big red cat. She looked up at it. The big red cat saw that she suddenly ran in front of it and tilted its big head to look at her in confusion. It didn't know what she wanted to do. Lin Xiao waved at it, "Come, come, come." Then she remembered that the cat wouldn't listen to her, so she used a zombie's roar to ask it, "Roar, come, Big Red, tell me why you went up?" She pointed at the top of her head to let the cat understand what she meant. Ow! The big red cat looked at her, not understanding why she asked this question. Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, Roar, yes, tell me. Why go up?" "Woo! Ow, ow!" The big cat rolled its two big red eyes and then looked down at Lin Xiao and called out. Lin Xiao looked confused. She didn't understand. Ow? Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't understand, the big red cat looked at her in confusion. "Yes, I can understand what you're saying, but you can't understand me." Lu Qianni appeared out of nowhere and stood a few meters behind Lin Xiao, looking at her speechlessly. Duan also came over and nodded in agreement. "Different languages, let's see how you understand it." Lin Xiao turned to look at them, and then turned to look at the big red cat. She was speechless. Seeing Lu Qianni and Duan, the big red cat immediately stood up and stared at them, showing that it didn't like them. "Oh, this child doesn't like us." Lu Qianni looked at the big cat's reaction playfully. Wu, seeing that he was staring at it, the big cat immediately clapped its paws and stared at him. All right, you two stop messing around." Lin Xiao waved his hand at the middle of the two's gazes to disperse their gazes. She then roared at the big red cat in the zombie language. "Roar! What are you talking about? I don't understand." Hearing her words, the big red cat also revealed a dumbfounded expression. "Huh? You can't even understand what I'm trying to say? How am I supposed to tell you?" This time, it was the big red cat and Xiao Lin's turn to stare at each other for a few seconds. Suddenly, one of the big red cat's ears twitched, and its two big eyes turned, as if it had thought of something. It suddenly turned its head and looked around. Then it quickly ran to Dahe, grabbed its tail, and dragged it down from the tree. Dahe was startled by its sudden approach. It struggled for a while with a confused look, but was soon dragged away. After the big red cat dragged it down, it threw it on the ground, pressed it down, and patted the ground beside it. If the big cat hadn't given it the first black fruit, Dahe would definitely have opened its mouth to bite it. But seeing the big cat's actions, Dahe seemed to understand something. So it curled up into a big lump on the ground and put its chin on its body, not moving at all. Seeing Dahe quietly stay on the ground, the big red cat immediately turned around and suddenly flashed towards Wang. Before Wang could react, he also bit this fellow's tail and dragged it down. Woof, 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 woof. Wang's tail was bitten by the big red cat, and it immediately turned its head and bared its teeth at it. "What is it doing?" Lu Qianni squatted at the side, and the more he looked at the big red cat's actions, the more curious he became. Lin Xiao, Duan, and the others were all observing the big cat's actions, and all of them had a thoughtful look on their faces. When the big red cat dragged Wang to Dahe's side, it directly used its paw to press it down on the ground. Facing an enemy that was twice its size and one level higher than it, no matter how much Wang struggled, of course, it was useless. Although it was still fiercely roaring at the big red cat, the result was that its head was pressed to the ground by the big red cat with one paw to stop it from moving. However, Wang wasn't as smart as Dahe. It felt that if the big cat released its paw, it would immediately jump up, but in the next second, it was quickly pressed down again. So just like that, one didn't let it go, and the other wanted it to go, and it was tossed back and forth. All right, Air Guzzi, don't move. I want you to stay there and don't move. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly said to Air Wang, "Woof." Air Wang heard what she said and immediately barked at her discontentedly. But it didn't continue to compete with the big cat. Sensing that Air Guzzi didn't want to run anymore, the big red cat released it as expected. Then it turned its head to look at Big Mushroom, but it didn't look for Big Mushroom. Instead, it retreated a few meters in front of Dahe and Air Guzzi. Then it kicked its two front paws and suddenly stood upright, using its two hind legs to support it. Then it opened its mouth and showed its big white teeth in a very exaggerated manner. Suddenly, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Dahe and Air Guzzi. Roar, roar. Although its movements were very exaggerated, its voice was not loud. As it roared, it waved its four upper paws at the two opposite it. Then it put down its body and used its body to make a posture of attacking Dahe and Air Guzzi. Dahe and Air Guzzi looked at it with confusion, and they didn't understand what it was trying to express at all. However, Lin Xiao looked at the big red cat's movements, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face as she held her chest and touched her chin. As soon as Duan Wan saw her expression, she knew that she must have thought of something. She asked her curiously, "Do you understand what it is performing?" Hearing Duan Wan's question, Lu Qianni also turned his head curiously and stared at Lin Xiao, waiting for her answer. Lin Xiao saw that after the big red cat roared at Dahe and Air Guzzi for a while, the big red cat saw that Buttface and Dahe were still in a daze, so it immediately used its head to bump one of them and kick them with its feet to make them retreat. I'm just guessing that this big cat seems to be demonstrating a very powerful monster. Is it driving them away? Or is it going crazy? Dahe and Air Guzzi's roles should be those creatures that are driven to the ground. Or is it an order? I don't know if it's right. Let me ask it. Lin Xiao said as she jumped down and stood next to the big red cat. Chapter 1328. Lin Xiao waved at the big red cat and said, "Roar. Come on, I'll ask you a question, okay? If I'm right, you nod like this, nod. If I'm wrong, you shake your head like this. Okay." She nodded and shook her head as she spoke. The big red cat sat on the ground, curled its tail, and nodded its chin at her. Lin Xiao looked up at its chin. Well, this guy's sitting posture was also very high. She used a zombie's roar to ask it, "Were you ordered to go out?" The big red cat nodded. It was indeed ordered to go out. Lin Xiao asked again, "Was it a very powerful creature that ordered you?" The big red cat continued to nod. "How powerful? More powerful than the aura just now?" Lin Xiao once again compared the unknown creature that made a lot of noise just now. At this moment, the big red cat's two ears immediately moved back and turned its head to look left and right. Its two big eyes looked around a few times before it lowered its head and nodded at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao could see that it was very afraid of that powerful existence. Even if it couldn't feel the creature's aura, it still had an instinctive fear. Moreover, it nodded. Did that mean that there was indeed a level 9 mutated creature ruling this underground world? Lu Qianni, who was standing on the tree, said, "It seems that it is very afraid of the powerful creature. The creature's majesty makes it instinctively feel that as long as it is mentioned, it will be afraid." Since he became a zombie and lived in Lin Xiao's space, the creatures he dealt with the most were either zombies or mutant beasts. The little tiger, Dahe, and Buttface, who would come out from time to time to make trouble, and even the mutant chickens, ducks, and geese in Lin Xiao's space, as well as the sheep and roe deer across the lake. After seeing so many of these mutant beasts, he could more or less understand the meaning of their reactions and actions. Duan Wan turned her head and looked at him. So afraid? It is already level 7, but even it is afraid. It seems that this level 9 creature should be the leader of this underground space. Only one ruler? A level 9 mutant beast, and one that survived in these underground places. Compared to Dong Xiaowei, the level 9 adept on the ground, wasn't Dong Xiao way weaker than him. However, just when Lin Xiao, Duan Wan, and Lu Tianyi had similar thoughts, Big Red patted her paw again and shook its head. What do you mean? Seeing its reaction, Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Roar, whoa. Big Red raised its 2 front paws and gestured randomly at her. Lin Xiao replied, I don't understand what you're trying to do. Big Red paused and rolled his eyes at Lin Xiao in disdain. Wow, did you see that? It will roll its eyes at you. This is looking down on your intelligence. Lu Tianyi noticed the Big Red cat rolling its eyes. He immediately looked at Big Red as if he had discovered a new continent, then looked at Lin Xiao and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xiao, whose intelligence was looked down upon, was speechless. Now that this brat's mood had recovered, why did he feel like he needed a beating? Duan Wan glanced at Lu Tianyi before turning back to look at the big cat. He asked curiously, Then what does it mean? Did the leader say something wrong? But it nodded just now. Doesn't that mean that the ruler here is stronger than the one just now? Why is it shaking its head now? Is it wrong? It should be true that it's very strong, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't have reacted so fearfully just now. I'm sure that it's afraid. Lu Tianyi said. Lin Xiao looked at the Big Red cat and then at the others. She couldn't figure out what it meant by shaking its head. But forget it. Anyway, it meant that there was a very powerful being ruling here. Maybe there was more than one. After all, in every natural world, as long as there was a powerful being, other creatures would submit to it. This was a very normal rule. Thinking about a level 9 underground creature, she didn't know what it would be like. But she knew that she couldn't fight it head-on. But on second thought, why did that thing only send out some low-level creatures? Were they soldiers? Or did it want to catch up with the level 7 and 8 creatures? But why did it chase these creatures out? Was there a purpose? These questions immediately occupied Lin Xiao's mind. No matter what, she had to figure out the background of this powerful creature first. As long as she observed it slowly, maybe she could get some clues. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately looked at Big Red and asked, Do you know where its nest is? When Big Red heard her asking about the nest of that terrifying creature, it jumped up leisurely and took 2 steps back. It looked at Lin Xiao with its ears pressed down, and its face was full of doubt, indicating that it didn't want to go there. What's wrong? You don't want to go? Lin Xiao looked at its reaction and guessed what it was thinking. Roar, roar. Big Red immediately nodded at her. Lin Xiao touched her chin awkwardly and thought for a while. She said to herself, But if I don't observe it, I won't know its purpose. Do you know? Saying this, she turned her head and looked at Big Red. She then asked it using the zombie language, Why did it order you to go out? This is a bit hard to understand. So, why did it order you to go out? Big Red stared at her for 3 seconds, then shook its head. Lin Xiao looked at it with a confused face. What do you mean by shaking your head? Can you guess? She turned her head to look at the others and found that they were also looking at the 2 of them with a confused face. Lu Tianyi shrugged. I guess it doesn't know what it was sent to do. That's what I think. Lin Xiao looked at him, then looked at Big Red, and asked it using the zombie language. You don't know what it was ordered to do? It just wanted you to go out? Ha! The Big Red cat nodded, indicating that Lu Tianyi's guess was right. While Lin Xiao and the Big Red cat were having a hard time communicating, Yuan Tianxing, who was in her space, suddenly woke up. The purple color on his body had almost disappeared. Only the wound on his shoulder still had a trace of purple. Yuan Tianxing opened his eyes, but what he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. He turned his head to look around and found that the light outside the window wasn't very bright. It was the kind of sky that the sun had just set. He moved his body and supported himself up with his arms. After looking around the room again, he looked down at his own body. The feeling of weakness in his body told him that he probably had to take a few steps out of bed to take a few breaths. The memory in his mind was a bit blurry, making him feel like he had a memory lapse. He propped up his upper body and sat on the bed with one hand behind him. He closed his eyes and thought about it carefully. Only then did he remember the last thing he remembered. Chapter 1329. Yuan Tianxing remembered that when he was investigating the situation in the underground gorilla's cave, he was swept away by the river in order to save someone. He could still clearly remember the feeling of being melted by the heat. He remembered that when he finally came out, he seemed to be a little unconscious. As for how he returned to the base, he had no memory of it. Then where's this place? After sitting up, Yuan Tianxing felt that his body was abnormal. It took him a lot of effort just to get up. After turning over and getting out of bed, he felt that his legs were weak when he stood up, but fortunately, he could still stand steadily. After standing for a while, he took a deep breath and walked toward the window. He held onto the windowsill and looked outside. He found that the scenery outside seemed very familiar. After checking left and right, he was sure that he was in Lin Xiao's space. The tranquil surface of the lake, with all kinds of agricultural crops planted by the lake, and the boundless grassland on the other side of the lake. There was also a white mist in the sky. There was a faint throbbing pain in his shoulder. Yuan Tianxing raised one hand to cover his shoulder. He let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xiao brought him in and probably gave him some kind of treatment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have woken up. He guessed. Yuan Tianxing turned his head and pulled his clothes to look at the wound on his shoulder. He slowly moved back to the bed and sat down. Not only was his body weak, but he also felt that his head was empty. He couldn't feel his energy at all. He didn't know what happened to his body. But from the situation he was feeling now, it was obviously a side effect. Fortunately, his life was saved, so Yuan Tianxing didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, Li Hongsheng, Fang Datong, and the others were thrown in by Lin Xiao, felt Yuan Tianxing's breath. They all ran downstairs. Is Deputy Leader Yuan awake? Feng Mingyu raised her head and looked upstairs. Then, she walked in as she spoke. He's awake, he's awake. I just saw him standing by the window. Fang Datong strode to the stairs and said with certainty. The others immediately squeezed into a group and ran up, quickly rushing to Yuan Tianxing's room door. Yuan Tianxing sat on the bed and rested for a while. Then he heard footsteps coming from outside the door, getting closer and closer. It seemed to be coming towards him. Before he could finish his thoughts, he saw the door open. Deputy Leader. A group of people immediately squeezed in and stared in Yuan Tianxing's direction. Hey, hello. Yuan Tianxing gently raised his hand to greet them and said weakly, Good timing. Since you're here, tell me about the current situation. Did the leader treat my illness? When Lung Mingyu and the others came in, they saw that he was supporting himself with his hands on both sides of his body. He seemed to be struggling. She walked over and helped him lean against the headboard. Then, she placed a pillow behind his waist. Yuan Tianxing leaned into a comfortable position, looked at them, and asked, Why are you all here with the leader? Shouldn't he be doing his own things in the base? Now, other than Li Zheng and Duan Wan, everyone else was gathered here. There must be something else going on. Yes, Deputy Leader, what do you feel now? Lin Yu and the others didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, they all asked him with concern. I'm fine, just that my body doesn't feel too good. Everything else is fine. Answer my question first. Was my condition treated by the leader? Why are you all here? Yuan Tianxing looked at them and repeated his question. The others looked at each other. Feng Mingyu couldn't help but say to Yuan Tianxing, Yes, it was indeed the leader who treated you. But the most important medicine was brought back by Miss Wan. Without the medicine she brought back, even the leader wouldn't have been able to do anything. I heard that the leader could only help you suppress the condition in your body. He couldn't wake you up. I should say that the biggest credit belongs to Miss Wan. Deputy Leader, you owe her a life. How do you want to repay her? Lin Yu came over and smiled at him. What? Wan is back. When did she come back? Do you know where she went? When Yuan Tianxing heard that Lin Wan was back, he immediately looked at them with a surprised expression. Then, he continued to ask curiously, What did she bring back? He didn't expect Lin Wan to come back while he was unconscious. He didn't expect to hear such good news as soon as he woke up. We're not sure what she brought back, but that's what we know. We only know that Miss Wenwen brought back an important plant. That's why your condition was greatly improved. You'll have to ask the leader about the specific situation. But the leader is busy now, Li Shanghong said to Yuan Tianxing. With their status, they didn't know much. With their current status, they could only receive superficial information. Their boss Li Zheng and Duan Wan probably knew about it. Is that so? Then I'll have to ask about it. But I didn't expect it to be Wenwen. Lin Yu is right. I do owe a woman a life. Yuan Tianxing knew that Lin Wenwen was the one who saved him. This meant that he owed the two sisters his life. However, he had owed Lin Xiao his life more than once or twice. He had long since repaid his debt. After all, he and Lin Xiao had been comrades for more than 10 years. In addition, they were low-level colleagues. Only Lin Wenwen had done this for the first time. We're very deep underground. It's at least 10,000 meters. We all followed the leader down here, and we also discovered a very large and mysterious underground space below. Because we're too weak, the leader threw us in so that we wouldn't be a burden. Lin Yu answered Yuan Tianxing's second question. Only then did Yuan Tianxing realize that all of them were only at level 3 or level 4, and their direct superiors, Li Zheng and Duan Wan, were not around. But the amount of information they gave him was a bit too much. Yuan Tianxing was stunned for a moment before he digested it. You said the leader brought you more than 10,000 meters underground? Who else besides you? Only our team and Captain Duan's team followed us. The rest are the people from the leader's secret army. Furthermore, apart from us, the rest of the people that the leader brought down this time are all level 5 or 6. Vice Commander Xie is also here. Lin Yu looked at the others. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he automatically answered. Chapter 1330. Xiedong's official position was now the vice commander of the Universal Base's secret army. Of course, the vice commander was their leader. In fact, Xiedong's current position was more or less the vice commander of the second base. Including Qiu Lili and Elmar, the Universal Base had a total of 5 vice commanders. However, in the eyes of the other bases, other than Lin Xiao, the leader, there were only 2 deputy leaders, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing. Seems like the underground space is very dangerous. Otherwise, the leader wouldn't have let all of you in. Yuan Tianxing thought about Lin Xiao's arrangement and could roughly guess the situation outside. No matter what, this might be the base camp of the underworld creatures. According to the strength of the creatures above, there might be even more powerful creatures guarding their lair in the underground space. At this time, Lung Mingyu poured him a glass of water and walked over to pass it to him. It is indeed not safe outside. The mutant plants here are much more aggressive than those on the surface. Furthermore, the air in this space is not suitable for human activities. The air here is filled with the energy that invades your body. There's a thick layer of it above the space. Yuan Tianxing took the water and nodded. At this time, outside the space, Lin Xiao and a bunch of zombies were looking at the big red cat gesturing. In the end, is it trying to say that it doesn't know why the boss is chasing them out? Everyone squatted on the tree and looked at the big red cat's gestures for a long time before coming to a conclusion. Lin Xiao looked at the big red cat and asked it in zombie language. You don't know why it ordered you to go up, right? The big red cat immediately sat down and nodded at her with its front paws. Lin Xiao looked at the others and lowered her head to reveal a pondering expression. It only ordered them to go out, but didn't tell them what to do after going up. Looking at what they're doing now, is it to let them move freely after going out? At this time, her expression froze. She then said, "You guys stay outside." As she spoke, she flashed into the space and appeared in front of Yuan Tianxing's room. She knocked on the door and said to everyone inside, "Are you all here?" As soon as she spoke, the others immediately turned to look at her and subconsciously moved to the sides. Lin Xiao walked in and observed Yuan Tianxing's expression as he walked. He then narrowed his eyes to look at the condition of his body and said, "There's still some in your shoulder and chest. It's best not to move around." "Yes." Yuan Tianxing looked at her and nodded. He smiled at her and said, "I owe you again. How many times have I been saved by you?" Lin Xiao shrugged at him and tilted his head. You're still talking about this? If you really want to calculate it, you probably won't be able to repay it even in 3 lifetimes, right? But this time, I'm not the only one who saved you. Woman also helped a lot. After saying that, she glanced at the others. Lin Yu and the others immediately understood and left the room. After Lin Yu closed the door, he murmured, if you really want to say that I owe my life to the leader, I also have a share. The time he really thought he was done for, but in the end he came back to life. His sister, however, was missing. They still couldn't find her. She wasn't among the captives in Earth Dragon, and there was no news from Hidden Cloud City or Skyfire. They didn't know if she was still alive. Yuan Tianqing looked at Lin Xiao and asked her curiously, where did Wenwen go while she was gone? How could it be such a coincidence that she brought back a plant that's useful to me? Lin Xiao pulled out a chair in his room and sat 1 meter away from his bed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the back of the chair. This isn't a matter of coincidence. Don't forget what Wenwen's second ability is. She has the ability to predict the future and knows it's useful to us. But if you ask me where she was while she was gone, you probably won't believe me. She inexplicably returned to 7 years ago. It was as if she had the ability to travel through time. Amazing, isn't it? What? Back to 7 years ago? Yuan Tianqing's expression was exactly as Lin Xiao had expected. His eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of confusion. Did he hear wrongly? Or was Lin Xiao wrong? But she'd emphasized the time travel aspect. She couldn't have been joking. But that was unscientific, wasn't it? Are you serious? Yuan Tianqing looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Lin Xiao thought his expression was quite cute, even though he didn't look like a little fresh meat or a baby face. Yuan Tianqing was also the kind of man who liked to laugh and had a calm personality. His eyes were usually half closed, and it was rare for them to widen. Even when he was angry, they were sharp, like 2 swords staring at you. Lin Xiao had known him for so long, and she'd rarely seen him so wide-eyed. She looked at him with an expression that said, this isn't scientific. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Suddenly, he pointed to himself and said, I'm telling the truth. Really? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at him. Yuan Tianqing stared at her speechlessly. That's right. This guy had even died once, and he had even changed his body. He was a completely different person. Lin Xiao was amused by his expression. She put down her hands and crossed them in front of her chest. Everyone's reaction is the same, but I haven't seen you like this for a long time. Well, it was thanks to Wenwen's prediction ability that she brought back the herb to save you before the apocalypse. How are you going to thank her? It was the second time Yuan Tianqing was asked how he was going to thank Lin Wenwen. He looked at her helplessly. Can I exchange my life for hers? But what about what I owe you? Lin Xiao immediately raised her hand to stop him. Oh, I don't need you to pay me back. You can't pay me back anyway. Just take care of my Wenwen in the future. Of course I will. Yuan Tianqing glanced at her with dissatisfaction. Was he that kind of heartless person? Of course, he'd return the favor he owed her. But Lin Xiao's words made him sound like an ungrateful person. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he followed Lin Xiao not only because he liked her in his heart. It was also because Lin Xiao had disobeyed military orders and saved his life when he was on a mission before the apocalypse. And because of that, he gradually fell in love with her. But he loved her, but she only treated him as a comrade and a friend. She didn't have any other feelings for him. Chapter 1331. Lin Xiao looked at him helplessly. Okay, this man couldn't understand what she was trying to say, or was he pretending not to understand? She clearly said that she would take care of him, and it wasn't an ordinary take care. But no matter how much she wanted to push her Wenwen into his arms, she couldn't force it. But if the two of them let nature take its course, when would she be able to get her brother-in-law? According to her Lin Wenwen's character, Lin Xiao didn't know how long it would take for them to get to the main topic. By the way, what's the situation outside? Is it okay for you to come in? At this time, Yuan Tianqing immediately asked her about the situation outside. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's safe outside for now. But we can't estimate the size of this underground space. And the entire space is covered with a thick layer of fog formed by energy. Because of the existence of this energy, the plants here are very aggressive. Their levels aren't high, but they're more dangerous than the same level mutated plants on the surface." Speaking up to this point, she paused, touched her chin, and continued, "But now we know why those underground creatures suddenly emerged from the surface. They were chased out by an underground mutated creature that was no lower than level 9. But these creatures that were chased out didn't have any purpose. We just don't know why this unknown level 9 underground creature chased them all out. Since we entered this underground space, although there are many dangerous auras in this space, the quantity is a lot more scattered. Since entering this space, she had scanned the surrounding 15 kilometers for any unusual auras that could make her feel. She realized that with her perception ability, she couldn't feel anything. Only when the level 8 underground creature that caused a huge commotion appeared did she feel many auras in this space. Although they were very strong, she had a vague premonition that she couldn't provoke them, and they were very scattered. In general, it was a lot more spacious, but there were also dangers everywhere. "You guys encountered each other?" Yuan Tianxing guessed something from her expression and looked at her. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, we encountered a mutated plant at the beginning, but it was scared away by Big Red." However, they were scared away by Big Red. They also saw a mutated tree that the Chinese encountered. Its attacks were also very demonic. I also took the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Yuan Tianxing's eyes flickered. "The Chinese are here too," Lin Xiao said. "This time, we're not the only ones going into the underground space. We've joined forces with the other bases to send people down. The people sent by Sikong Chun wanted to do something to me, so I took care of them. Not only did Sikong Chun send people to deal with us, he also sent a group of people outside our base to cause trouble, but they were also cleaned up by Lily and the others. I think he'll be preparing to take action against our base and Sea City base." Yuan Tianxing showed a thoughtful expression and asked her doubtfully, "Can Leader Wu handle him?" Lin Xiao glanced at him. "Do you doubt his ability?" Yuan Tianxing leaned against the headboard and shrugged. "Well, it's not that I'm suspicious. After all, Sea City's research, technology, and weapons were inferior to Huaxia's. I'm just worried that if Huaxia goes all out, Haiqing's overall strength will definitely be weaker. Although Leader Wu is here, it's inevitable that there will be times when he can't handle it. If Huaxia used some powerful weapons or long-range missiles, it would be difficult for Wu Changyue to take over Haiqing's large area." Lin Xiao said to him, "Don't worry, Sikong Chun won't make such a big move at this time. He always liked to play dirty tricks. Moreover, before I came down this time, we got rid of a group of his hidden subordinates." Sikong Chun was about to die from anger. I still remembered that when he came down a few days ago, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Based on his personality, he won't give up on continuing to investigate our base. This time, he will probably increase his strength and continue to go to our base to meet with resistance. Yuan Tianxing snorted coldly. He really doesn't want to give up. Lin Xiao stood up at this time. "Okay, since you're awake, you still need to rest more. But you still need to rest more. You should be able to feel your own body's condition." Yuan Tianxing nodded at her, then suddenly looked at her and said, "Thank you." Lin Xiao sighed at him. "You're welcome. If something happens to you, it will be very troublesome for me. You have to stay alive to help me deal with the affairs of the entire base." After saying that, she smiled and spread her hands. Yuan Tianxing said helplessly, "Looks like I have to work like a horse for you for the rest of my life. What else? But it's fine if you don't want to work, as long as you can find me someone who can take over your position." Lin Xiao joked with him. After saying that, she flashed and disappeared. After leaving the space, Lin Xiao saw that everyone else was quietly staying where they were. Now that they had figured out why the underground creatures had come out of the ground, it seemed that it was impossible to summon them back. However, it seemed like it was impossible to summon the underworld creatures back. Think about it. How could a level 9 underworld creature be willing to follow the human's instructions and summon back the low-level creatures that were sent out? The level 9 creature would probably give you a claw first. It seemed that if it didn't work, they could only find the holes in the tunnels, pour a large amount of catnip, and blow up the holes. However, this method wasn't safe because the underworld creatures could create a new tunnel. Therefore, this could only hold out for a while, not for too long. The most effective way was to first figure out why the level 9 underground creature wanted to drive a large number of underground creatures out of the ground. Only by knowing their intentions would they be able to effectively resist their army. So the problem now was how to trick the big red cat in front of them to bring them to the level 9 creature's territory. Seeing Lin Xiao's gaze on it, it immediately pricked up its ears. Lin Xiao looked at it and then at the others. She asked them, "How do you think we can make this guy willingly bring us to the level 9 creature's territory?" The underground space was too big, and she couldn't blindly lead everyone to look for it. However, she had only asked this fellow once, and it had already shown its instinctive fear. If she wanted it to bring them there, she had to get it to overcome its fear first. The others looked at each other. They shook their heads and said, "How would we know? We're not familiar with it." Chapter 1332. The group of people looked at each other, then looked at Big Red at the same time. When Big Red saw that they were all staring at it, it immediately became vigilant. It widened its red eyes and looked at them cautiously. Lin Xiao continued to use the zombie language to test it. "How about, you take us to that place?" "Kiki? Which place?" Big Red looked at her blankly and tilted its head. Lin Xiao said, "It's the place that ordered you to go. You don't have to take us to a very close place, as long as it's nearby." She should be able to sense its existence when she was nearby. If she still couldn't sense it, then she had a way to lure it out. But the premise was that she had to go to that place. Based on the aura that she felt now, this was definitely not the activity range of the level 9 unknown creature. This was because there were quite a few level 8 creatures here. Moreover, these level 8 creatures each occupied an area and each had their own territory. So to find the territory of this level 9 underground creature, they definitely had to pass through the territory of these level 8 underground creatures. But she needed Big Red to lead the way, otherwise she was afraid that she would go in the wrong direction blindly. Woo-woo! Big Red lowered its body and retreated a little, but its pair of big eyes that looked at Lin Xiao showed a hesitant expression. "Where you can point me in a direction, you don't have to lead us there." Lin Xiao thought for a while and said to it. In the eyes of others, the zombies could understand Lin Xiao's zombie language. At least they could guess the meaning of the conversation between the two of them. But in the eyes of Duan Wan and Li Zhong, they were at a loss. They had no idea what the zombies and humans were talking about, because in their eyes, the situation was that Lin Xiao and the big red cat were roaring at each other. "What is she saying?" Duan Wan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Well, she said that if it doesn't take us to the level 9, it can take us somewhere nearby. If it doesn't want to, then it can at least point us in a direction, so that we don't have to search blindly like this." Lu Qianni stood beside her and answered after hearing her question. Duan Wan nodded. "Yes, that works too. Although I don't expect this big cat to draw us a map, it should be able to point us in a direction." Oh well, hearing Lin Xiao's request to take a step back, Big Cat stood back up. He shook his beard at Lin Xiao, opened his mouth, and called out to her twice. Lin Xiao looked at it for 2 seconds and said, "What do you want to say?" Dahong was also stunned. Only then did she realize that Lin Xiao understood her words. Then he let out a heavy sigh, sat down, and lifted a claw to scratch the ground in front of him. "I feel like our leader's being despised by it again, right?" Duan Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw this scene. Obviously, Lu Qianni nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Big Red stood up again, turned around, and swung its tail. Then it looked back at Lin Xiao, raised its front paw, and waved at Lin Xiao. He then leaped up and landed on the vine of a mutated plant. "Follow it." Lin Xiao immediately swept a glance to the left and shouted coldly. Then He quickly followed behind the big red cat and continued to move forward. The group of zombies immediately followed, shuttling through the strange underground plants. With Big Red leading the way, Lin Xiao and the others encountered a lot less unexpected situations. Moreover, they easily avoided the dangerous areas and ventured deeper into the underground world. As they followed Big Red, Lin Xiao and the others found that the space was getting more and more spacious. Moreover, the poisonous superpowers above them were much denser than when they first came in. Even the cyclones that were connected to the top and bottom, like tornadoes, were getting thicker. After running for a long distance, the big red cat suddenly stopped. It stood on the branch of a leafless plant, its ears perked up and its tail wagging as it looked left and right. Its 6 feet stomped on the ground, unwilling to leave. Lin Xiao asked, "What's wrong?" Giggle, giggle, the big red cat turned around and meowed at her strangely. It then sat on the branch and refused to move. Lin Xiao looked at it and thought for a while, then asked, "Are we almost there?" According to the distance she had just calculated, the distance that Big Red had brought them was less than 100 kilometers. Were they already there? Big Red shook its head at her, then raised a paw and pointed in front. Lin Xiao followed the direction of its claws and looked ahead. The rising and falling underground plants continued to move forward. She squinted her eyes and looked around. Apart from the purplish-red energy, she didn't see anything strange. Then he sniffed with his nose and smelled a fishy smell. "Is there a water source in front? Did you stop because there's water there and you can't get close?" After Lin Xiao smelled the water vapor, he glanced at the big red cat and muttered to himself. Duan Wan, Li Zheng, and the others landed not far behind her. After hearing her words, Lu Tianyi nodded. "Yes, I did feel the aura of water energy about a kilometer away. Is it afraid of water?" Lin Xiao turned her head to look at Lu Tianyi, then looked back at Big Red. She suddenly shook her head. "No, it shouldn't be afraid of water. Maybe there's something in the water. Can you feel the hidden energy under the water?" She asked Lu Tianyi the last question. Lu Tianyi shook his head. "It's a bit far, I can't feel it. If we could go to the water, then I can feel it." He was a water elemental, so his perception of water was several times stronger than others. He could also know what was under the water. Of course, the premise was that he could touch water. Lin Xiao frowned and thought of the big river from before. Maybe it's the same as the big river we encountered before, or maybe there's other energy in the water. No matter what, we have to go and take a look. Looking at Big Red, since it brought us here, it means we can only go in this direction. We might have to cross the river. Then she looked at Big Red and asked it in zombie language, "How far are we from where we are going?" The big red cat raised a paw and tapped a few times with its nail. "Ha!" Lin Xiao still didn't understand what it meant, so she pointed forward and said, "Then we have to keep going? Aren't you going?" Big Red shook its head and wagged its tail. Then it raised its paw and pointed at Lin Xiao, then in front of them. It pointed back and forth a few times before stopping. Lin Xiao finally understood what it meant. "Oh, you mean you don't want to go and just let us go? Then we can find the place if we keep going, right?" Sure enough, Big Red nodded its big round head at her. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.